she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Isn't she precious? Less than 1 minute. Oh, I never thought through love with me, making one as lovely as she. Isn't she lovely? Made from love. Oh, isn't she pretty? Truly the angel's best.
report is a collaboration between the High Commissioner of Spain for the Entrepreneurial Nation, between ASCRI, the Association of Venture Capital and Private Equity in Madrid, between Kibo Ventures, one of the first and original venture firms founded here out in Madrid, between Endeavor, which is a global program, entrepreneurial program for scale-ups across the world. It's kind of training for the founders and the executive teams to get them to be successful all over the world and make a positive impact in the communities they're working on. And also, of course, ENISA, who's the national agency here in Spain that supports innovation and entrepreneurship. This discussion will be moderated, thankfully, by our own Karina Spilska, who we love and adore, who's the founder of computers and the buttons behind stage. It's incredible, looking at the complexities. The complexity here is we have a lot of different international connections. We have a hybrid event this year, so we're going to have many speakers coming in from all over the world, connecting live, which is no easy feat for technology, and also we're live streaming. So everything that's happening here, people are experiencing, of course, online as well, through the web and through the application. And hello, hi everybody. Everybody's participating online. Bear with us. We're kicking off here now shortly. And you didn't have to suffer any of the queues at the security this morning, which is so nice. A little music, a little dance. Okay. Excellent. Guys, we are going to have a little music, if that's okay, because there's a little more of a delay. So we'll go to music for a minute, okay? I'll be right back. Thanks, folks. Please bear with us. Thank you. Enjoy the music. Thank you.
Very superstitious writings on the wall. Very superstitious ladders by the fold. 13-month-old baby broke their looking eyes. 7 years of bad luck, good things in your past that you don't understand, that you suffer. Superstition in the way, very superstitious. What's your favorite?
¿Aquí?
¿Cómo andamos?
Venga.
Here.
Yo me siento contigo.
Ponemos así.
We can take our masks. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Karina Spilka, and I am one of the partners at CAPE Summit. Today we are presenting the first study ever that Dealroom has dedicated to the Spanish landscape. The title of this study is The Spanish Tech Ecosystem. And I have here with me the head of 3 institutions that were the ones that sponsored this amazing report that we are going to share today. The report tried to delve and go in depth into the status, the momentum that the ecosystem is living here in Spain, but also has made a bit of the history of all the companies that were born and scaling, but also all the effort that the investment side did in the ecosystem. He is the president of ASCRI, but mainly he is one of the founders of Kibo, and Kibo is one of the oldest funds here in Spain that has done many, many things for the ecosystem. And finally, we have with us Antonio Iglesias, who is the managing director at Endeavor.
Thank you so much.
Endeavor, Spain.
That's right.
Fantastic. So thank you for being here with us, and I think that the results of the study are really encouraging for the ecosystem and for all of us that have been working for a long time. So let's start with Francisco. Okay?
We put together the public and the private to work together to release this report. And it's also the first time that we do it with a partner like Dealroom, Kibo Ventures, Endeavor, and ENISA for working together in order to release this report. And as you know, this report is showing the situation, as you said, of local and international investment in Spain, and it's profiling the future of unicorns in Spain. So it's a report that not only talks about the quantitative, but also talks about the qualitative. So a lot of entrepreneurs and investors were needed in order to fully complete the that I want to use today to remind us why faster in Spain than in any other country, together with the Netherlands. This is also something that you heard me say a lot. This advancement over the years has been thanks to the private sector and the public sectors, because things have changed in the recent years. In 2020, the President of Government decided to create the High Commissioner for Spain Entrepreneurial Nation. That means the first body ever in the presidency of the government that is laser focused on trying to help Spain become an entrepreneurial nation. Second, in February this year, 2021, we released the Spain Entrepreneurial Nation Strategy. That is a plan that has a vision of over 10 years with more than 50 measures of what needs to be done in order to make that a reality. And third, we have the recovery funds. You know that it's 140 billion, but for entrepreneurship in Spain, we allocated specifically 4.2 billion euros. That means that we have the strength to make that possible. So that also talks about the achieving great results. Very recently, there was published this report that is the Digital Riser report. We went, we scaled, we went up 7 positions in that report. It's a report that includes more than 140 countries for its digital productivity, and we went and we got directly into the top 3. And in that report, they say that it was because of the Spain entrepreneurial strategy. So that was a big step forward for Spain. So in short, this report shows that innovative entrepreneurship ecosystem in Spain is getting stronger, and we are becoming stronger because we are working together, the public and the private sector, because together we are removing barriers, we are creating better legal frameworks, and we are making together the investments that even the riskiest venture capitalists could not make, because we are working together on making things that a few years ago seemed absolutely impossible. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Francisco. That's really interesting. Well, first of all, let's say hello to José Bayón, Chief Executive at ENISA. The traffic in Madrid is being very intensive, particularly today, so thank you so much.
Sorry for the delay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining. Just one question, because we're talking about the report. The report is being published today. Do you have the email, the web address or anything so the people can look at it today, or when are we going to release finally it?
I think we are releasing it right now, and everyone that is following our accounts is going to be able to get
follow
it and read it.
Fantastic, because I really encourage you. The report is extremely interesting, and there are lots of interesting information about, well, many things, particularly about the future. That is what you said. So let's move to Aquilino right now. The report states that we are breaking all the records in investments in startups here in Spain. So do you think that this trend will keep increasing in the future? And what can we make to make this ecosystem more competitive?
Well, hello everyone, and first and foremost, thank you to Maria and the team for being here. I think it's, you know, after 2 years, this feels like really good and feels like coming back home. So thanks to all of you for making this happen. And concerning the report, I would say that the report's title should be ready to launch. No? And going back to your question, I think, and Paco also mentioned that, is that I think in Spain has all the ingredients now to really grow and scale companies, investments, and returns. The report shows that despite the well-known unicorns or big companies that we have here, we are the 5th country in Europe in numbers of unicorns, companies that are going to become unicorns. And that's the result of a very experienced entrepreneurial base. So our entrepreneurs have been doing this for many years. Sometimes we are facing and looking at entrepreneurs that are on their 2nd or even in their 3rd entrepreneurial venture, and they know how to do it. So talent is there. It also shows how the Spanish talent is being acquired by major tech companies, and when they acquire the companies, they just don't take the IP and run away with it, but totally on the other side, they build centers, research centers, they grow the teams. I mean, we have several examples like Billings, acquired by a fruit company that starting with 50 people, now they plan to have hundreds of engineers in machine learning and AI in Barcelona. Thuros from Germany acquired Promo Pharma and went from 50 to 200, or Daxborg from 9 to 150 with New Relic. No? So I think that also, the report also shows how the talent is here, the technical talent is here. And on top of talent, we need capital, and the report also shows that not only entrepreneurs have learned, also the investors, we've learned how to do things. We have been increasing our fund sizes, although, and I don't know if you want to discuss that later or not, although we are still tiny as compared to our peers in other European countries, but we have dry powder and the willingness to invest in our entrepreneurs, so you have talent and capital. And the other things that we need and are starting to make click now for this big launch is, and the Commissioner also mentioned that, is the good collaboration between the private sector and the public sector, and also the corporates that are around the ecosystem. No? They were far away before, and now I think they are coming closer to us. They are investing, and they still need to be more acquisitive and buy companies from us, but they are starting to come closer. No? So I think we have all the elements to make it a big launch. No? So it's going to happen, and happen more often.
Yeah, and it's particularly interesting considering that the investment per capita in Spain compared to other European countries is in the lowest. So the effort from the investment side and the public sector is paying off.
Yeah, and that's an important point, because we are very happy when we look at the figures that we grow, and it's all growth figures. The thing is that all the countries surrounding us are also growing, so we really need to look at the gap, because we might be super happy because we grow, but you know what? You know, the French, the Germans, the British people are growing much more than us. No? So I think this is a competition among countries, among cities, and among investors. No? So.
Yeah.
And I think that's also very important to know, and for the public to know, and internationally to know, that we don't want just to improve our ratings in international rankings. We want to be one of the best, or the best country in continental Europe for starting up or for investing. So the effort that we are doing, the plan that we are putting together, the amounts of investment that we are putting on the table are directed to that. We have a high ambition for Spain.
And we will get there, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Antonio, from Endeavor perspective, one of the things that the report shows is the potential that we have to create unicorns here in Spain. We already have quite a lot compared to years ago. So from your perspective, what else can be done to really support the emergence of this type of companies, and also to boost the growth of our startups and scale-ups?
Thank you for the question, Karina, and thank you, South Summit, for coming back together and bringing back the ecosystem. So I'm not going to repeat what Paco and Aquilino have already said, because I'm fully aligned with that. I mean, at the end, we need to make sure that we have the capital, we have the talent, and we have the public-private sector collaboration, that's for sure. But I'm going to add an underlying factor, which is the importance that the leaders or the founders of these big companies have, right? I think we need to make an example of those guys, like the founders of, I'm just going to give one example that it's in the news right now. Everybody heard that yesterday Wallbox went public in the New York Exchange. What probably a lot of people don't know is that these guys, they fought to keep the company Spanish, right? And those are the stories that we need, because those entrepreneurs at the end are the ones that are driving capital from outside. Those stories, they're driving talent, right? They're, as I think about talent, we talked about the importance of developing more talent internally. We talked about the importance of attracting international talent, but there's also something very, can you hear me better like this, or?
Yes.
Hi.
Yeah, much better.
You have to use
like
this one.
Did you hear anything I said before, or should I start from the beginning? So what I was saying about the importance of those stories, they help bring in talent. But not only from the outside, even one of the things that I have this conversation with a lot of people, right? What do we need from a talent perspective in Spain is that we need that more people believe that working in a startup or a scale-up is actually a good career path. Right? We need people that are coming from the corporate world and join the startup and scale-up world, because it is a good option. And so stories like Wallbox or many of the other unicorns, we need to embrace them. They shouldn't be devils. They should be examples for our society. Right? I think that's one of the things that we need to push, to promote more as an ecosystem, right? Which I think will drive some of the other things that both Paco and Aquilino mentioned.
Mm-hmm. And Jose, we have mentioned the entrepreneurs and the investors as key players for this ecosystem, but also the public sector. So to what extent do you think that the role, or what do you think is the role of the public sector to really make the most of the ecosystem?
Yeah. Good morning again. Thank you very much, Summit, for the invitation, and congratulations to RAPAC again on all the ecosystems. Well, I think it's something that is clear in the report is that the public-private cooperation, public-private tandem is a key factor for the ecosystem to encourage all the startups, all the scale-ups. This is something that happens in all the countries who has a real strong entrepreneurship, and something that we have to remind always, and working together with the private and public sector. Innovation now is becoming more complicated. It has to be systematic, because we are at the end of the day in a revolution, in a digital and sustainable revolution. When a revolution happens, it's not the first. It has been before industrial, agricultural revolution, I usually have to say. When a revolution happens, innovation means adaptation, the ability of the adaptation. Because of this, we are talking about new concept, open innovation, big companies, small companies, and what is the role of the public in everything? And it's the same China, Israel, the States, Europe, everywhere. We find both actors, both players, public and private sector. And the role has to be also entrepreneurial. Paco is here, and we are trying to push the public administration in this direction, because we have to be the pusher of everything at the end of the day. In ENISA, we find the startups, as you know, and scale-ups since 20 years, and we have more than 7,500, something like that. And but we are also doing another question. We are also doing another politics, public politics, that are really important for this. Together with the High Commissioner, with Paco, we are working in the Spanish entrepreneurial brand, that is very important. And also together with the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Digitalization, we have received the confidence, the challenge, let's say challenge, not another word, to be the institution in the middle of the startups law, okay, the startups law, to certify the startups and the scale-ups. So a part of the financial pushment that is very strong in Europe right now, thanks to the governments and thanks to the Next Generation EU program. A part of this, a part of the money, there is life, a part of the money, behind of the money. There are also public politics that we have to push, and we have to be sample of this entrepreneurial nation, as Paco has explained before.
Well, I had many more questions, but unfortunately, they have given us 1 more minute. So maybe you want to have any closing remark, each of you, just a headline?
Well, for us, this report is a first step. It's the first time that we are putting Spain in the map this way. It shows that there's been a huge effort from the private sector. It shows how the public sector has become an entrepreneurial nation that is pushing this to make this happen. And the most important thing about this report is that it shows all what is ahead of us. We can become a true country that has entrepreneurship, innovation, that has startups, that has investment funds, and that has talent at the foremost, at the top of its economy, because that's what we want to do. We don't want only to create a great ecosystem for startups, we want to transform the whole economy.
Yeah, like my tweet would be something like, we need bigger funds in Spain. The report shows that at seed stage, 50% of the money, of the capital is put by local funds and 50% for international funds. If you move up the stages and you go to later stages, 0% is put by local funds and 100% is put by international funds. So that, again, is another sign of the size, of the small size that funds have here. And as a result, I mean, we would encourage regulation to change mainly on the pension fund and so they can invest in our asset class the same way they do in other European countries. No? We have a regulation that makes it more difficult for pension fund to invest in our asset class. That's something that we will keep asking for as one very tactical thing that you can change with an ink pen.
We are working on that.
Yeah, no.
Well, we are just one sentence, please.
One sentence. I'm very optimistic about the ecosystem, so let's all be ambitious, entrepreneurs, investors, and lawmakers.
And also for me, it's the same. I'm also optimistic. We have a great challenge. We have a great opportunity, and I think we have also a great country and ecosystem, but we have to do it. But it's not easy.
Well, my sentence is thank you so much for your participation here. I think that we are living an exciting momentum, and it's our responsibility to keep it rolling. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Always on time. No, no, no. Hold the line. Love isn't always on time. No.
I love that. Thank you, guys. Always on time, right? So that's our plan this evening. We are Spanish and Latin in our hearts and our soul, but we are military style on the timing. So we won't be taking any breaks, and we will be flying through this super exciting program. It is my huge pleasure to be able to introduce the next speaker. This individual, for us, is an extremely important profile for this special edition of South Summit. We are so excited, in particular, as we're going down this route this year, looking at the transition to the green economy, looking at the issues around sustainability, turning South Summit green. putting the problem right in people's faces and hands and giving people control to build the future that they want to see in the world. When we started figuring out who are the biggest minds and the biggest leaders in this space, we started Googling and exploring who's the head of sustainability. I mean, who could align the entire planet, the governments, the organizations, the startups, the scale-ups, everybody to get the world on track with one single goal in mind and helping everybody else to get on track to get this goal together. And of course, this is the individual we came up with. Our keynote speaker this morning is founder of Triciclos, one of the largest circular economy companies in Latin America, also founder of Sistema B, the network of B Corps across Latin America, and now is the high-level champion at the United Nations for their Race to Zero campaign. A great pleasure to introduce to the stage, Gonzalo Munoz. Gonzalo. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Liz.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks, everyone. First, I would like to start with a short video that would explain what we will be talking about. If it works. No? There were. Unfortunately, we don't have audio, but you will see images of expressions of climate during the last weeks, no more than months. And these are not only, I would say, not the usual type of images that we will be seeing when talking about the climate crisis or climate change in the past. Mostly because of, first, location. We're talking about a crisis that is affecting regions that normally weren't the ones mostly affected. Second, intensity. It's becoming more and more intense on time. And second, frequency. The images are also expressing the level of inequality that is on one side part of the problem in terms of those that are the most affected are definitely the ones that are less responsible for creating the crisis, but also the regions that are increasingly being hit by the climate crisis are exactly those in where we have the most vulnerable populations of the world. So the images from the BBC from last week expresses that we're not talking about an environmental crisis alone. We're talking about a social crisis and definitely an economic crisis. And now I'm talking to you as a business person, not only as an environmentalist. So the first thing that we should be understanding, those images are the images of a world that has increased the temperature 1.1 degrees so far. The world that continues increasing in temperature and is getting out of control. Explain me, who can project success in a world that gets out of control? And I can imagine I'm talking to an audience that is looking for success in business. Let me be clear. If you want to reach success, this is the most important stuff that we need to fix. There's no way we will going to have success in the world where it gets out of control, where the climate is not the stable one that will allow us to do anything that you're dreaming. Everything is now in stake in terms of the climate crisis. And those images were also quite timely because they came, those disasters came in the moment when the doctor of this disease gave us a new report. Maybe some of you heard the news about the Red Code for Humanity that came in August from the IPCC report. But that report that was so shocking is not that different from the one that the same scientists gave us 3 years ago. October 2018, they showed us there is a potential trajectory if we reach a temperature increase of no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. That is the potential cure we have. If we want to take what the doctors are telling us to do, then that means that the treatment is reaching net zero emissions globally no longer than 2050 and half our emissions globally in this particular decade. So let me go back now to another element. Normally, we think about this problem being a global element that needs to be solved globally by the nations, by the states. The states now urgently need the collaboration of the private sector and the subnational governments, because they understand that a problem that is as complex as this one, they simply cannot solve it alone. So back in 2015, while signing the Paris Agreement at COP21, that is probably the most brilliant and fantastic document that we should all be protecting, they also recognize, as it said there, that member states cannot implement an agreement like the Paris Agreement without the support of those so-called non-state actors, mean mostly the private sector and the subnational governments. So what they did is that they started naming these two high-level climate action champions as the support, the pillars of this bridge that will connect us to what they design at the UN process. These are the two actual high-level champions, my dear friend Nigel Topping from the UK and me coming from Chile. What we have done is that we have understood that the main pillars of the Paris Agreement are mostly three: mitigate the climate crisis, adapt and increase the resilience, and mobilize the finance that we require for implementing the Paris Agreement. So in that sense, what we did as entrepreneurs, as people coming from the private sector, we started three major campaigns: Race to Zero, Race to Resilience, and GFANZ, in order to take all of the collaboration from the non-state actors to go smoothly and in the right way to influence positively the process that is happening at the national levels, at the global level. Race to Zero, the campaign on mitigation, has grown 190% in the last year. In the midst of the pandemic, we have seen a growth in commitments coming from the private sector and the subnational governments, increasing on time and now representing more than 15% of the global economy. We're talking about almost 800 cities and more than 4,000 in this moment, more than 4,500 companies around the world, also universities and also big subnational regions and healthcare institutions. If we put together the commitments from the non-state actors, from the private sector and the subnational regions, with the commitments from the nations, it's incredible, and something that probably many of you have not seen is that we went from almost zero concrete commitments to having now more than 80% of the global economy already committed. That's something that has been happening in the midst of the pandemic. The world is now understanding that we don't have any option but just commit to that net zero world. When it comes to the SMEs, the PYMEs, we have concrete ways how they can commit. The PYMEs Climate Hub, in English the SME Climate Hub, and the B Corp Climate Collective are two ways how PYMEs, how SMEs can and should join the Race to Zero immediately. When it comes to resilience, we also managed this and launched this sibling campaign for increasing the resilience of 4 billion people in this decade, from now to 2030, for mostly those 4 billion people most vulnerable in the world. And when it comes to GFANZ, the money has already moved. The money is now in the net zero world. We have now $90 trillion committed from asset owners, asset managers, banks, insurance companies, and finance service providers. All of that, again, has happened in a very short period of time. It's quite evident that you might not be seeing it still. But believe me, the money of the world is now in this agenda. If you are not connected to this agenda, you're losing the possibility to follow the money of the world, because the money is already starting to build that net zero and resilient world that we require. We also have mapped 32 big sectors of the economy to understand where they are, what's happening in each of the sectors, and try to understand how many of them are already accelerating in this transition, how many of them are scaling up, how many are normalizing the decarbonization of the sector. So we mapped 32 big sectors of the economy, expecting to move them towards the net zero world. We started this work not more than 1 year ago, and today we have 15 sectors of the economy that are already in the right track towards the complete decarbonization. So again, if you are part of those sectors, believe me, your sector has already changed and is rapidly moving towards the total decarbonization, and that means not only the commitment, but also implementing the technology and the practices that are required in order to get there. Take this graph into consideration. This is what the doctors of the world are telling us we need to do in order to solve that major and the most important crisis that is in front of us. We need to peak emissions in the next 2 to 3 years. We need to halve our emissions in the next 9 years, and we need to reach net zero by 2050 at the very latest. This is the most complex, urgent, and important task that humans have ever confronted. So again, if you want to be successful, we will not be successful if we don't solve that. And that graph represents some of the most important opportunities for each one of you that might be now willing to innovate, willing to position in the best possible way in a market that has changed. In order to get there, we need courage, we need determination, we need innovation, we need creativity, everything that is here in this room. The private sector needs to support that curve. This is no longer an agenda that is part or is a responsibility of only of the governments, no longer. Next time you read news about the climate crisis, remember that we have been invited to be part of this agenda for the last 6 years, and we have been part of this agenda very actively, at least in the last 12 months, but mostly next month in Glasgow, as Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of England, properly says there, we will see who remains as part of the problem and who from the private sector, from the financial institutions, from the subnational governments, are willing to be part of the solution. I do expect that all of you join all of us on fixing this problem now. Join Race to Zero today. If you are not part of Race to Zero, you are already late, but you have an opportunity to join and be part of this race, which starting line will be in the next month in Glasgow at COP26. Look forward to meet you all there. We cannot wait longer for having all businesses from the world as part of Race to Zero. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Gonzalo. Incredible. You don't have it more clearer than that. Here we are. We're here to act, we're here to work together, and we're here to tackle this challenge, which we will absolutely overcome. We've overcome so much more. Spain Startup was born in 2012 when the major macroeconomic crisis in Spain and everywhere else. Here we are post-pandemic, having survived. Here we are, we're back, and let's do it again, and let's go big. Gonzalo has painted the picture super clear, más claro que el agua. We know exactly what we need to do, and now it's hands to the work, manos a la obra, and let's get it done. And our next keynote speaker, we're so thrilled to introduce, has the solutions. This is what's beautiful. We have the solutions here. We have the energy, we have the intelligence, we have the resources, we have the capital. And our next speaker is going to give us an example and a methodology that gives us the solutions to this imminent crisis. It is with my absolute pleasure I have the honor to introduce to the stage the author of The Blue Economy and founder of the ZERI Foundation, Paulo Gunti.
Thank you. Thank you very much. How are you doing? ¿Cómo están? How are you? I mean, you shouldn't come here depressed. You should come here and feel excited, because we have many things to do. There is so much to be done, and we have to realize that we need to pass on to action. In 1989, I registered zero emissions as a trademark. I looked at nature, and I realized in nature there are no net emissions. There's always carbon sequestration. In nature, there's no waste. Everything is always recycled. In nature, there is no one employed. Everyone always contributes to the best of their abilities. And in nature, no one cheats. Wow, what an inspiration. Can't we have nature as our inspiration? So I think the key of our developments is that we will succeed in getting new ideas moving forward. And so let's be inspired by nature. Let me tell you the story. Do you know that this bird brings the babies? You don't believe that? The babies are born and they're brought to you by the stork. Let me tell you the real story from science. Ecosystems in nature function incredibly well. The stork flies from the north of Europe to South Africa, finds a little puddle, steps into the puddle. How did that puddle come about? Because the rhinos and the elephants have ticks, garrapatas. And since they have the ticks, they need to take these mud baths and these dust baths, and they create this little hole. And when it rains, there is water. And so the stork comes and thinks there is food and finds nothing, but then he finds another one, which is a real one with frogs and fishes, and they stick the eggs to his legs, and he goes to the next one that was created by the rhinos and the elephants, and he leaves the eggs behind. And within a few weeks' time, we hear the squeaking of the frogs, and we see the tadpoles coming. Who is the responsible? The stork. No, who was responsible? La garrapata. The ecosystem is always there to create life. And if we don't understand how the ecosystem works, then we are having great difficulties in moving forward. I'm trying to make this clicker work. Hey guys in the back, hola señores atrás. Me ayudan por favor con el clicker porque no está andando bien. Gracias. Sí, y lanza por favor el video. Let's look at some of the technologies. Otra vez por favor. Señores, atención atrás. Gracias. Let us look at some of the new technologies we're introducing. We need to go beyond what we know. If we only do more of what we know, we will never get out of the situation. That means we need innovation, we need creativity, we need perseverance. And one of the things that always shocked me is that wind power is limited to a very small set of space, whereas we have above the 200 meters always wind. So we set out to create wind that is base load energy. And we've proven it on the boat. And this boat you see there has this little robot that manages a sail, and that sail is going to give us power from the sky 24 hours a day. Imagine what it means. Wind becomes base load. We can compete head-on with nuclear and coal because we're at 3-4 cents kilowatt hour. Working 24 hours a day means that we can completely change the logic. We've just raised another $40 million for this project. It's German-based. But one of the first initiatives that we're taking for this kind of a technology is going to be in the Canary Islands, on the island called El Hierro, a small island where Endesa, about 18 years ago, decided to co-invest in making the island self-sufficient. Now you're looking at a new technology that will turn the island fully self-sufficient. We're going to be placing it in Latin America, in Africa. We need technologies that allow us to really change the logic. And if you have a technology like the wind power that becomes base load, then you have an excess. And that excess power on site, we are immediately converting into hydrogen. The hydrogen economy is now, not 2035, not 2040. We're securing drinking water with renewable power, and that renewable power, we are securing that the excesses go into hydrogen, and the hydrogen will be for the fishing boats. The first fishing boats with a 0 kilometer transportation cost for the hydrogen. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what we need. Next slide, please. Próximo, por favor. El clicker no está funcionando. Now, we have called this ship, where we're testing all the new technologies, we have called her Porrima. And Porrima is the goddess, the Roman goddess of the future. She is the protector of the pregnant women. We need to birth a new society. We need to birth a new community. And therefore, we need that symbolism of Porrima, the goddess of the future. Next slide, please. Next slide. I have to go a bit faster because what we're needing is this great inspiration that I got from Pistoletto. Michelangelo Pistoletto, you know the sign of infinity. Past, future. And the present is a dot. Pistoletto told us that you have to make the present much bigger, and you have to take initiatives by creating a bigger present. So that is what we're doing today. And we need to think very strongly out of the box. When I saw this film, I realized that the whales are fishing with air bubbles. And we are fishing with nets. Well, who invented that? For 6,000 years, we've been fishing with nets and with lines, whereas the whales, they do it with air bubbles. So we have now developed a new fishing technique that's on a catamaran. And we release the air bubbles that will push the fish up to the surface, and we can scoop. But nature is very intelligent. Why do the dolphins and the whales use air bubbles? Because when they have air bubbles, the mama fish with eggs in the belly are more heavy, and since they're more heavy, they will escape the air bubbles. Ingenious! The genius of, no water here, that's fine. The genius of nature is that they secure systems whereby you take out the fish while securing that the babies will be born from the mamas who have the eggs. That is going to be installed in our new boats in Morocco. Next, please. Próximo, por favor. Here you're seeing the vision of the island of El Hierro. That is where we're looking at the fishing techniques. That's where we're looking at the new hydrogen/kite technologies. Next, please. And here you see a picture of the investment done 15 years ago. After 15 years of wind power, you need to go to the next generation of energy. Next, please. Próximo. Let us look at the problem of life. In the Pacific, there are millions of turtles that are born along the coast of Colombia and along the coast of Peru, Ecuador. And when they're born, they have to do this race to the sea. When they arrive at the sea, only 10% survives because the majority is eaten by the birds. and immediately they're eaten. But they succeed in swimming 30, 40 kilometers, get on the von Humboldt current, and are taken all the way to Japan. And 15 years later, they come back to lay eggs in exactly the same place. They have the GPS, the geolocalization, perfectly established in their mind. Today, only 0.1% returns to lay eggs. Why? Plastics. We have inundated the world with plastics. Next, please. And show the video, please. Click. Thank you. We need to secure that life has a future, but life is today compromised. The report was published yesterday that babies born today in Europe have 15 times more micro and nanoplastics in the body than you and I have. We are not just doing the climate change drama, we are killing the world with nanoplastics, and the industry has no interest to address it. Next, please. So we are looking at where are the sources of these plastics. Next, please. Próximo, por favor. Por favor. Deme un otro. Gracias. Y el próximo. Next. These are your mouthpieces, yes? 5 billion already in the sea. Every one of you is inhaling microplastics. Welcome to the world of microplastics and self-intoxication. Next, please. Próximo, por favor. We are making bioplastics today degradable in the sun and the sea from thistles. Il cardo. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to announce to you that this is a unicorn. I've been the chairman of this company for 10 years, and this is a unicorn. Bioplastics as a unicorn is totally new in this world. And we have to get used to those kind of initiatives. But it took 25 years of perseverance. It is not a quick fix on the New York Stock Exchange. It is persevering with legacy investors. Investors who are prepared to go for the long term. Next slide, please. Next. Next. I'll conclude with this, because I see my time is up. We need technologies to take microplastics, and particularly the nanoplastics, back out of the ocean, back out of the sea. And the great inspiration we got for this huge investment project, 2.5 billion euro investment, is that we have studied how the lungs work. Our lungs are 500 million sponges, connected to billions of capillary veins. They extract only CO2 from our blood. Everything else is left in. I asked the scientists, can we do the same with nanoplastics? And 3 months later, they came back and said, we can do. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, we will be installing the first nanoplastic removal units from the oceans. We will have a capacity equal to that one of our lungs, which is 1 cubic meter, 1,000 liters of water per second. That means with the thousands of these units, we will be able to remove all nanoplastics from the Mediterranean, provided we raise 2.5 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have investment opportunities, not only to create the energies of the future, we have investment opportunities to correct the errors of the past. Thank you.
Wonderful. Woo! And another one bites the dust, and here we are. Thank you so much, Gunther. It's just an incredible philosophy and So simple, so simplistic when you think about it now. So we have the ideas, we have the models, we have the innovation. We can make it happen. And continuing on our track, the next discussion is super, super interesting. We're going to look at two different philosophies around creating the sustainable mindset through the view of education and through the view of entrepreneurship. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage, please, Diego del Alcázar, CEO of IE University, our partners and co-organizers here at South Summit. And back to the stage again, Gonzalo Muñoz, the climate champion for the United Nations. Thank you so much.
Yeah, give me one. Thank you. Hello, everybody. It's great to be here again, one more year. Hello, Gonzalo. Amazing chat, amazing chat. I think what Gonzalo was talking about, I think is probably the single most important issue that we have today. It's not only an issue, it's also an enormous source of opportunities for all the entrepreneurs or potential entrepreneurs that are here today. So I want to congratulate you, and I want to ask you a couple of things and share also some of IE University's views on the topic. But first, in the backstage, you were telling me that your experience, obviously you're very well known now for your impact, but previously you were a CEO at several important companies, a traditional CEO at several important companies. You are also owner of a winery, which I believe is actually very well known, and that was previous to venturing with Triciclo, no?
Yeah, that's right. And maybe I wasn't a traditional CEO, but the companies were traditional, right?
Yes.
And in that sense, I like to recognize, well, first, thank you, Diego, and thank to the South Summit for this opportunity and for inviting us, and for positioning this topic. And I like the way you put it, because I have to recognize that I failed on positioning these topics 20 years ago in those so-called traditional companies. Even though I was the CEO, even though the companies were successful financially, but every time that I was taking social or environmental causes to the conversation at the board level, they will go like, no, wait a minute, what are you talking about? You're confused. Here in these four walls, we only talk about maximizing shareholder value.
Yeah. And it was the agro sector, no?
It was mostly food sector. I mean, from a port in Argentina to a food distribution company in Chile and some agri businesses also in Chile. In most of them, we would see so easily how we were affecting not only the environment while interacting with nature every single day through our products, but also through our packaging. Yeah. We were selling waste while defining how to pack our products. And we were interacting with some of the most vulnerable people when it comes to farmers and people living in the rural areas. And all of that represented a great opportunity for positioning the company and the products in a better way. But 15, 20 years ago, that conversation was absolutely kind of impossible. Yeah. It was really hard. Those same companies, the three that I've mentioned, the three of them are part of Race to Zero. The three of them have committed formally through the United Nations program with science in the center, and two of them are B Corp. So it's great also to see how
the transformation.
I quit the job, somehow provoked this conversation, but I said I'll be happy to support this idea from outside, and this has been incredibly useful for me as well to understand it's not only about what I've done through Triciclo, through the Pulcura Winery, through the B Corp movement, now with my role at the United Nations, but also keeping my mind on what those people were thinking at that time, validate that.
Yes.
Those are not mean people. They were blind to many of the aspects that now are so clear. We didn't have the sense of urgency at that time, even though we had the evidence. Now we have everything. We have the science telling us, the natural evidence, the opportunity that you referred to, but also the mindset that some of the time is coming from the talent that we integrated, sometimes it's coming because of the interest on the financial institutions that are saying the money we're going to put in your company must go with the impact deployed through the climate action.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I like how you put it, because you're tackling one of, actually our core purpose at IE University, which is fostering positive change in your own companies because you were there, you have your footprint, but after some years, you manage also to foster in their own soul that positive change and move into something that was for positive impact. And then as an entrepreneur as well, you are constantly fostering positive change. You know? And I think the role of an entrepreneur, and this is how we put it also at iUniversity, is not just to become a successful guy that becomes rich because he did an amazing job with their venture, but really to make them be people that are sound, that are sensible to making a big impact and to foster positive change. No? So I think that core purpose, that core value that we also have at IE is very, very important. But I would like to know about how was your experience in Triciclo, this social venture that you started after this CEO experience.
So yeah, something that is important to refer to, I never started anything alone, right? Mm-hmm. It was also all the time with the most brilliant partner, the most brilliant team. Like the idea of having this person that is like illuminated, it's a wrong one, and we should be concerned when it's a lot about ego. It should be about impact, right? So the idea was about how can we deliver impact from a business on the three areas. So having a company that has triple budget and triple balance every month, triple KPIs for each of the employees in the company, but mostly to validate the idea that every company should be thinking all day long on, if my company is really successful, is that good or bad for the world? Or is it just good for me? Mm-hmm. Or is it just good for a few people?
Absolutely.
And that's a hard question, but it's so important. Check your company. Project it infinitely. Imagine that it goes like the most successful company in the world. How does the world become? Better or worse? And honestly, many times you check your practices and you will go like, oh shit, this is something I need to correct immediately. Because if I project it infinitely, the world gets worse. That is mostly because sometimes we just rely on governments to solve the global issues. That's wrong. Forget about that. All of us are invited and are urgently invited to take part on the global issues. And again, it's not only about a moral duty, it's also about the opportunity. But second, it's about removing your blind spots. Like sometimes you don't see things, sometimes you don't want to ask yourself, right? We're very good on fooling ourselves. But at the same time, when you open yourself to thinking in a different way, believe me, there's so many brilliant opportunities that will allow you not only to be successful in a traditional business way, but also will give you the gratification. You will feel so much better with what you're doing, and that will be immediately reflected through your team. You will attract the best talent while positioning yourself and your company in a way that is not only solving the interest of a few people, but rather the interest of the whole population.
Absolutely. And I want to take your point again. No? At iUniversity, we are making a huge effort in this transformation because, I mean, obviously it's needed, but we need to make that huge effort. We are obliged to do it. So we have committed to be net zero in 2030. We are absolutely paperless. Uncomfortably paperless, to be honest. We need to change that mindset because just imagine faculty and students need to change that mindset of studying without paper, you know? And this is something that, not for everybody, obviously, but for many of them, it's quite difficult. We have a 10-year challenge in which every year we have a challenge for one cause. And many other initiatives that are ahead of global sustainability is leading, no? But we are all committed into this, no? But again, I want to go to the opportunity side. Just imagine how many efforts we need to make and the help that we need from so many people that, startups here need to be close to big corporations because they are the ones that are going to be able to be flexible enough to help them transform. So there's huge opportunity in this space. No? Digital transformation 20 years ago, 10 years ago, and so many startups grew thanks to this. Now our commitment, the global commitment, is about sustainability. And sustainability is not just about the environment. By the way, it's also about the environment, most importantly, but it's also for many other issues. And startups can be there to help big corporations to transform. Anyhow, my question would be, how do you see the world, the corporate world transforming in that regard?
So I'll go back to Triciclos again on one side. Like, we started this company 12, 13 years ago with just the idea of saying we need to solve what we call the error of design that is represented by waste. We think that waste is nothing but error of design, and we need to correct many designs that are in the value chain. But it wasn't, first we started working with rack pickers and collection systems. We're now in 13 countries, mostly integrated with major multinationals, and I'm not going to name them, but you can imagine the biggest consumer good companies, the biggest retailers in the world. They're now hiring our knowledge, and a lot of that knowledge comes from us understanding how the waste moves in countries like in Latin American countries, where it's mostly about rack pickers, people collecting that waste in the street. That represents an opportunity of knowledge and data for the companies to improve their design of their products. So we can integrate a very social, basic, let's say, skill to one very sophisticated through also Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. We've seen that as an opportunity of growth. And when it comes to climate, exactly what you referred, like, big multinationals, they're saying, okay, I'm committed to net zero, whether 2030, 2040, 2050, but that's in the three scopes, scope 1, 2, and 3. The scope 3 means that the whole value chain. That means that any major multinational, some of them here, outside you will see some of them, even banks that are already committed, they're saying it's not only about whether I go climate neutral like the university, or paperless, or operation, or we promote people cycling or taking the bus. It's about that everything that we will buy, and in some cases the product that we will provide to our clients, will be net zero as well. And that is a massive opportunity for SMEs and companies from all around the world. We are seeing, for example, a beautiful example, a pension fund in Canada committed to the Net Zero Asset Owners Alliance, meaning that all of their portfolio should become net zero. They immediately send a letter to their CEOs around the world. And the CEOs started calling me. Most of them are from utilities, companies managing water and energy in countries around the world, mostly in the global south. They called me and said, what do I have to do now? Well, you have to commit to net zero. And immediately that created a conversation with thousands of SMEs in the global south that are now using the SME Climate Hub, the PYMES Climate Hub, or the B Corp Climate Collective to also become net zero. So a decision being taken in Toronto is now impacting thousands of PYMEs that are now understanding that, okay, this is a business opportunity. I'm also connected to the topic, but this is a business opportunity because my major client is saying, now I need you to sell me whatever a product or a service that you're selling me, I need that to be net zero. As simple as that. So if anyone here is not connecting to the topic, you're losing the opportunity. The train has already left the station. Join this. Whether it's because you're concerned about climate, whether because you think that rationally, yeah, you need to solve the crisis, or whether it's a pure financial interest. I don't care. Join. Yesterday, not tomorrow.
Thank you for that advice, because I'm completely aligned and that clear message. No? Tell me a bit about the Race to Zero related to higher education, to universities.
So now we have more than 700 universities, including IE, that are now part of Race to Zero. Of course, the biggest impact that they create is through their curriculum, right? How do they train this new group of amazing people that once joining the workforce, they're coming not with this intention, they're coming with this provocation. In my case, I don't know, it might be the same thing that happens to you. Now, for quite a long time, I would say probably in the last 5 to 10 years, every time that I interview somebody for a position, it seems like the person is interviewing me. Like, okay, tell me, how's your commitment? What are you going to do? How do you deliver certain values? People are carrying those values, and those values sometimes are being created at home.
It happens the same in the university.
Exactly.
Candidates come here
Many
and
times.
ask you about your commitment.
Exactly.
And if you're not committed, they go to another university.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
I mean, we are completely obliged.
So I have 3 daughters at the university, one studying design, the other one economics, and the other one veterinary. And I know that they raise their hands and say, wait a minute, I don't get what is behind what you are saying, Mr. or Mrs. Teacher, because if I project that, the world doesn't become better. Mm-hmm. So why don't we start like changing that? And I see that provocation coming from the faculties, and also how faculties are adapting towards renewable energy, waste, the way people, the logistics and the transport system around them, and how also they contribute to cities that are also needing to evolve towards net zero. So it's probably where we find the biggest opportunities, also because Race to Zero, as a global campaign, as well as Race to Resilience, have an expert peer review group, in the case of Race to Zero at the Oxford University, in the case of Race to Resilience at the Universidad de Chile, that integrate hundreds of experts around the world, that allows us for our criteria to be really credible, really accountable, really traceable.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Gonzalo. We're running out of time. I just want to send a message that Gonzalo already announced, but I mean, you have the absolute commitment of our university with Race to Zero. I want to congratulate you for all your efforts, for all your successes, and also for spreading the word in something that is so important. Thank you very much.
And thanks to the university, Diego. It's great to be running this. We will almost all the time talk about the importance of of walking the talk.
Yes.
It's time to run the talk, and you've joined this race for running it with many others together. So happy to be there promoting everything that you're doing. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Flo.
Diego. Woo, amazing. Thank you again, Gonzalo, and thank you so much, Diego, our partner in crime from IE University, our co-organizers here at South Summit. And moving swiftly along, our next keynote is another solution to this crisis that we're facing. And what an opportunity. Crisis creates opportunity everywhere. It's just a matter of seeing it and acting it. And our next speaker is an incredible entrepreneur who seized that opportunity many years ago and has been working many years as a leader in this industry. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Javier Goyeneche, who's founder and president of EcoAlev. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure this works. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, good morning. Thank you for the invitation. Pleasure to be here. Before talking about EcoAlev, I would like to talk a little bit about what's going on, especially in the fashion industry. There's something we have very clear at EcoAlev, is that the planet is shaking, and we need to act, and we need to act quick. No? We work in a beautiful industry, which is the fashion industry, but unfortunately, one of the most polluted industries in the world. No? For many years, we've thought that fashion cannot just be about looking good anymore. It also has to do about doing what is right and feeling good about it. Because we believe that, I mean, anybody can make a T-shirt, anybody can make a pant, the same way anybody can make a building. The thing is, how is that building in terms of energy efficiency, or what is the footprint that T-shirt leaves in the world? So more and more, it's how you do things, not what you do anymore. And unfortunately, the business model in the fashion industry hasn't been working for many, many decades, no? It's all about buying, throwing, a new trend every Thursday, discount, promotion, Black Friday. That's creating a huge amount of waste. Billions of garments going to landfill every week, which unfortunately, they have no solution, no? And look, I remember a few months ago, it was like this Ecotextiles news, talking about the biggest cotton company in the world burning 4,500 acres of forest in Ethiopia to plant cotton. Okay, so we're crazy because we're burning the forest to plant cotton, to make T-shirts of €5, which are going to finish in landfill in less than 2 years. And each of those T-shirts uses 2,500 liters of water. There's definitely not going to be enough forest, not enough landfills, and definitely not enough water to keep on making garments the way we're doing. So right now, we always say, I mean, this sounds a bit dramatic, but we truly believe, no, that this is the moment to act. And right now, we strongly believe if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. I think, well, we all lived it during the pandemic, no? We saw how, in very little months, no? We saw dolphins in the ports, we saw animals going down to the villages, we saw blue skies, no? So that showed us, no, that at the end, it's possible. It's possible to create a balance between our current and future needs and the planet's health. So I think right now we have a tremendous responsibility and also a huge opportunity to redefine business models, and fashion is one of them who urgently needs to be redefined. Well, EcoAlf was born in 2009. I wanted to create a truly sustainable fashion company, and I believe the most sustainable thing to do was not to keep on using natural resources. That's why the vision was to stop using natural resources, the mission to create this new generation of recycled products, where if I don't tell you it's recycled, you would never know. Basically, we're very focused on recycling. We recycle a lot of different materials, plastic bottles, fishing nets, used tires, post-industrial cotton, wool, post-consumer coffee, etc. No? Basically, as we say, we need like around 50 plastic bottles per every yard of fabric we produce. That's why this down jacket uses around 70 plastic bottles. For fishing nets, we only use the nets of nylon 6, which is the best quality polyamide you can get in the world. For you to get an idea, from an old fishing net to one of those fabrics, it would be 7 chemical steps. From petrol to that same fabric, it would be 17 chemical steps. That's why there's so much safe in water, energy, and emissions. We use nylon for many of our collections. Used tires. This was the first project we did in Spain with a company who recycles who collects all the used tires. We contacted them because we wanted to do the outsoles for our sneakers. At the end, we decided to create this project, which has received a lot of innovation prizes. It looks like a simple product, but it wasn't so easy. It was 20 months of R&D with the Technological Center of the Shoemaking of the north of Spain, Cygnus, and EcoAlf. No? And basically received all the prizes because we managed to convert all those tires into very thin powder, and everything is made up with heat. There's no glue, no conglomerates in the process. Coffee. So we have this partner in Taiwan, Scafe, who has been recycling the used coffee grounds for many years. They collect the leftovers of the coffee grounds from the cafeterias every morning. They dry them out, they convert them into powder, and they mix them with polymers of plastic bottles. What's the good thing about coffee? That it has a lot of natural properties. So you don't have to give them through chemicals. It's anti-odor, it's fast drying, it's UV protection. Most of our lining of our shoes right now is made from fabrics from coffee. All those fabrics are also made from that material. Cotton. Well, cotton, people are not aware, but it's not very sustainable. Why? Because it's very intensive in water. I don't know if you had the chance to see the film about the Aral Sea of Isabel Coixet, no? But when the Russians decided to give water to the cotton plantations in Kazakhstan, it dried out in less than 2 years. It's a desert. We started recycling cotton in 2014. It's tough because we get it from the leftovers of the factories and the cotton you throw away, and we get a very short, uneven, unstable thread, very difficult to work with. So easier for sweatshirts or pants, not so easy for thin T-shirts. And we were very happy in 2014, we launched the first yarn, which was 50% recycled cotton, 50% recycled polyester, which we then found out it was a big mistake, because right now one of the biggest challenges of the company is the end of life cycle of the products. And if you want to recycle again those T-shirts, the fact of missing cotton and polyester is a disaster. So now, since 2017, the company doesn't mix anymore 2 different filaments in their garments. So at the end, it's more easy to recycle them again. And then we recycle wool and cashmere. That's since the 19th century. There's even a city in Italy called Prato, which is famous for recycling these types of materials. This is our claim, because there's no Planet B, which we launched in 2014. It's a registered claim in more than 70 countries. And all of our clients and friends, they always send us photographs with our bags or T-shirts or sweatshirts everywhere they go. And upcycling the oceans, this is probably our most ambitious project. This started talking one day with a fisherman, which we used to collect the nets from, and he said, Javier, you should come out and fish with me and see how much waste gets caught in the nets every time we go out fishing. So I went out fishing with him, and it's true. Unfortunately, every time they fish, mixed with the fish, there's a lot of waste. So we started with 3 fishermen, which we convinced in the east coast of Spain, a little port called Villajoyosa and Alicante, to let us put a little container in their boats. And that waste that gets collected, instead of throwing it back to the ocean, they would put in the container and take it to the port where we would collect it. We take it to 6 categorization plants in Spain, where we separate all the materials, polypropylene, glass, aluminum, an Nike shoe, whatever. 68% of the waste we collect is put, again, back into the system. And then we convert it to PET, flake, yarn, and fabric in less than 300 kilometers. Because EcoAlf never moves the waste around. So if we recycle the used tires in Spain, we make the flip-flop in Spain. If we recycle the cotton in Portugal, we make the final T-shirt in Portugal. Okay, what started right now, I mean, in 2021, we are more than 4,000 fishermen involved, and we're about to get to 1,000 tons of waste taken from the bottom of the ocean. We also started working with the government of Thailand 3 years ago to help them replicate upcycling the oceans in Phuket, Samui, Koh Tao, and Rayyan. And now we're on a very ambitious project, which is to replicate upcycling the oceans in all the Mediterranean. The goal is to work with over 10,000 fishermen by 2025. Already signed 16 ports in Greece. In Italy, we're about to sign 4 in France. I'm just going to put a little video which shows what the fishermen think about this project.
Bicicletas, televisiones, botas, zapatos.
Ha una valigia piena di indumenti.
Un contenedor de basura. Neveras, hidroaviones. Lavadoras, grifos de cerveza.
Ci sono qualsiasi cosa strana c'è anche a mare, purtroppo.
Los objetivos de Upcycling the Ocean son 3. El primero, aportar nuestro granito de arena en la limpieza del océano.
Que no cuesta nada coger y ponerlo en una bolsa, llegar en un puerto y depositarlo en un container. Es un simple gesto.
El segundo, concienciar y sensibilizar y demostrar que una solución es posible. Hay que empezar a atacar el problema desde el origen.
El mar lo estamos contaminando todos, que la contaminación empieza desde casa.
Sin la ayuda de la ciudadanía, por mucho que los pescadores luchemos, pienso que no va a servir de nada.
Y el tercero, fomentar la economía circular y transmitir que la basura tiene un valor.
Si solamente nos limitamos en traer la porquería a puerto, estamos cojos.
Lo que el pescador nos costaba de entender, al menos a mi modo de ver, era recoger algo y que se quedara en el muelle.
Necesitamos el siguiente eslabón, que es que alguien coja lo que nosotros traemos y estemos seguros de que eso no va a volver de ninguna forma otra vez a la mar. ¿Cómo? Reciclaje.
A mí me gustaría agradecer a los pescadores, porque este proyecto lo hacen con el corazón, lo hacen porque creen que es lo correcto, lo hacen por su amor a los océanos. Creo que son un gran ejemplo para todos nosotros.
Η κατάσταση στη Μεσόγειο φυσικά και με ανησυχεί, γιατί είναι ένα επάγγελμα που έχουμε μεγαλώσει και έχουμε μεγαλώσει και τα παιδιά μας μάλλον. Και δεν θέλουμε να σταματήσει ποτέ.
Y se va mentalizando la gente y yo pienso que llegará un momento en que esto se consiga algo.
Que el día de mañana puedes decir, mira, yo he contribuido a limpiar este mar.
Entonces tenemos que ir trabajando ya.
Es un paso fácil hacer.
Si la gente pone un poco de su parte, el mar no tendría por qué sufrir lo que está sufriendo.
Okay, and this is a short video which explains how we transform that waste from the ocean into yarn and fabric. Oh, pues ha pasado. I'm not sure it's working. Well, it was supposed to be a video which showed how we transform that waste into yarn and fabric. Well, we're proud to say we were the first B Corp fashion company in Spain in 2018, which I don't know if you know what B Corp is, but we believe is the most strong audit right now in the world. And I love the claim, which says it's not necessarily the biggest company in the world, but probably the best for the world. And we were the first company in Spain to be global recycle standard. So all our supply chain has total traceability, so from the waste to the final product. And just to finish out, this is a video which explains how it's been the journey of this 10 years of EcoAlf with our, I don't know, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Lina.
Thank you, Javier. What an incredible story and what an inspiration. That is the first part of the morning wrapped up, and we are now moving to the next part of the morning, which is super exciting. So please, unless you have otherwise been confirmed, can you please move back behind row 14 as we prepare to have Su Majestad el Rey con our Emprendedores logo, and we'll be back on stage at 11:45. Thank you so much.
y todo, ¿vale? Hola a todos, bienvenidos. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí hoy. Gracias también por la paciencia con el tema de la entrada. Y si por favor pueden ir sentándose, os lo agradecemos. Vamos a empezar en un minuto. Así que por favor tomen asiento. Muchas gracias.
What are we doing? Why are we here if not to take care of one another, to build a better future? Cleaner, greener, kinder, happier. What a time to be alive. Now here together. Better, faster. Stop. Breathe. What role will you play? Where is your grain of sand? Your flicker of light? Your spark that starts the fire? Your tipping point? Your one foot in front of the other that takes you to the summit? Because together, our teeny tiny actions of every day and every minute matter. Our almost 8 billion teeny tiny changes make the difference. They add up, they snowball, they penetrate and proliferate, and slowly but surely they make an impact and set into motion a series of events, ideas, actions, collaborations, simulations and stimulations that ripple, run away, run wild, fly free, touching every corner, every crevice, building momentum. And before you even notice, you have created a global movement that is unstoppable. We have turned the ship, changed the course, redirected the train, and set us all on a path to a new, brighter, better future that we can all be proud of. Start now. Start here, shape the future.
Majestad, ministra, alcalde, vicealcaldesa, autoridades, gobernador, amigos todos, my dear friends, welcome to South Summit 2021. Estamos felices de volver a estar aquí juntos en la nave, en nuestra casa de la nave, la casa del ayuntamiento, la casa de todos, pero nuestra casa. Felices de volvernos a encontrar y felices, gracias, y felices de iniciar esta nueva andadura de South Summit, que es la andadura de todo el ecosistema. Hemos recibido a gente de todas partes con una respuesta espectacular, porque lo que decía el vídeo, que juntos podemos, que juntos reaccionamos ante la adversidad, que en este momento en el que siempre hemos tenido el convencimiento de que la innovación y el emprendimiento son claves para el desarrollo económico y para la reactivación, y ahora además sabemos que la sostenibilidad, apostar por nuestro planeta, es determinante. Y para todo ello, juntos podemos hacerlo, porque si hay algún lugar apropiado para hacerlo, si hay una comunidad que realmente pueda hacerlo, es esta, la comunidad de las startups, de los emprendedores, de los innovadores, de personas profesionales, no importa dónde estén trabajando y cuál sea la característica de su empresa, innovadores. Majestad, mil gracias por estar aquí, mil gracias por el apoyo y la convicción que siempre le mueve a Su Majestad de apoyar el emprendimiento y la innovación a los jóvenes de todas las edades para poder continuar la historia. Ministra, muchas gracias en nombre de todo el Gobierno, en representación de todo el Gobierno, por el apoyo total que desde el Gobierno se está dando a South Summit, además con presencia dentro de los presupuestos generales del Estado y además con el apoyo incondicional, de nuevo con la convicción, para todo este ecosistema, como se ve en el anteproyecto de ley de startups, de empresas emergentes, y con Fonico, Next10, que está apostando concretamente en el sector que más nos interesa, que es las startups, la escalabilidad, cuando tienen que crecer. En este momento con una dotación de 2.000, que con la colaboración público-privada se convertirá en 4.000. Here we have lots of investors from everywhere in the world. I'm sure that we are going to work together with the government just to make the best use of this and with win for everyone. Muchas gracias, alcalde. Estamos en tu casa. Siempre has hecho que sea la nuestra, la casa de los emprendedores y de los innovadores, la casa de todos para multiplicar las oportunidades de negocio. Gracias también a ti y a Comaunas y a todos los representantes del Ayuntamiento, todos los portavoces, de cómo juntos habéis conseguido que nosotros, desde South Summit, toda esta comunidad pueda seguir para adelante. Muchas gracias a todos nuestros partners, especialmente a nuestro partner in crime. Empezamos juntos con el EA University por la esencia que le mueve. Muchas gracias a Endesa, a Sabadell, a BBVA, a Telefónica, en representación de todos los partners que aquí estamos juntos. Este es el ecosistema de innovación. Venimos con mucha ilusión, venimos a encontrarnos y tenemos la gran suerte, Majestad, de contar con su apoyo hoy, de contar con su fuerza, de contar de hoy en adelante, como ya lo viene haciendo Su Majestad, con ese apoyo, con ese impulso, para que no solamente desde aquí, desde South Summit, sino como viene haciendo el mejor embajador de la innovación, del emprendimiento y de nuestro maravilloso país, que es España. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Maria. It is with great pleasure I get to introduce our next speaker, who is a serial entrepreneur, founder of Zipcar, author of Peers Inc., and the creator of the sharing economy. It's with my absolute pleasure I get to introduce to the stage Robin Chase. Thank you.
I'm very happy to be here. This is my first business trip post-pandemic. This whole conference is to talk about how innovation and entrepreneurship can address the climate crisis. I'm going to do something very dangerous in a live audience. Let's see how it goes. Oh, back. It's good. Okay, so I'm going to ask you all a survey question. So let me ask, here's the question you don't answer yet. The question is, do you think existing companies and existing governments will address the climate crisis and inequality fast enough, or will they evolve too slowly and the people will rise up in revolution? So my question is going to be, do you think the future, the next 5 years, is one of evolution or one of revolution? So everyone close your eyes. It's going to be anonymous. I first gave this quiz at the White House. So everyone close your eyes. If you believe the future is one of evolution, please raise your hands. Okay, hands down. If you believe the future is one of revolution, please raise your hands. Okay, keep your hands up. Everyone look around. I think you will see that about 80% of the audience said revolution. This is a terrifying outcome because revolution is terrifying, filled with suffering, and lasts for decades, and we don't want to have happen. So all of us need to recognize that this future requires us to be revolutionary evolutionists. We need to speed the pace of transition absolutely as fast as we can. And so why I wanted to do this survey also is for you to know that in your heart, you know we have to move fast. That and you could see around you, 80% of you, you could see around you that you have colleagues who also believe we need to move really, really fast. So move as fast as you can. Our job through innovation is to move quickly and to get the job done. And so my talk today is about building the world you want to live in. And this has really been the focus of my work for the last 20 years. So if the question is for us, will this transition, how we move the world forward, will it be towards a sustainable and equitable future, or will it be the status quo perpetuating? I think about all of the companies that have happened to date and the governments that have happened to date. They have brought us to this moment where we are today. Some good things, and around the climate crisis and worldwide income inequality, it also is what brought us to this moment today. So it is for us innovators and us entrepreneurs to change and transform this. It is on us to make this transition because the status quo will give us more of the exact same. So 21 years ago, look how young I look, I co-founded Zipcar. Zipcar is a car-sharing company where you can rent cars by the hour and by the day. When I did it, it was a crazy, crazy idea. No one had ever rented a car for an hour a day. I had 3 children who were 6, 9, and 12. I'm saying this so that you can all imagine that it's possible to do this when you're having children. Today, Zipcar is the largest car-sharing company in the world. We were the first of what I would say is the sharing economy platform companies. No one had done this before in a mainstream way. And when I was doing it, everyone thought, that's a crazy idea. This will never, ever work. And why did they think it was a crazy idea? Because they were part of the status quo. And they believed everyone needs to own their own car. They believed you needed to go to a car rental agency, spend 15 minutes. They didn't think that you could trust people to do what is required, to let them get themselves into the car. They said, Robin, everyone's going to ruin the car. They're going to break it and not tell you. They're going to have car accidents. It's so expensive. How can you let it happen? And the reason I personally could do it was because I wasn't from the car rental industry. I wasn't from the car manufacturing industry. I didn't know anything about cars. What I knew about was I wanted a car personally. I personally needed a car to have my 3 children every once in a while go around. I didn't want to own it and maintain it and insure it and park it on the city street. I only wanted a few hours a week. I also knew, and I want you guys to think about this as we're in this crisis we are in today, there were new assets that I had available that I would make good use of. I knew that the internet is what makes sharing specific resources among lots of people really easy. Remember, this is 2000. I also knew that wireless was going to make it possible to get the reservation from the internet specifically to the car, so you could open it quickly with a card. And I knew that is what I personally wanted. So I had confidence. No one had done this before. No one had done the sharing economy before. No one had used wireless the way we were going to use it before. And so we went ahead. The other reason I knew that we were going to succeed is I knew that economics were on our side. In the olden days, which still persist today, you had 2 ways to buy a car. You could own your own. It's the second most expensive asset anyone owns. But you only use it 5% of the time, and it is idle 95% of the time. On average, it's about 8,000 euros a year to own and operate a car on average. The other way you could consume a car was car rental, which is 24-hour bundles. If you wanted it for 2 hours or for 26 hours, you still had to buy 1 day or 2 days. So I knew the economics were on our side. If I could get in there, everyone was always paying too much for cars, and I would let them buy just what they wanted. So it turns out that this is an organizational structure that has existed today, and that we see many, many companies, and I want to talk a little bit about this idea of leveraging excess capacity. So if you think of this here, I'm showing that Zipcar tapped into excess capacity. People were spending too much. We built a platform for participation. Everyone could get to the car without any middlemen. They could just buy it by the hour, and we invited everyone to participate. And if you think about this, this is what smartphones and apps are today. You're using the excess capacity in my smartphone, a very expensive thing that I bought, and you're now sharing that with companies around the world when you're saying, yes, you can use my asset that I bought. If you think about idle money sitting in banks, there's companies like the Lending Club that had been built on tapping your idle money sitting in banks. If you think about people who give wonderful lectures and have great knowledge, Udemy and Coursera have said we can tap into those talks and build a platform, and many people can do it. Data, Duolingo using deep AI was able to become the largest language in the world. And so I won't go through all of these, but this idea of excess capacity, I wrote about it in my book. You should look at that, but I want, if I leave you with one thing, it is look for excess capacity in your environment. It's not just physical things, it's also keystrokes, times of day, processing, big data. And if you find it, there's 3 things that you can do with it. One is you can tap that excess capacity by slicing it, which is what Zipcar did. Zipcar said, here's this big asset, and we'll let you just pay for what you want. Or you can aggregate it, which is what Airbnb and Waze have done. Airbnb, millions of little places around the world, they put onto one platform with one insurance product, one way to pay and to communicate. Or the most incredible one is you can open up that excess capacity, which is what big data does. It says, here's this amazing data. You can use it however you want. We've already paid for it. It's excess capacity. And entrepreneurs around the world have been making use of that. And I would say GPS is another example of that. So if I come to this, let me just see if I've tapped all the points that I wanted to touch today. If I think about Zipcar, what was it that made it sustainable? Instead of owning your own car, we can share a car, getting rid of all that idleness. Each car in a well-used car-sharing company is used by 30 different people. And each car replaces 16 private cars on the street, 16 private cars, 16 parking spaces, and 16 cars that are eventually going to go into landfills. So we have been able to make this asset something that is incredibly good for the environment. And for people, it's better for them, because if you don't need a car to get to work, your car is sitting there in the driveway costing you, or on the street, costing you a huge amount of money. And we need to move forward into this world of a multimodal world where I can get out, and Madrid's working hard on this, as are other major cities in the world, where my first choice is, can I walk? My second choice is, can I bike there? Then can I take transit? And then if all of those things fail, what other shared motorized vehicles do I take? Do I take a taxi? Do I take my own private car? And Zipcar and car sharing is one part of that multimodal world. So for me, when I was thinking about doing this company, and I thought, should I do this company or another company? It's hundreds of hours of work. It's going to be years of my life dedicated to it. I knew, and I want you guys to do as you start your own companies, know that I would do this thing because this thing I was creating belongs in the future sustainable and equitable world. This one thing must be part of our future. And no matter what you're working in, I work in urban transportation, but no matter what field you work in, you cannot say, oh no, in my realm, I am not, fossil fuel has nothing to do with me. We live in a fossil fuel soaked economy. There is no company, no idea, no business that doesn't have fossil fuel in it. And so it's something that you really, really need to think about, how you're going to reduce emissions 50% over the next 8 years, a huge question. So to close, we need to be building the world we want to live in, and the world we want to live in is one that is sustainable, equitable, and just, where we trust people, we believe people will be doing the best things, and we'll work hard at that every day, each of us is through our actions building this future. And so really, this is an exciting conference. You get great ideas. Have confidence. Each innovator is the right person for a certain thing, given your life experience. When I founded Zipcar, I was the right person to do that job, and that's why I succeeded. And so each one of us has our own specific life experience, our own specific education, and we are right for something. And so I want to encourage you all, choose and find your right thing, and make our world a better place, the one we want to live in. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Rob. An incredible story there. Amazing story of Zipcar company, and wonderful to see that concept of excess capacity. I think that's super, super interesting to think about. No doubt there's loads of excess capacity in all of our different industries. Our next segment is something very close to my heart and our heart here at South Summit, because of course we continue to celebrate the entrepreneurs. Our next segment is about 4 different individuals who have built incredible companies from right here in Spain, but they are making their impact across the world in the different sectors they are operating in. And it is our great pleasure to have a wonderful, one of Spain's top journalists from Televisión Española to facilitate this conversation. Please allow me to introduce to the stage Sergio Martín from Televisión Española, por favor.
Hello, hi. How are you? I'm really fine. It's an honor and pride for me to moderate this table with Spain's game changers, like you. Por vuestro bien, voy a intentar hacer preguntas en español. Me hubiera gustado haber contado con alguien como ahora nos lo va a contar Esteban, como Lingo Kids para aprender desde temprana edad, ¿no? hablar inglés, que es una de las propuestas que tú haces, ¿no? Bueno, voy a presentar a estos fenómenos, a estos monstruos, en el buen sentido. Gente de la que tengo muchas ganas de aprender y seguro que podemos aprender juntos. Antes, dejadme que os diga que, lo decía hace un momento, para mí es un honor enorme moderar esta mesa. Hace unos 4 años, aproximadamente, mi primer acercamiento a la tecnología, en el programa Zoomnet de Televisión Española, pues fue aquí, en el South Summit. Así que gracias, María. Muchas gracias por el excelente trabajo que hacéis. Algunos incluso lo teníamos muy complicado, hemos aprendido mucho gracias al South Summit, así que muchísimas gracias. Un aplauso para María y todo el equipo enorme del South Summit. Grandísimo trabajo. Bueno, y a partir de ahí, pues decía, vamos a ir conociendo cada una de estas propuestas de éxito, que lo son, y vamos a ir aprendiendo junto a ellos. Bueno, pues, en primer lugar, voy a ponerlo muy fácil, contándonos en qué consiste cada una de vuestras empresas. Por ejemplo, Carlota Piqui, te tengo aquí al lado, co-founder and executive presidente de Holaluz. ¿Qué es Holaluz?
En Holaluz conectamos personas a la energía verde, persiguiendo un propósito trascendente de conseguir un planeta 100% verde, ofreciendo a las familias y a las pequeñas empresas energía verde, que es más barata gracias al uso intensivo de la tecnología y los datos, y poniendo a las personas en el centro. No solamente las personas que son clientes de Holaluz hoy, sino llegando a un compromiso honesto y verdadero con las generaciones futuras. Esto lo hacemos con un equipo de 253 personas, basadas en Barcelona. Damos servicio a más de 378.000 familias en todos y cada uno de los códigos postales de España, incluso en las islas, en Ceuta y en Melilla. Y además, desde junio del 2020, iniciamos la revolución de los tejados y lo que estamos haciendo es transformar cada metro cuadrado de tejado que hay en España, 10 millones, en generación de energía 100% verde para todos.
No he visto un minuto mejor aprovechado desde hace mucho tiempo.
Me he entrenado bastante,
Muchas gracias. Claro, hablar de inteligencia artificial y de tratar de prever resultados deportivos viene a ser algo así como el sueño dorado por muchos, ¿no? Quiero adivinar la quiniela. Bueno, no es así. Pero inteligencia artificial, análisis de datos es lo que está detrás de Holocip. Esteban Granero, muy buenas.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
¿Qué es Holocip? Cuéntalo tú un poquito mejor que yo.
Somos una compañía bastante más pequeñita que Holaluz, pero somos una compañía científica formada por científicos que utilizamos la inteligencia artificial para reducir incertidumbre, para optimizar procesos, digamos, en la industria, pero principalmente en el mundo deportivo. Participamos en procesos de captación de datos, que es la gasolina, ¿no?, que utiliza la inteligencia artificial para aprender, y después participamos principalmente en procesos de análisis de esos datos para trasladar el análisis de la parte descriptiva, de lo que ha pasado, a la parte predictiva o a la parte prescriptiva.
Ayudar a tomar decisiones a quienes tienen que tomarlas a través de esos datos, ¿no?
Bueno, que se equivoquen menos.
Que se equivoquen menos. Ahora profundizamos un poco más. La tercera de nuestras propuestas. Bueno, no he dicho que Esteban Granero es CEO de Holocip, Ana Maikes es CEO de Neuroelectrics. Ana, dime qué te has traído el casco.
Por supuesto. Yo creo que el único motivo por el que me invitan es para que me lo ponga, con lo que si no me lo ponga yo creo que no me invitan nunca más.
No, seguro que sí, porque es muy interesante lo que tienes que contarnos. ¿Qué es Neuroelectrics? Ella lo explica muy bien con el casco puesto.
Bueno, pues gracias por la invitación. Neuroelectrics es una compañía que ha desarrollado Made in Spain, esa tecnología que ahora mismo, en tiempo real, van a ver mi cerebro, que como pueden ver mi actividad eléctrica cerebral está bastante activa porque estoy hablando, pero lo que nos gusta en Neuroelectrics es que este gorro que llevo con electrodos puede inyectar pequeñas corrientes eléctricas en el cerebro. ¿Y qué hacen estas corrientes eléctricas? Creemos que serán una nueva terapia para millones de pacientes que sufren de epilepsia, para reducir crisis de Alzheimer, para recuperar funciones cognitivas o de depresión, que es la gran pandemia que estamos sufriendo en nuestra sociedad. Entonces, como emprendedores españoles, nos da orgullo haber escalado a Boston, a Estados Unidos, uno de los ecosistemas más competitivos en los que he tenido que vivir, y la FDA hace poco nos dio el Breakthrough Designation, considerando que nuestra tecnología es de las más innovadoras y los pacientes lo necesitan. Entonces, desde Spain to the World, ¿no?, estamos muy orgullosos y esperamos cumplir el sueño de llevar esta tecnología a tantos millones de pacientes que lo necesitan hoy.
Súper interesante lo que cuenta Ana Maikes y lo bien que lo cuenta siempre. Bueno, la cuarta de las propuestas de éxito, yo ya avanzaba que ojalá me hubiera encontrado yo con Cristóbal hace mucho tiempo, estoy seguro que lo están pensando muchos. Bueno, ¿cómo surgió? Me gustaría que nos contaras, Cristóbal, bueno, en ese primer minuto, ¿no? ¿Qué es Lingo Kids? Y luego avanzamos a esa anécdota que quiera que nos contaras. ¿Qué es Lingo Kids?
Perfecto, pues Lingo Kids, nuestra misión es ayudar a las familias a criar niños y niñas alucinantes, ¿no? Entonces lo hacemos a través de contenidos que creamos en la propia empresa, desde contenido interactivo, juegos, audiolibros, canciones que distribuimos pues, en distintas plataformas como Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube y demás, y luego también tenemos nuestro producto, nuestra aplicación, donde está toda la parte interactiva, ¿no? Entonces enseñamos a niños de 2 a 8 años de edad, en inglés todo, y enseñamos de adquisición del idioma a lectura, escritura, matemáticas, habilidades blandas, ¿no?, como empatía, comunicación, soft skills en general. Ahora mismo somos 130 personas, la mayoría en Madrid, el equipo es distribuido, tenemos gente en Barcelona, en Valencia, en Estocolmo, en Londres, y damos soporte a 30 millones de familias en todo el mundo.
Bueno, como decía, súper interesante. Me dejo para después lo de la anécdota, para contar cómo surgió esa idea, y a mí, la verdad es que cuando me enteré, porque me lo contó él, me fascinó. Venga, Carlota, ya que te tengo aquí al lado, perdóname que me...
Soy la de al lado.
Eres la de al lado, de mi vecina, pues voy aprovechando ahí. Bueno, desde el principio vosotros tuvisteis aquí, ¿no? en South Summit, pues bueno, ya veis tanto el lema del encuentro, ¿no? Este Shape the Future, y todas vuestras propuestas responden mucho, ¿no? a esta idea de Spain's Game Changers, ¿no? Vosotros sois eso. Háblanos, en tu caso, desde el principio tuvisteis muy presente la apuesta por la sostenibilidad. Claro, decir esto hoy tiene mucho mérito y además hay que estar muy pendiente de ello, pero es que vosotros lo pensasteis hace 10 años y ahí no era tan obvio.
Nosotros nos conocimos, Oriol Ferran y yo, estudiando en el IES. Y ahí tuvimos un profe, José Antonio Segarra, que él nos explicó algo que para mí entonces fue una revelación. Él decía que una compañía que está bien gestionada y que es capaz de encontrar su camino hacia la rentabilidad, tiene que convertirse en una herramienta para cambiar el mundo. Esto a mí me alucinó, porque yo pensaba que esto estaba reservado o era obligación de los gobiernos o de las ONGs. Entonces nosotros, después de la graduación, estábamos ahí en un bar tomando unas cervezas, pensando en qué podíamos hacer nosotros para hacer de este mundo un lugar mejor. Y después de la tercera cerveza, to be honest, me voy a mi mochila, saco un documento en el que yo había invertido varias semanas en preparar, 50 páginas, y la primera página ponía conectar personas a la energía verde. Efectivamente, esto hace 10 años no era nada obvio, pero no había nadie en España que se dedicara a conectar personas a la energía verde de manera genuina. Hacerlo a través de la red era algo que entonces empezaba en el 2011, y además enfocándonos únicamente a cliente residencial, a cliente retail y a pequeña pyme. ¿Por qué? Porque era un sector del gran olvidado, ha sido históricamente el gran olvidado del sector energético, ha sido incluso vamos a decir, la molestia que tenían que absorber grandes compañías para poder justificar sus infraestructuras. Entonces ahí realmente esto nace de una visión de un planeta 100% verde, activándolo desde las personas.
Gracias. Esteban, también te voy a preguntar a ti por el inicio, porque casi lo mismo. Hablar ahora de inteligencia artificial, parece que el que no tiene en el bolsillo algo con inteligencia artificial parece que no está de moda, pero esto, verlo como tú lo viste hace unos cuantos años, no era tampoco nada fácil. ¿Cómo te diste cuenta que había una oportunidad de negocio dedicado al mundo del fútbol?
Bueno, porque era futbolista y convivía diariamente con, bueno, como los clubs donde yo trabajaba, pues tomaban decisiones fundamentadas pues de manera muy aleatoria, ¿no? Basándose en corazonadas, normalmente decisiones que eran trascendentales para el devenir deportivo de los propios clubs, para el devenir económico, para el bienestar de la propia afición. Y la curiosidad pues, me llevó a conectar con las personas, con la inteligencia artificial, con las personas que realmente sabían de inteligencia artificial, y preguntarles cómo puede la inteligencia artificial reducir la incertidumbre sobre esa toma de decisiones a la hora de, por ejemplo, hacer un fichaje, ¿no? Y la explicación es que si tú puedes estar más cerca de lo que va a suceder con el rendimiento de un futbolista, pues probablemente tu margen de error a la larga en muchas decisiones que vas a tomar va a ser menor, ¿no? Y en eso nos dedicamos nosotros y a eso se dedica la inteligencia artificial.
Las startups, ya lo estáis viendo, las empresas, las startups españolas, evidentemente, sois casos de éxito, no solo a nivel nacional, sino internacional. Por eso le quiero preguntar a Ana, ¿te atreves? A ver, sé que siempre dar consejos es muy complicado, pero ¿no? por el camino recorrido y la experiencia que tú llevas, ¿te atreverías a dar algún consejo a los que están empezando ahora?
Uy, me da un montón de miedo, pero bueno.
¿Qué errores no volverías a cometer?
Que lo cojan así con pinzas. Yo lo que diría es que a mí me hace mucha ilusión cuando estoy en foros europeos o americanos que cuando veo talento, me doy cuenta que el talento no tiene ni geografía, ni sexo, ni condición social. O sea, el talento sale de cualquier lugar, ¿no? Spain included, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que quizá lo que he aprendido yo de los americanos es esa capacidad en creer en ellos mismos, ¿no? Entonces el consejo que daría es realmente de que si tienes talento, y como está en todas partes, aquí hay un montón, que realmente lo cultives y vayas a por todas y seas valiente, ¿no? Porque yo creo que en nuestra cultura nos cuesta mucho creernos que somos buenos, y cuando te metes en plazas complicadas te das cuenta que, oye, que damos el callo, ¿no?
Mira, de acuerdo, Ana.
Entonces yo creo que es el Yes We Can de Obama, ¿no? Yo creo que nos lo tenemos que aplicar, o sea, cualquier emprendedor en la sala que lo dé todo, que sude la camiseta y que seguro que triunfará, porque el talento no tiene geografía, sexo ni color.
Y otra máxima que se cumple es que vamos mal de tiempo, como siempre. Eso no cambia. Le quiero preguntar a Cristóbal, cuéntanos esa anécdota, ¿cómo surge Lingo Kids, esa cuestión personal?
Sí, bueno, yo venía de pasar varios años fuera de España, había estado pues, casi 10 años entre Estocolmo y Singapur con varias empresas y tenía ganas de hacer algo en España, ¿no? Volver aquí, construir una empresa y, bueno, pensando qué hacer, básicamente, estaba en casa con mi hermana, que tenía una hija, mi sobrina, y le estaba un poco ayudando a hacer cosas y mi hermana le dijo, oye, ¿por qué no enseñas inglés? Fíjate lo que has viajado, lo que has trabajado fuera y demás. Y bueno, pues me puse un poco a enseñarla y haciéndolo pues, de la forma que hacen los niños de 2 años, ¿no? Que es jugando. Estábamos jugando todo el rato, intentando hacer cosas y demás. Y bajamos cosas en una tableta, probamos y dije, bueno, pues esto no está muy bien, voy a hacer algo yo. Empecé a hacer una cosita para ella. De ahí lo pusimos libre como un proyecto, empezaron a juntarse más gente. Dije, oye, voy a traer un diseñador y no sé cómo, pues hemos llegado aquí de repente. O sea, fue así, me liaron una cosa y otra.
Una cosa llevó a la otra. Sí. Qué maravilla, pero al final ¿no? detectasteis una necesidad de la propia necesidad que había alrededor, ¿no?
Sí, sí, sí.
Venga, vamos a repartir los 3 minutos y medio que nos quedan en 2 cuestiones que quiero que me contéis. Sigo contigo, Cristóbal. La conciencia medioambiental. Quiero que hagáis una reflexión cada uno de vosotros. Ese esfuerzo por la sostenibilidad. ¿Cómo está presente en cada una de vuestras propuestas? ¿Cómo lo está en Lingo Kids?
Bueno, lo está de la forma... Llegamos a los padres, ¿no? Al final, los padres siempre son los clientes en nuestro caso y lo que hacemos es comunicar a los padres también lo que es importante dar ese mensaje a los niños. Entonces lo hacemos a través de la comunidad de padres, a través del contenido que hacemos allí y a través de actividades que hacemos para los niños. Tenemos actividades, por ejemplo, de reciclaje, donde tienen que hacer, pues ir juntando piezas y seleccionar dónde va cada cosa que van a tirar a la basura y demás. Y haciendo actividades ahora, por ejemplo, hacemos una de energía, donde tienen que probar a construir alimentar una ciudad y poner paneles solares y poner distintas formas de energía y ver pues, qué es lo que pasa, ¿no? Cuando no hay sol, ¿qué pasa? Entonces el viento y no sé qué, y ahora el agua. Entonces, es a través del contenido, a través de la educación, creemos que es la mejor forma de llegar, ¿no? Empezando con edades muy pequeñitas, de 2 a 8 años, es la mejor forma.
Ana, ¿cómo está presente esa conciencia de sostenibilidad en vuestro proyecto?
Bueno, yo creo que en el sector salud, que es en el que yo opero, el concepto de la terapia a domicilio a mí es algo que me parece fascinante, ¿no? Porque el hecho de que nuestra tecnología se puede utilizar en casa, ¿no? Hacer terapia en casa de una enfermedad relacionada con el cerebro es algo que no pasaba antes, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que en el sector de salud, todo lo que es digital health, tendemos a mover, ¿no? La terapia y el diagnóstico a casa. Y yo creo que eso va a cambiar muchas de las dinámicas que se han tenido en salud hasta ahora, con lo que yo creo que es un futuro prometedor de que realmente estemos todos telemonitorizados y tratados en nuestras casas.
Esteban, en vuestro caso, ¿cuál es el vector?
Bueno, nosotros somos una empresa comprometida con el medio ambiente, seguimos nuestros protocolos y queremos convertirnos, probablemente lo consigamos próximamente, en una empresa neutra. Y también estamos en el proceso de ser B Corp, así que estamos concienciados como empresa y luego, como segundo vector, entiendo que la inteligencia artificial es absolutamente clave a la hora de conseguir esa eficiencia en diferentes sectores, por ejemplo, en el energético, que van a tener todas las ciudades inteligentes de las cuales se está hablando tanto, como protocolos a seguir constantemente. Es decir, la inteligencia artificial va a ser clave en la sostenibilidad también.
En 20 segundos, Carlota.
Nosotros somos todo sostenibilidad. Somos una compañía con operaciones solamente en España, pero con influencia mundial. Somos la compañía número 1 del mundo en ESG, Environmental, Social and Governance, en compañías eléctricas, y fuimos la primera compañía eléctrica europea de obtener el certificado B Corp.
Gracias. Una más. Os voy a pedir una última idea, una última reflexión. Un titular para dejarnos ahí dándole vueltas, para dejarnos pensando. Esteban, por ti empiezo.
Bueno, diría que la inteligencia artificial, que es a lo que yo me dedico, te traslada de saber qué es lo que ha pasado a saber qué es lo que va a pasar y, lo más importante, qué tengo que hacer yo para que pase lo que yo quiero que pase, ¿no? Ahí trabajo lo FIT.
Buen titular. Ana.
Bueno, yo diría el titular que me inspiro mucho en mi día a día en Ramón y Cajal, ¿no? Que es considerado el padre de la neurociencia, ¿no? Y yo creo que vamos a ver unos años que va a ser la era del cerebro, ¿no? Vamos a descubrir cosas del cerebro, el órgano más complejo que no entendemos, y va a revolucionar nuestras vidas de maneras que ni siquiera podemos imaginar. O sea que va a ser una buena época para el cerebro.
Esteban.
Cristóbal,
perdona. Estoy en el tiempo, perdóname. Haberla dejado pasar.
Sí. nosotros consideramos que la educación es lo más importante, ¿no? El educar a los niños es lo que más va a cambiar el futuro y creemos que es el momento ahora mismo de hacerlo, estamos haciéndolo. Entonces, ¿cómo personalizar la experiencia? ¿Cómo crear un Aristóteles digital donde cada niño tenga un propio tutor? Es lo que queremos hacer y si hay alguien que quiera unirse a nuestro equipo, estamos contratando ahora mismo.
Sí, pues ahí ha dejado algo interesante, Cristóbal. Y último titular, Carlota.
Todos y cada uno de nosotros podemos cambiar el mundo. Desde las compañías en las que estáis, ejecutando cada día, luchando y sudando la camiseta por sacar hacia adelante vuestras ideas y también sumándose a la revolución de los tejados.
Qué bonito. Un aplauso por ellos. Muchas gracias a Carlota Piolaluz, Lingo Kiss, Cristóbal, Diema, Neuroelectric, Ana Maikes y Olocip, Esteban Granero. No hay tiempo para más. Time is over. Muchas gracias por la confianza. Como diría aquel, devolvemos la conexión a estudios centrales. No sé si debería decir a estudios reales. Gracias.
Gracias.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Carlota, Ana, Sergio, Esteban, and Cristobal. What an amazing example of the innovation that is coming out of Spain and touching all these different markets in all these different countries across the world. So if ever we needed reinforcement that we are more than capable of facing the challenges in front of us, these companies and these examples of incredible entrepreneurs makes us feel confident and lets us know that we can do it. And now, moving swiftly along, it is my great pleasure to invite to the stage His Majesty the King of Spain.
Thank you very much. Buenos días a todos. Good morning. Realmente es un placer enorme estar aquí hoy. Y sí anima mucho, no solo ver un aforo lleno, que estos días no es fácil, aunque ya vamos recuperando espacios, pero sin duda ver tanta gente joven, tanto talento, y en un momento crítico, sin duda, María, el organizar esto y mover toda la energía que queremos y necesitamos que se mueva es un éxito fantástico, así que enhorabuena por haberlo logrado y ánimo. Ministra de Industria y Comercio y Turismo, gracias por acompañarnos. Alcalde, gracias por acogernos aquí en la nave, un lugar sin duda muy especial para Madrid, lleno de oportunidades, de energía, de positivismo de cara al futuro y sin duda pues para Madrid es un polo de innovación fundamental. Y bueno, María, presidenta y fundadora y todo, Factotum aquí de Startup, todos la conocéis bien. María, gracias por vuestra invitación. Sin duda es un placer volver al South Summit. Saludo también a otras autoridades que están con nosotros, a los patrocinadores, partners, coorganizadores, a los ponentes, a todos los que participáis en este South Summit. Bienvenidos a Madrid, bienvenidos a España. Sin duda es una jornada de enorme significado para todos, tener la oportunidad de volver a reunirnos un año más, este año mucho más presencial que el año pasado. Es un hito importantísimo después de todo lo que hemos vivido, después de todo lo que ha ocurrido con la COVID-19. Just another word in English. It's certainly an incredible opportunity to be back in South Summit, to meet once again. If we look back a year and a half or 2 years of what's happened, it's not just anything to meet,
to gather, to organize events. And so having lived what we lived, and without forgetting all those that we have lost, we have to move forward. We have to engage the future. And this sort of event is really exciting for all that, and I congratulate all of you. It's a huge milestone and a huge step forward. 2020 fue un año en el que, sin duda, por obvias razones, se impulsaron muchísimo las relaciones virtuales, todo el online, todas las telecomunicaciones, en muchísimos sectores que antes pues, entraban de forma tímida a este mundo. Si bien es cierto que se había avanzado mucho, la infraestructura estaba, el conocimiento estaba, muchos servicios, pero en estos 2 años la aceleración ha sido extraordinaria. Todos hemos tenido, pues, unos más fácil, otros más forzados, pero todos hemos tenido que adaptarnos a un nuevo entorno de teletrabajo, de videoconferencias, ya plenamente incorporadas a nuestras rutinas diarias. Un entorno en el que la conectividad es sin duda una de las señas de identidad de esta revolución tecnológica y digital de la que todos estamos siendo testigos y partícipes. Un saludo especial a todos los emprendedores. Muchos de los aquí presentes sabéis que el South Summit nació hace ya 9 años, parece mucho tiempo, con todo lo que hemos vivido, pero fue una respuesta valiente ante una situación de crisis muy grave, económica, mundial, pero que en España tuvo un impacto especialmente duro, con el fin de potenciar, sin duda, el emprendimiento, de convertirlo en la verdadera fuerza motriz de la economía y también un escaparate, de hacerlo un escaparate de nuestro talento, de nuestra capacidad de innovación, de las oportunidades que había en España para hacer negocio y del enorme talento que había para innovar en compañías, en personas, en instituciones, en todo. Desde entonces, y he podido comprobarlo en algunas ocasiones en las que he podido acompañaros, South Summit no ha hecho más que crecer, llegando a transformarse en la principal plataforma de conexión del ecosistema emprendedor del sur de Europa, y lo que permite a su vez, pues, sin duda, proyectar una magnífica imagen de un ecosistema emprendedor español de indudable calidad. Hoy hemos podido comprobar unos ejemplos, pero está lleno de ejemplos de tantas personas que os habéis reunido y que habéis venido a este gran acontecimiento. Podemos decir con orgullo que España cuenta con un modelo de emprendimiento caracterizado por el alto dinamismo. El número de empresas de nueva creación, las startups, aumenta constantemente. Existen innumerables proyectos ligados a las universidades, a los centros de investigación, a incubadoras, que solo afloran cuando adquieren cierto tamaño o una presencia ya sólida en el mercado. Pero el South Summit, aquí tienen la oportunidad de darse a conocer mucho antes y estáis llenos de ejemplos, ¿no?, que en el pasado pues, se dieron los primeros pasos aquí de lanzarse al mercado, al gran público, y hoy ya muchos de ellas son empresas muy consolidadas y grandes líderes en sus sectores. Me gustaría destacar que nuestro país cuenta con 2 grandes o principales centros de innovación tecnológica. Lógicamente, Madrid y Barcelona lo son, y lo son entre los 6 primeros por número de startups de Europa. Pero lo que realmente es interesante es observar el dinamismo de otros polos tecnológicos existentes repartidos por toda la geografía española, especializados en áreas distintas, más concretas, por ejemplo, Málaga, Bilbao, Valencia, Galicia, Canarias, por todos lados. Hay un ambiente de innovación, hay un ambiente de estar al día, de querer estar en vanguardia y de querer ser parte de esta revolución tecnológica. Toda esta actividad de innovación está, sin duda, captando atención internacional. De hecho, casi todas las semanas se conocen proyectos muy interesantes de empresas extranjeras que optan por España para realizar actividades de innovación, invertir en nuestras startups, instalar centros de desarrollo tecnológico, construir centros de datos o data centers, contratar a desarrolladores, en fin, muchísimas actividades que tienen que ver con todo esto, y esto sin duda nos debe animar. Contamos con unas magníficas infraestructuras tecnológicas fundamentales, un rápido despliegue del 5G, importantes proyectos de cable submarino, gran proliferación del número de centros de datos de gran capacidad, en fin. Pero sobre todo tenemos que destacar una mentalidad abierta al cambio que caracteriza a nuestra sociedad y se articula mediante una amplísima red de centros de formación de profesionales, de parques tecnológicos, de incubadoras y aceleradoras. La reciente proliferación de lo que se puede llamar ya con total normalidad como nómadas digitales, que teletrabajan desde España para otros negocios en otros lugares del mundo, es otro claro ejemplo de que nuestro país es un destino muy atractivo para muchos profesionales que trabajan en el sector de forma digital, de forma remota. Las grandes corporaciones han asumido con convencimiento la necesidad de innovar de forma abierta y colaborativa, lo que crea también un efecto arrastre. En definitiva, el South Summit permite conectar agentes clave y crear una comunidad de emprendedores, mentores y empresas consolidadas. Y es importante destacar también que la Administración pública, involucrada en los sectores del emprendimiento tecnológico, ENISA, CEDETI, Red.es, ICO, ICEX, también las comunidades autónomas, los ayuntamientos, el sector público ha decidido impulsar y potenciar este encuentro ya de alcance internacional. Y al terminar me gustaría también, por supuesto, dar la enhorabuena a todas las empresas finalistas en esta edición de South Summit y también en general a todos los emprendedores, porque sin duda os unen valores ejemplares, valores necesarios para toda la sociedad en este momento, el esfuerzo, el valor, el compromiso, la dedicación. Gracias por vuestra actividad, por vuestra creatividad, por vuestra capacidad de anticipación y también, como decíais antes, por creer en vuestros proyectos y llevarlos a cabo, porque sin duda contribuyen a hacer de la nuestra una sociedad mejor, y de eso se trata, porque contribuyen a que España sea hoy un país innovador. Os animo, por supuesto, a continuar, a que consolidéis este gran encuentro, este punto único de atracción de talento y de capacidades. Espero que esta edición sea, sin duda, tan o mucho más fructífera que las anteriores. Y al declarar inaugurado este South Summit de 2021, sin duda hago mío vuestro lema de Shaping the Future, de modelar ese futuro para que al fin y al cabo sea un futuro mucho mejor para todos, mucho más inclusivo y mucho más sostenible. Gracias. Adelante.
Thank you, Your Majesty. The opening ceremony has now concluded. Please stay in your seats, please, until His Majesty leaves the auditorium. Thank you. Por favor, que se quede en su sitio, por favor, hasta que se sale Su Majestad. Del auditorio y de todo, por favor.
Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water, and I think of all the things that you're doing. In my head I paint a picture, 'cause since I've come home, well, my body's been a mess, and I missed your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, Valerie, Valerie. Did you have to go to jail? Put your house on up for sale? Did you get a good lawyer? And I hope you didn't catch a tan. Hope you find the right man who'll fix it for you. And now you're shopping anywhere. Change the color of your hair. You're busy.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for making it. Come on in. Grab a seat right here at the front. The whole auditorium is yours, and you're not going to want to miss the next segment. Feel free to come right in, take a seat right at the front. There's a couple of seats here. Join us, because now we have a super exciting segment. This next conversation is going to be facilitated by me, but I have a small role to play because we have two giants, galacticos, from their industries participating in the next segment. The next conversation is going to talk about innovation and entrepreneurship in times of change, and we were so thrilled to be able to get these two individuals together. Very, very excited to hear about their insights and thoughts in terms of what's happening in entrepreneurship and innovation in these times of constant change. We have connecting from Miami, the wonderful Marcelo Claure, who is CEO of SoftBank Group International. And here with us on stage, for a huge round of applause, please, for José María Álvarez Payete, the chairman and CEO of Telefónica. José María, thank you for being here today. I have a little echo. Just checking that. Maybe you need to silence Marcelo. Hello. Marcelo, are you on mute? Just checking the sound. 1, 2, 1, 2. It's live. Here we go. Just checking the echo. Marcelo, we can see you. We have you live on stage. Now, bueno, José María, eso ha ido mejorando, pero no a la perfección. A la perfección no llega, ¿no?
La conexión funciona.
La conexión funciona. We have made contact. Eso sí, pero es una maravilla cómo ha avanzado todo, pero también con un poco de paciencia.
Sí.
Sí, sí, sí.
Siempre es necesaria.
Efectivamente. Que justo me voy a ver. Sound okay? Do we have connection with Marcelo? Gonna grab a little bit of water. Almost there. Hello, how are we doing? Sorry, how are we doing? Sí. Yeah, and we'll just wait. You give it a minute. Vale. Vale, ok. José María, vamos a empezar charlando un poco de lo que tenemos previsto, que
Perfecto.
es justo eso, la aceleración de las tecnologías, ¿no?, en momentos de COVID-19, ¿no?, de cómo se han esforzado el mundo, las personas, las empresas, las grandes, las pequeñas, de todo, acelerar en temas tecnológicos, ¿no? Y cuando está correcto y conectado bien nuestro amigo Marcelo, que se va a juntar a la conversación. Entonces, ¿cómo lo habéis vivido? ¿Cómo habéis visto esa aceleración tecnológica durante la pandemia? ¿Qué impacto ha tenido en el ecosistema emprendedor que habéis visto?
Bueno, en primer lugar, un placer estar contigo, Liz, un placer estar con Marcelo. Marcelo le conozco hace muchos años por la región, por Latinoamérica, y gracias a María por organizar este evento magnífico. Para nosotros es un honor estar aquí. Bueno, la diferencia que tiene este evento comparado con otros es que ahora hemos pasado por terreno muy inexplorado. Nadie estaba preparado para esto. Desde luego os puedo asegurar que ningún manual del Grupo Telefónica estaba escrito cómo dirigir una empresa en tiempos de una pandemia. Y por lo tanto a nosotros nos sorprendió y de un viernes a un lunes tuvimos que tener a 120.000 personas teletrabajando. Jamás nos hubiéramos atrevido a hacer eso como experimento. Pero lo más importante es que tuvimos a todos nuestros clientes haciéndolo todo desde sus casas, teletrabajando, educándose, viendo vídeos, comprando, toda su actividad normal de un día normal, haciéndola desde las casas. Y claro, la red nunca se pensó para eso. Y por lo tanto nunca pensamos que íbamos a tener al 100% de la población en el extremo de la red. Y afortunadamente funcionó muy bien por todas las inversiones hechas, porque cómo hubiera sido la pandemia sin un funcionamiento adecuado de las redes de comunicaciones, pues hubiera sido muy distinto. De hecho, cuando uno compara esta pandemia con la pandemia anterior de 1919, la mal llamada gripe española, pues lo único que hay de diferente es que el mundo no se ha parado, el mundo ha seguido. Y aquí la primera nota es que nos damos cuenta que no hay dos vidas, una vida digital y una vida analógica, solo hay una vida. Y cuando la vida analógica se para, pues se refugia en la vida digital, son como que se han fusionado. Le hemos perdido el miedo a la digitalización porque no nos ha quedado más remedio. Como te decía, yo no me hubiera atrevido nunca a mandar a 120.000 personas de Telefónica a teletrabajar desde sus casas. Y eso nos ha producido un efecto muy interesante. Cosas que nosotros pensábamos que iban a pasar dentro de 5 años, están pasando ahora. Cada semana de confinamiento es como si hubiera sido un año de digitalización. La gente que todavía le tenía miedo a utilizar su tarjeta de crédito para pagar online, pues no le ha quedado otra. La gente que no sabía si la educación se podía digitalizar al 100%, pues los colegios han tenido que digitalizar o por lo menos digitalizar sus contenidos. Las empresas pequeñas, medianas o que todavía no habían dado el paso a la nube no les ha quedado otra. Y claro, eso ha supuesto una explosión de tráfico brutal y una adopción brutal. Con lo cual, todas las tendencias que veíamos antes y la importancia que tenía el emprendimiento en torno al mundo digital, pues se ha acelerado por un factor de 5 años. Lo vemos en el volumen de inversión. En el caso de España, el volumen de inversión en emprendimiento es ahora 4 veces lo que era el año pasado. Lo vemos nosotros, por supuesto, en lo que pasa por nuestras redes. Vemos que todos los ecosistemas que se habían diseñado antes, en nuestro caso, pues lo que fue inicialmente Wayra hace ya 10 años, o lo que ha sido después los fondos, ahora con el lanzamiento de LeapWins hemos lanzado otro fondo conjuntamente con gente extraordinaria como Iñaki, Karina y Miguel Arias, para acelerar la parte que ya cuando dejas de ser startup, es decir, esto se está acelerando. ¿Problemas que le vemos? Pues cuellos de botellas que tenemos que eliminar. Creemos que en el caso de Wayra tenemos la experiencia de haber acelerado ya más de 1000 startups y vemos todavía que hay sesgos, ¿no? Solo el 20% de las startups aceleradas por Wayra son mujeres. O sea, todo lo que podamos hacer para equilibrar eso equilibrará también la atracción de talento al ecosistema emprendedor. Por lo tanto, muchas lecciones aprendidas, muy interesante, tiempo apasionante y ahora pues con el añadido de haber vivido algo que ha sido una desgracia que ha dejado a mucha gente detrás, pero que ha actuado como una máquina del tiempo. Nos ha llevado 5 años más adelante.
Es alucinante. Perdón, José María. Marcelo tenemos, ¿verdad? Que le iba a dar justo paso ahora. Vale, vale, lo siento.
Es una pena porque charlar con Marcelo es súper interesante.
Justo le iba a dar paso yo, le iba justo a dar paso. Sí, justo le iba a dar el paso. Ah, no nos escucha. Marcelo no nos escucha a nosotros, así que no le puede participar en la conversación.
Bueno, una pena.
Porque nosotros sí le hemos visto, le hemos escuchado. Sí, justo iba a darle paso. Vale, venga. Mira, eso es innovando. Sobre la marcha, como tiene que ser siempre. Marcelo no nos escucha, desgraciadamente, así que no puede ser una conversación fluye, pero nos puede hablar y nos va a intervenir y participar y saludarnos sus minutos y continuamos con la conversación. ¿Ok?
Perfecto.
Vamos a Marcelo, entonces.
¿Qué vamos a hablar, Alonso?
There we go, Marcelo.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos. Es difícil porque no los puedo escuchar directamente, así que no se pueden pasar las preguntas.
Claro, estamos hablando de tiempos como se ha acelerado la pandemia, todo el mundo tecnológico y la innovación. Sí, vale, perdona, lo siento, ya está. No llega. Hemos intentado todo lo que hemos podido y no podemos conectar con Marcelo en la manera que queríamos hacer. Continuamos, José María. Muchísimas gracias por tu paciencia. Hablando de toda la revolución tecnológica que se ha creado la pandemia, el impacto directamente en el ecosistema emprendedor, miramos un área específicamente, es lo primero que habías dicho, 120.000 empleados trabajando en remoto. Y vamos a entrar a hablar el futuro del trabajo. ¿Cómo lo estáis viendo vosotros, tanto como organización como para vuestros clientes, etcétera? ¿Cómo va a ser el futuro del trabajar en remoto? ¿Qué vamos a ver ahora en el futuro, ya dado que hemos dado este cambio? ¿Cómo se han cambiado las reglas?
Pues ha sido espectacular. Como te decía, nosotros siempre habíamos tenido la opción de teletrabajar y teníamos personas de nuestro equipo que se acogían. Nuestra directora financiera de Control y Finanzas, Laura Basolo, teletrabajaba 2 días a la semana desde Bilbao y eso funcionaba, pero nunca habíamos hecho un experimento masivo. Teníamos las plataformas, por supuesto, tenemos una conectividad excelente, pero nunca nos hubiéramos atrevido a testarlo de esta forma. Y no nos quedó más remedio. Y funcionó. Teníamos gente en el terreno haciendo el mantenimiento de las redes y la supervisión de las redes. Fuimos capaces de medicalizar hoteles en 24 horas. O sea, fue increíble lo que fuimos capaces de hacer. Pero claro, nos dimos cuenta de que se ha abierto una opción nueva y es cómodo. Es cómodo porque evita desplazamientos y por lo tanto puedes optimizar mejor el tiempo. Nos hemos dado cuenta también que desde un punto de vista del trabajo, el trabajo sale. Y ahora lo que hay que ver es qué impactos tiene. Y a mí me gustan mucho las cosas que se pueden medir, en el sentido de que en la productividad ha aumentado o ha disminuido. La verdad es que el tiempo que te ahorras en desplazamientos hay mucha gente que lo dedica a trabajar porque tiene cosas que hacer y demás. También es verdad que las cosas salen y por lo tanto hay que medir qué ha pasado con la productividad. Yo tiendo a pensar que la productividad probablemente incluso puede que haya aumentado, pero ¿eso significa que es bueno el 100% del teletrabajo? Yo siempre he pensado en todos los ámbitos que hay cosas que no se pueden digitalizar. La empatía, el compañerismo, la forma de hacer las cosas. En Telefónica hay una forma de hacer las cosas desde hace 96 años. Como con la vocación al cliente, el trabajo en equipo, las tormentas de ideas, esas cosas no se digitalizan bien. Pues yo creo que el futuro del trabajo va a ser un futuro híbrido. Tendremos que quedarnos con la flexibilidad que nos da el teletrabajo, pero yo tiendo a pensar que un 100% de teletrabajo hace que pierdas intangibles como la cultura. Estamos intentando desarrollar KPIs de productividad, de forma que nos lo pueda medir con cómo era antes de la pandemia, pero también de cultura, de cómo se hacen las cosas. Y luego una cosa que ha tenido esta pandemia, pero que ya venía pasando desde antes, es que como ha acelerado 5 años lo que venía ocurriendo, el impacto sobre el mercado del trabajo también lo está acelerando. Probablemente de aquí a los próximos 9, 10 años, una tercera parte de los trabajos que hoy conocemos van a ser alterados, de alguna forma. El World Economic Forum dice que el año que viene habrá probablemente 300 millones de puestos de trabajo en cosas nuevas. Y, sin embargo, hay cuellos de botella. Hay gente cuyos trabajos se ven afectados por la digitalización o el uso de la inteligencia artificial y hay escasez en otros lados. Entonces, yo creo que vamos a tener un mercado del trabajo en donde vamos a tener que hacer un esfuerzo todos. Por supuesto, formar desde edades tempranas, pero no solo en STEM, también en ciencias sociales. Y ahora explicaré por qué. Creo que hay que hacer un esfuerzo brutal en las universidades por adaptarlas a los nuevos contenidos. Pero creo que hay que hacer un esfuerzo muy importante desde el punto de vista de las empresas de hacer programas de entrenamiento de nuestra gente. Nosotros, por ejemplo, en Telefónica tenemos el mayor programa no me gusta la palabra en inglés, pero es la mejor que he encontrado, que es Reskilling. Tenemos 20.000 personas de Telefónica de España formándose en capacidades nuevas que sabemos que vamos a necesitar y son gente que tiene la experiencia del grupo Telefónica. Todas las empresas vamos a tener que hacer un esfuerzo en formar continuamente a nuestra gente para poderla adaptar a este nuevo mundo. Y luego estamos experimentando cosas fantásticas. No sé si habéis oído hablar de 42. 42 es una escuela de programación que se inventó en Francia, la inventó Xavier Niel, que básicamente no da título académico, no tiene profesores, no tiene clases. Está basada en gamificación, tiene 21 niveles donde tú vas construyendo tu recorrido. No necesitas saber nada de programación antes. Tenemos gente desde 18 a 60 y tantos años. Y lo trajimos a España, abrimos la convocatoria y en las primeras 300 plazas se nos apuntaron 18.000 personas. De gente que está en todos los ámbitos de su vida, desde gente que está acabando el colegio, la secundaria, hasta gente que llevaba 10 años trabajando, profesionales, mujeres profesionales que habían interrumpido su carrera por maternidad y que quieren enfocarse en hasta jubilados que quieren. O sea, lo que quiero decir con esto es que nunca es tarde para formarse, que la pandemia lo ha cambiado todo, que el futuro del trabajo será híbrido, pero que todos tenemos que cambiar la forma de aprender a aprender y a tolerar la frustración.
Sí, entiendo, me encanta. Has sacado unos ejemplos maravillosos ahí en cómo implementar eso y convivir con ello y realmente mirar qué talentos que tenemos y dónde podemos apostar por nuestras fortalezas y mejorar las áreas en que podemos mejorar para llevarlo todo adelante, ¿no? Y es muy inspiracional, la verdad, es lo que estamos viendo. Volviendo a un tema que también hemos tocado esta mañana, que estamos, claro, con todo el Summit y todo el programa y todos los invitados que están viendo también, compartiendo mensajes del reto que tenemos en adelante, ¿no? A nivel de la transición a una economía verde, al tema de sostenibilidad. Nosotros, por ser South Summit y por ser con María Benjumea, estamos siempre súper positivos en las cosas y vemos una oportunidad que Gonzalo Muñoz, que estaba antes, ha puesto las pilas y dado un poco de miedo a la gente, que hay un reto importantísimo, no se puede denegar, pero hay un montón de oportunidades en eso. Lo vemos como una nueva aceleración, como la digitalización, pero la transición a la economía verde, que toca todas partes. Y específicamente en esas áreas quería saber de vosotros cómo lo estáis viviendo, qué cambios estáis contemplando vosotros y el impacto justo a nivel tecnológico del 5G, por ejemplo, en ya acelerar más esta revolución tecnológica que ahora nos viene también con todo el reto tan gigante que tenemos en adelante.
Uy, me encanta la oportunidad de explicaros que cuando uno viene a este evento, claro, esto es el South Summit, emprendedores, dicen, Telefónica. Claro, es que vosotros pensar que nosotros nacimos hace 96 años para vender voz y la voz no la quiere comprar nadie ya. Y por lo tanto nos tenemos que reinventar. Y lo que vemos que pasa por nuestras redes de desafíos, incluido el medioambiental, es brutal. El 40% del tráfico que hoy va por las redes de Telefónica ya no es humano. Y por lo tanto la transformación es brutal. Una red de fibra, que es lo que nosotros hemos desplegado, consume el 30% de la energía de una red de cobre. Y el 5G nos va a permitir, sobre una red de fibra, aplicar una virtualización de toda la radio y, por lo tanto, softwareizar las redes y hacerlas mucho más eficientes. No solo para nosotros, que también, sino para todos nuestros clientes. Por daros algunos datos, Nosotros ya en los 4 mercados principales donde estamos, España, Reino Unido, Alemania y Brasil, el 100% de la energía que consumimos es renovable. Nos hemos comprometido a neutralizar nuestra huella de carbono en el 2025. Pero es que todo lo que nosotros digitalizamos o aplicamos inteligencia artificial en nuestros clientes tiene un impacto inmediato en reducir la huella de carbono. El 5G, voy a decir va a ser, porque nos queda la fase del 5G standalone, la parte de virtualización de la radio, la que estamos ahora no es un 5G puro, pero el 5G sin la fibra no te permite eso, porque puedes tener mucha capacidad en la parte de radio, pero no tienes en la parte de transporte terrestre, ¿no? El 5G y la fibra es la revolución. Entonces, muchos de los problemas que pensamos que no tenían solución, como el cambio climático con las tecnologías anteriores, con esta tecnología, si no lo hacemos es porque no queremos. Y yo lo que creo es que ya no es el mundo de la revolución digital, es el mundo de la inteligencia artificial. Esto es una revolución que yo creo que la podemos hacer pacífica y la podemos hacer buena si aplicamos la tecnología para solucionar problemas. Y a mí uno de los debates que me gusta que ya no exista es sobre si este desafío existe o no, que es un desafío que tenemos que solucionar, ya es una verdad común. Ahora lo que tenemos que hacer es cuál es la forma más inteligente de combatirlo. Y yo creo que tenemos que empezar nosotros por nosotros mismos. A nosotros el adelantar al 2025, el hacernos neutros en huella de carbón, pues es un esfuerzo de inversión. El desplegar la fibra en España. Vamos a ser la primera empresa del mundo probablemente que cerremos la red de cobre. Es una red que se empezó a desplegar hace 97 años. Para el 2024-2025, que si todo va bien cumpliremos 100 años, seremos una compañía nueva con una fábrica nueva, una fábrica mucho más eficiente. Entonces, yo creo que toda esta aceleración de tecnología, todo esto que la red hace posible, es un elemento crucial para solucionar este problema. Que seamos honestos, es quizás el principal problema que tenemos, ¿no?
Increíble. Lo que me encanta es la oportunidad que hay ahí. Es increíble de saber que tenemos esas herramientas, que tenemos esas tecnologías que no están emergiendo, que están aquí, están implementando y tenemos que pues, tomar la oportunidad, hacer esa diferencia, marcarlo y crear el futuro.
Si me dejas decir una última cosa, que esta lo digo hasta en las primeras comuniones, no tenéis perdón los emprendedores si no utilizáis la red de fibra, porque hay más fibra desplegada en España que en la suma de Reino Unido, Italia, Francia y Alemania juntas. Es la mayor red de fibra de Europa y la tercera del mundo. O sea que si hay un sitio donde innovar, si hay un sitio donde utilizar la inteligencia artificial, la fibra y el 5G, ese es España.
Aquí mismo, qué lujo que tienen los emprendedores en España, ¿no? Fenomenal. Muchísimas gracias, José María. Un placer estar contigo. Gracias por venir. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Don't run away. Grab your seat because we have the second piece up, which is super exciting, and you're not going to want to miss it. But you heard it from the man himself, chairman of Telefonica, the best network and 5G network in the world. You got to use it. The entrepreneurial community got to use it. It's incredible to have this infrastructure you can build these solutions on, and the power is in our hands. And that's why we're here at South Summit, to make it happen. And the next discussion is a pretty exciting conversation. We have another 2 Galacticos from the world of technology and financial services, and I'm super excited to hear about what they're doing in their different areas regarding sustainability and related to trying to meet this incredible challenge that we have before us. Unfortunately, the founder and CEO of Cabify, Juan de Antonio, was to be here this morning, and he actually couldn't, unfortunately, but we will drive on, and we are super excited to facilitate the conversation with our 2 special guests. So please, without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage Sebastian Simetowski, co-founder and CEO at Klarna, and Carlos Torres Villa, chairman at BBVA. Warm round of applause, please. Do we have them? Do we have them? Here we go. Yes, Carlos. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Sebastian, an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for being here. Please get comfortable, grab a seat. I'm going to grab a little piece of water. If you'd like to sit on the couch with Sebastian.
Couch is fine.
There you go. Thank you so much. We're going to settle in. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having
Thrilled.
us.
Unfortunately, Juan couldn't make it, so he's feeling a little under the weather. And just this morning, unfortunately, we couldn't make that happen, so you'll have to apologize. We'll have to apologize on behalf of Juan. He's a local here, so we've had him many times at South Summit, so we're thrilled that we have Carlos and Sebastian. Very excited to hear about you guys. Now, Sebastian is CEO and founder of Klarna, a company which has irreversibly disrupted the credit industry and changed how people shop, pay, and bank in Europe and the US. And of course, our dear Carlos Torres Vila and BBVA, no stranger to South Summit, leading global bank committed to bring the age of opportunity to everyone by helping its clients improve their financial health and transition to a more sustainable future, just what we're talking about all morning here. And of course, Carlos is the chairman of BBVA, electrical engineer, educated at the MIT, and passionate about technology and innovation, keen on helping to build a greener and more inclusive future. So thank you so much, guys, for being here. Very different companies, very different backgrounds, very different profiles, with quite a similar task. So straight to the challenge at hand. This is kind of what we've been discussing all morning here at South Summit. We have a massive challenge in front of us. We're super aware of this. Gonzalo this morning, I think, half terrified the audience, talking from the United Nations perspective, the guys who are running the Phrase to Zero campaign. How are we going to face this challenge? How are we going to facilitate the transition to the green economy? Can you please share with us a little bit about what you're thinking from your own institutions? I might start with you, Carlos.
Yeah,
you give us a little bit of insight.
Thank you, Liz, for having us, and Sebastian for sharing the panel. It's too bad Juan couldn't make it. I hope he gets better soon. And thank you, everybody, for staying along. Huge challenge. I think it was Robin this morning was doing the quiz, and she summarized it that we need to evolve in a revolutionary way, which I completely agree, because we need to decarbonize in 50 years, and that is going to require massive change of behavior, but then it's going to require also a lot of investment in innovation, a lot of innovation, which was the other point that was well made this morning, in technologies that do not exist today in many areas. Because to decarbonize the economy means decarbonizing not only power and aviation and shipping, but a lot of industry, a lot of production in cement, in steel, agriculture, forestry, what have you. And for many of those sectors, we don't have a solution today. So we need to come up with that one. A lot of innovation needs to happen so that we can have the solution. In others, we do have the solution, but we need to deploy it massively. In the places where we need to develop it, we also will need to invest much. So the investment is just massive, colossal. I've seen estimates from 120, 130 trillion to 200 trillion euro. That is 5 to 7% of world GDP, which is incredibly large, which means there is a big opportunity. And that's the way we see this at BBVA. It's a must. We need to do it. Big challenge. Many things need to happen, but it's also a huge opportunity. Of course, we at the bank, we're not heavy emitters. We no bank is a heavy emitter in terms of direct or indirect emissions, scope 1 or 2. Even so, we take care of our own emissions. We are carbon neutral since last year. We have also put in place an internal carbon market so that all our businesses can see the price signal of CO2. But beyond that, what's important for us is our clients and our portfolio of investments, because we are a middleman. And certainly, we have a big impact as middlemen. We can be a catalyzer by helping our clients. And related to the purpose that you summarized, to bring the age of opportunity to everyone, what we have is a broad sustainability top of the house as one of 2 strategic pillars upon which our value proposition is based, the other being financial health. So BBVA is all about financial health, bringing financial health to our clients, and then helping them with the sustainability challenge, which is helping us, it's helping everybody, it's helping the planet. How do we help? We help through financing. We made a pledge in 2018 to mobilize 100 billion by 2025 in green financing. Since we are doing much more, we've already done 70 billion. We have doubled our pledge. So now the pledge is 200 billion to 2025. And we're going to exceed that one, I think. The last estimate I saw is that we're going to be well ahead of the 200 billion mobilizing green financing. Secondly, we're also helping our clients through advisory. So it's not just financing, it's helping them be aligned with a net zero world. We have, of course, ourselves committed to be carbon neutral by 2050. What that means is that our portfolio, our client base, needs to be carbon neutral. Most of our clients don't have a clue where they stand, mostly the small, medium-sized companies. We were talking before, Sebastian and I, how hard it is to calculate the carbon footprint for all of us, for small companies, medium-sized companies, even some large companies. So that's a first starting point to work on data and extracting value from data. Also, I think it was Esteban Granero this morning was talking about how data can help us be more sustainable. Absolutely. We need more granular data. We already have in our app in Spain, we were the first bank to bring a carbon footprint calculator to our retail clients and also to our SME clients. So, but it's a very rough estimate, including mostly the categories that have information available. The problem is when someone buys clothes or buys food, we don't know the carbon content of what they're buying, so it's very hard. But anyway, through surfacing the data, making it more transparent, through advisory, and then checking whether the key emitting sectors, the 7 or 8 that I mentioned earlier, whether our clients in those sectors are or are not aligned. We're very active in terms of engagement with the community. We were one of 5 banks that signed up to the Katowice commitment back in COP24 in Katowice. That means that we committed to align our financing flows to a net zero world. We have since then made that bigger. It became the Collective Agreement for Climate Change in New York a couple of years after that. And now we have, of course, the Race to Zero that everybody's signing up to. I could go on. Our foundations, for example, are incredibly active in this space. The Microfinance Foundation, in terms of bringing helping alleviate the income inequality in South America. We help women entrepreneurs. We finance with microcredits women entrepreneurs. We help them come out of poverty with amazing success. It was ranked by the OECD as the #1 entity in the world in terms of development aid for gender equality. Very proud of that. Second was the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, so we're ahead of them on that particular one. And we have, of course, the BBVA Foundation here in Spain with the Frontiers of Knowledge Awards. And I'll turn it over to Sebastian. I'm taking the whole panel, sorry. But one final publicity. The Medicine Nobel Prize was announced yesterday, and it was awarded to David Julius and Ardem Papatunian, or something like that. Sorry about the name. They were awarded our foundation prize this very year as well in biomedicine. Today, so that was yesterday, today we had the announcement of the Nobel Prize in Physics, 3 winners. Klaus Hasselmann, he won our Climate Change Award in the BBVA Frontiers of Knowledge Award 11 years ago. So just think about that. 11 years ago, we already had a climate change category, which of course the Nobel Prize doesn't have, but they have the physics, and they awarded him the physics. The other winner was Manube, the Japanese researcher, who was awarded the same climate change award by BBVA 4 years ago. We in total have, out of the 13 editions, 19 Nobel Prize winners. So our foundation is also great work. So basically, sustainability is core to our strategy, and we're helping our clients through financing, through advising, through engagement, and through more initiatives like the foundations.
Amazing. Congratulations, Carlos. It's dizzying what's going on, I guess. It's a big organization, even though financial services isn't the greatest emitter, as you say. Big organization, but there is an opportunity to make a change and do a lot, and it sounds like you guys are on it. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, sorry I took so long, Sebastian.
Not at all. He's getting all of the rest of the time.
Exactly, okay.
Sebastian, welcome to Madrid. Welcome
Thank
to
you.
South Summit. It's your first time here. Thank you so much for being with us. Give us a little bit more background on the company. Klarna has come on the scene hard, fast, and strong. Has now become, I think, one of the world's largest fintech companies. Super excited to see about your trajectory. So give us a little bit of background on the company, where you guys are coming from, and what is your concern in terms of creating this culture of sustainability?
Sure. Well, very quickly, we started a company. It was me and two co-founders. I was 23 back then. That's 16 years ago now, so it's been a while.
Wow.
And the original concept was very simple. It was about when people shopped online with debit cards, they couldn't, they were sending money and then hopefully receiving the product, and we gave them an opportunity to touch and feel the product before they paid for it. That worked really well. Merchants liked it, consumers liked it. And boom, here we are. And, we're now 90 million users worldwide. We do about 2 million transactions a day. We have about 250,000 retailers. We operate in the US, in most of Europe. And I think, to be honest, from our perspective, the sustainability part wasn't really a thing that we thought much of, to be honest. I think I say that to entrepreneurs today as well. It's if somebody starts a restaurant, obviously it's nice if that person is thoughtful of what they buy and what they use, but I think, your responsibility is slightly more limited. But if you become McDonald's, then you probably need to start thinking about your impact and what you're doing and so forth. So I think to some degree, Klarna was very focused on just growing our restaurant chain for a while there. But now, in the last 1 or 2 years, we've really tried to change that and really make this a big focus for us. So we don't have the amazing history that BBVA has from that perspective. The benefit we do have, however, so we thought about it in two ways. We thought some aspects are just hygiene, like you got to climate compensate for all your travel, you got to do all the kind of hygiene stuff that you should just be doing. So that's kind of taken care of. And then the other aspect was more like, how can we make a difference? What role do we play that could be interesting? And to your comments and to what Carlos said, it's I actually think one of the biggest changes already happened that's going to help us tackle this challenge. And that is, if I, 15 years ago, tried to raise money to create an electric car company to go and battle all the big giants, I was going to get the poorest valuation and the least interest of investors. So what I really needed to do back then was launch something that was much more realistic and so forth. Today, the valuation of companies is much more focused on growth companies like ourselves, growth companies that actually have crazy ambitious plans and wants to change an industry. And the people who are getting lower valuations are the established corporates. And I think actually that's a great change, because that means that there's tons of capital available today to any crazy founder or startup out there that's trying to go and do something really big. In Sweden, we've seen two fantastic examples in Northvolt, that is building a massive factory for batteries. We also now see in Green Steel that it's about changing the steel industry. These initiatives would not have gotten money 15 years ago. There was no chance. Nobody would have funded them. So that, I think, has all changed. I think, and then I also, when I speak to, because we meet with retailers and people, whether it's the Zaras or the H&Ms or the Macy's or the Sephoras, we work with all of them across the globe. And I must say that this topic today of sustainability is on everybody's top priority. It's crazy. 2-3 years ago was definitely not the case. It's just changed, which is extremely positive. So I almost get more frustrated at politicians, to be honest, because I feel like actually business people out there have really taken this to heart. They're doing the changes, they're driving it. I am familiar with a couple of the more traditional oil industry families. They were telling me they can't raise money anymore. These guys won't fund them anymore because of the change, right? So a lot of the change actually in business life has changed. At the same point of time, politicians are just babbling and not doing much. In Europe, for example, we had a trade for emission rights, and the emission we gave the economy too many emission rights, so the price of emission rights dropped to zero, and anybody could pick up an emission right. At that point of time, politicians should have stepped in and changed the price and put it up to much more expensive. But it wasn't done. And the politician initiative wasn't there on the European Union level. So I feel that, like, there's a lot of talk from politicians, but that's really where the major things can be. I feel in business, I'm not saying all businesses are great. I'm sure there's still people who are ignoring this, not doing the change and so forth. But I feel the energy and the passion and the interest is really there. And I think also from a kind of media and journalist perspective, there's really a change of like what's in fashion and unfashion, and that's important. Like, it's important that being sustainable is in fashion, because that drives decision-making for everyone. So it's actually important that we talk about it, that it's being highlighted, that companies that are not doing it are being exposed and stuff like that, all of that. So I feel a lot of the changes there. I really feel that the politicians are the ones who are the furthest behind in actually putting real actions.
Yeah, I understand, and we can see that happen, and I love to see your passion and how you talk about this.
And I would add one more thing on for us, for Klarna then, from sustainability, we asked ourselves, what can we do, right? And I'm also, I'm a mix of I was brought up in a very left family with like almost a communist father, and then like, now in the economy, so like I have this mixed emotion to all of these things. But one thing that I truly believe in is that there's a lot of people are in different situations. A company like Klarna, for example, when we want to do something, it's like, how do we encourage people to take the right decision? I don't want to force and put, mandatory things in, because I was talking to, I was in an Uber drive, I was getting an Uber in Stockholm with a lady, a mother who was, she was a refugee from Iraq who had to flee because she was forced to be married with a man and couldn't live with him, and she had to leave her children behind, and now she had new children. She was like, and she was obviously working really, really hard to sustain her new family in Sweden. Like, I think it's unfair of me to go and ask her, did you buy the right sustainable clothing at this point of time? Like, there's going to be a difference for different individuals, but I think it's fair to ask others. So what we're trying to do is rather create environments in which we can help people take the right decisions. So we also done the carbon footprint on all of our transactions. The benefit Klarna has is we do have digital receipt. We have SKU level data, so we have much richer data than BBVA and other banks have. We understand exactly what product you bought, and it allows us to actually create a very rich view. We're still early and we're still learning, but there's a benefit to us. And there we felt like, that's interesting. What if we can help people say, if you buy this sweater versus that sweater, it's actually better, right? Like, not forcing you to do it, not deciding for you, but telling you at least what are the consequences of your decisions. That's kind of what we're trying to do.
Excellent. Yeah, I suppose giving people power, giving them the opportunity, information, to facilitate and making their decisions. It's very inspiring for me and for the entire audience to kind of see what different types of approaches, both two different very companies, but taking it really, really seriously are doing, and I'm excited about that. And again, thank you for being for that. And even the fact that we're here and we're having these conversations. So this 3 days of a program, we're having these conversations again and again and again. And it's not just with the big emitters, it's about everybody in every sector, companies big or small, and kind of what can you do to participate? Because the whole point is we're here to try and move from talking to action and really take action. And this is a community of startups and entrepreneurs and investors and corporates and innovators and everybody in between who likes to get things done. So that's really what it's about. So I'd like to ask you guys maybe slightly more briefly, because you've got much more detail on what you're doing. And I know it's awesome. This is what we want, right? We could be here for an hour. Unfortunately, we don't have it. Can you give us a little snippet of advice for this community and for this audience? Be it we have corporates, we have investors, we have loads of entrepreneurs who are maybe starting their companies, scaling their companies, investing in new things, running their businesses, running corporates. What kind of advice could you share or give them with the experience that you now have, both as a corporate and as a mega startup, in what you've done and kind of what you've learned along the way, and how can you help advise, I suppose, this community in terms of how to implement maybe some of the things that you guys have already implemented or something similar?
Do you want to start?
Yeah, I was just thinking, I'm not sure I have advice to myself. I feel so difficult to advise others because you're kind of in your own business, and I think every business is different. So I'm trying to think, did you come up with something smart to say?
Well, for sure, the advice I would give, this is such a huge challenge, is the biggest disruption there has ever been to humankind, if we are to decarbonize the world. And that's just only one aspect of the sustainability challenge, because we also have the social side, which is very important as well. Bridging the inequality gap, biodiversity is also very acute. But just decarbonization, the largest disruption ever to humankind. If we're going to get to zero from 51 or 52 gigatons of emissions per year. And to do that, we need innovation. So that's the advice. Be brave. Invest in green tech because there's dire need for that in problems that don't have a solution. Then we also need a lot of financing to deploy the technology. So for those of you who are corporates or who are financiers or who are venture capitalists, we need your capital because we need to deploy 200 trillion. And about half of that, the analysis I have seen, is already profitable. So in renewables, of course, in places like Spain, in the South Summit, land of opportunity to invest in things that energy efficiency, electric vehicles, power renewables, even agriculture. Not all problems are solved in agriculture, it's a tough one. But a lot of it is, fertilizers, etc. So, on average, about 50% of the required investment already has a business case. The other 50%, we need to get there. Carbon pricing, I believe, like you mentioned, would be a critical tool. It will help actors in the economy make better decisions to abate emissions where it makes most sense. But in order to get a well-functioning carbon market, we need it to be as global as possible, to have scale and also not to have leakage. And for that, we need the emerging world to sign up. Now, the emerging world, I'll finish with this, should be among the countries leading the race to zero. And they are not. They are not. Why aren't they? Because they don't have the conviction. I think the perception is that there are other pressing issues like inequality, health, also with the pandemic, lack of infrastructure, education, informality, things that are more pressing. And this climate change is viewed as a rich world problem. I can say that because we're in Mexico, we're in Turkey, we're in Peru, we're in Colombia, and it's very different sensitivity. And so lack of conviction, that is hopefully changing, and we can build conviction. So those of you in the South, in these countries that can help, like we're doing, engage and bring the perception awareness level up. Because the other reason is lack of resources. Because they should be leading the race, because first, emerging markets are going to be the most affected, according to the UN report, the GAP report, the most affected by climate change, and is where there's huge opportunity. Because there's huge opportunity for green projects, for renewables, for land conservation, reforestation, you name it. They should be leading, and they're not because they don't have the conviction, they don't have the resources. I was saying earlier, 7%, 7% of GDP. If you look at the African continent, if you look at Asia, we're talking more 10 to 12% that you're going to need. Clearly they don't have the money. We need the rich world to help. So maybe this is not in the audience, or maybe we do have some people who are going to be decision makers in COP26 in Glasgow later this month. It would be, I think, the most important thing, to have a bolder commitment from the rich world to support the emerging world. There was a commitment back in 2009 of 100 billion per year. We haven't even reached that. And we need to step it up like one order of magnitude or more. So anyway, those would be my messages. Invest in innovation. There's a lot of innovation needed. And then invest in the big opportunity that is in front of us.
Thank you. I guess reflecting some of your frustrations that you were mentioning, Sebastian, with the politicians, but you, as a founder, you might be even closer to a lot of the community here, and people can self-identify. What advice can you give other founders just tackling this issue like everybody else? I guess you have to prioritize building my business, scaling my business, getting that done, the growth, and also participating in resolving this crisis, I guess. How do you kind of balance those? And that's somebody, I think people feel that on an individual level as well. You have a more unique perspective for this community as an entrepreneur.
Yeah, and I think actually, unfortunately, maybe people won't always agree with me. I don't think the answer is that you always have to. I don't expect, I mean, if somebody starts a restaurant again, like the ability of what you can do as a restaurant, a single restaurant, obviously you can choose to buy a little bit of better food, you can do some things, but I think there's a limitation to your responsibility. I think the responsibility grows as the organization grows, as your success grows. And so I think here in these cases, it depends. Now, obviously, if you're a startup within this field, that's kind of different. But so I think it's like, but to me, you know, when we worked very closely on this, was a couple of things. One, identify the hygiene stuff, right? Let's make sure that we just, if we can afford it, and we're there, and Klarna can because we're big enough, let's climate compensate for everything, you know, in the office, the servers, the travel, all that kind of stuff. That's fairly easy. And then the other one was just more think of like, how does this connect to our product? Let's do something, because I think there's a lot of like journalists try to attack companies called greenwashing. I don't like that terminology, because to me it's like I'm happy that anyone does anything. Like, you know, I'm just happy, like, much better that you do something than you do nothing. And then everyone's, no, they're just doing that because they want a greenwash. Like, yeah, okay, but what's the alternative? They shouldn't do anything? Is that better? Like, so I think it's like every company by themselves try to do the best that they can. I think in our case was really like, how can we do something that ties naturally into our business, that becomes part of our business? Because if it's only artificial on the side, there's always going to be a question of priorities, how important is, you know, like this versus that, and I need to survive my business, or I'm making losses, should I prioritize this thing? Like, so I think try to incorporate it in somehow into your product or in your business, then it makes a very big difference, and is more kind of sustainable. And then we try to do some things, like when we raised money last time, we pledged 1% back to the planet, so we tried to kind of create this initiative we called Give One Back. So when all the tech companies, everyone's raising a lot of money right now, so we said, like, maybe 1% of that can go back to, so we raised about $1 billion and we put $10 million back into initiatives into biodiversity and climate change and so forth. So kind of that. But again, it's easier to do when you're Klarna or BBVA, right? It's much tougher to do. And I think to some degree, you can do what you can do. Like, I don't think it should be unrealistic expectations on a small business.
Sure, of course. It's kind of a balancing act, I guess.
Yeah.
And I love your idea about trying to integrate it into the product, even though that might not be as obvious at the beginning, let's say. Briefly, we don't have a lot of time, but I would love to get both of your view. Briefly, dream scenario. We're at South Summit. We're here to dream and create and innovate and do things. What does the future look like for you?
A lot of change happening, more than ever before. We heard this morning from, I think it was Anna, was her name?
Yeah, Anna Mikes.
With the helmet on, no?
Yeah.
Talking about the brain revolution. But you have the brain revolution. You had Esteban Granero talking about AI, the AI revolution. You have robotics. You have the blockchain. You have quantum computing right around the corner. You have DNA, not just sequencing at a fraction of the cost of what it cost the first genome. It's going to be everybody born is going to be sequenced as they are born, or even before. Gene editing, you name it. It's just so many technologies that are just beginning. As they penetrate, they scale. Battery energy storage is another one. Is going to transform the world. So we're at such a time of change that there's so much opportunity for innovation. And the future belongs to the ones who come up with the ideas that are going to be there, and the incumbents, as also Sebastian was saying, if they don't change fast enough, they're going to be dead. I always say that it's critical to keep the pace of change inside the organization at least at the same level as what we have outside. So for the corporates out there, innovate, break molds, surprise the client, embrace innovation. It's critical. This is our DNA at BBVA. We will continue to do so. For those of you innovating, you have the bright future. There's never been a brighter future with all the change going on.
Everything's to be done.
Yeah, I mean, I can obviously subscribe to everything that was said, but I would also add that, like, I think the thing that I'm most passionate about right now is consumers owning their own data and finding technical support for customers to bring their data with them from whoever has that data today and go elsewhere.
Completely agree.
And there I think we're relying on the open banking. But like,
completely agree.
The problem
no, but open banking is wrong, because it should be open data.
It should be open data, I agree with you.
Because we have opened the data in banking, we need to open it in telecom. We need to open it in e-commerce, we need to open it in everything.
Yes.
This is completely agree.
And I think that, and I'm really happy to hear Carlos say that, but the point is that, like, I think, and I actually seen a change also in senior management at banks. I've
been saying this even at South Summit. You can look.
Okay, I'll go back and look at it.
No.
But I think it's but I think it's important because to me, like, there's a lot of like, oh, the big tech companies in Silicon Valley, you know, they control everything and blah blah blah. The point is, if I tomorrow could take all of my data from Facebook, all of my friends, all of my images, and move to other social network with the click of a button, then what that will create is a very different technology sector that will not compete in locking us up, in locking us in, and exploiting our data, but will compete in, okay, you have now decided to share this data with me, with this company. How do I provide the most value to you as a customer? How do I help you save time, save money, make your life better? And so a lot of the bad things we're seeing in technology around these things is from the lack of, to your point, open data and lack of mobility. And I think Europe here has an opportunity to regulate ahead of everyone else and create that environment. And it feels like we should, it's so easy for all of us. It will drive increased competition in banking, but also in other technology services. And it will benefit the consumers. And instead, and unfortunately, due to like the privacy risks that we have, we're now all sitting and accepting cookies 20 times a day, which I calculated in Europe, we spend about 157 lifetimes every day just accepting cookies. It doesn't support privacy, it only drives complacency. So here there's a massive opportunity that I'm really excited about. And if we can make that change, I think we're going to see so much more positive things come out of technology and digitalization.
Yeah, I completely agree. I wrote a column, I published a column in the FT exactly on this about 3 years ago.
Yeah, so we should...
But I'm a bit pessimistic because movement has been too slow.
I agree with you. It's been too slow, unfortunately. So,
and I think this would unlock, because there's so much value in data being shared, because data is not consumed by use. So it makes sense that we can reuse it and reuse. This is,
and for startups
Jose Maria is here in the audience. He's been advocating for this as well for so long. So completely agree.
And for startups as well, it would open so many opportunities, because really the disadvantage a startup has today is the lack of data that the big companies have, the distribution power of the big companies. So.
Access for that.
Cool.
Excellent. Well, we certainly agree on something, and let's get it moving. Hopefully it can accelerate a bit more to get to open data also. Sebastian, Carlos, thank you so much for being here with us at South Summit. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Let's go. I haven't even left you for the last chunk of time, so let me grab my notes. I know exactly who's coming. I just want to make sure I have the title of their chat correct. It's super exciting, again, conversation. How amazing was that? It was so nice to see Carlos and Sebastian there kind of ping-ponging over the ideas, and they're so obvious and palpable, the excitement that they have around those issues, particularly around how they're creating a culture of sustainability, but also on this last topic of opening up the floor about access to open data across the different industries and how that could empower the consumer and facilitate the changes to be made. That is pretty exciting. So thank you so much for staying with us. Please stay in your seats. Anybody who's coming in, grab a seat here down at the front, because you're not going to want to miss this next conversation. We have two international guests that have packed their bags, did their logistics, risked their lives, well, not quite anymore, thank goodness, to come and be here with us in Madrid. We have Vinny, who's a managing partner at Left Lane Capital, a large VC firm out in New York that have a pretty impressive portfolio, and Olivier from Aircall, which is a phenomenal new European unicorn in the customer service space. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Vinny and Olivier, please. Do we have them? We got them. Excellent. Olivier, lovely to have you. Thank you for making it. Vinny, wonderful to have you here. Thank you for making it to South Summit. Guys, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I feel nervous. I haven't spoken in front of people in a long time.
Yeah, me neither.
They need to put a screen here to make me feel comfortable. So let's get right into it. Maybe 30 seconds on Aircall, just so people know your background in the business.
Okay, so I'm Oli. I'm one of the co-founders, CEO of Aircall, and we've built a phone system that helps our customers have richer conversations, more productive conversations with their own customers.
Perfect. And I think you know what you need to from me. We're a VC firm active in North America, Europe, and I'm excited to speak with Oli today. So it is now the expectation that companies will meet their customers wherever they are. Now, you've been close to this. You've been a part of this, actually. How has 360 customer visibility and support evolved into the modern era?
So what happened, especially with COVID, but it was an underlying trend, that companies need to connect the dots. They engage with customers via multiple channels. You can, of course, have a phone call, but you can chat and you can do a ticket, you can send an email, you can meet the customer in a store. How do you collect all that data? And so we saw lately the emergence of 360 customer relationship softwares, right? Think Customer with a K, Dixa, Gorgias. And those guys, they bring everything together, right? And they connect typically tools like Aircall, like chatbots, so that when a customer engages with you, you make sure you have the full history. You know exactly what they purchased, who they talk to, if they have a shopping cart on Shopify, and then you serve them better.
Got it. So you mentioned a few names there. Let's expand on that. So for the modern company, what should the CX or sales stack look like, both from a funnel perspective and also maybe recommended vendors if you feel like making your friends some money today?
Okay, so I'm going to start like level one, very simple, no on-prem, right? Cloud, always cloud. Sounds stupid, but you'd be amazed. We're amazed by the hundreds of customers who try Aircall, come to Aircall every month, coming from on-prem solutions, like they're physical tools. And they realize those tools don't work, right? Because teams are everywhere, because they're not agile. So first one, cloud. Second step is integrating all those tools, really connecting all the data. And now you have two ways to do it. One way is you buy the full suite of product from, let's say, HubSpot. HubSpot is a great marketing tool, right? They created inbound marketing, then they expand into CRM, they expand into the customer service area. You can do everything with HubSpot. At least you make sure that all the data about the customers is collected. Or you can use a suite of integrations, right? So typically you will have whatever, Zendesk, Shopify, Aircall, Segment, Slack, whatever. And all that connected in a meaningful ways. And so you choose the best of breed, right? Yep. So a modern stack you have to choose. You can choose one solution. It's simpler, but it's typically less rich, or you can go best of breed. And we typically fall into that category, providing the best phone software that completes, a specific CRM, a specific chat, etc.
Got it. You mentioned on-prem briefly there. So on-premise solutions can make people feel more secure sometimes, especially when it comes to data privacy. Is that still a pushback or a consideration in the market?
Not so much, and especially not in the past 2 years.
Okay.
I mean, the mindsets have changed radically, right? Okay. And all the cloud providers have made tremendous efforts, and we're really very impacted this with GDPR, privacy, multi-region localization of data, giving full control to our customers on how do we handle the data, where are they located. So I think this is a vanishing concern.
Okay.
And especially in SMB, I'm typically more active in SMB. You still have large enterprise want to control that and can afford it, but I think it's progressively disappearing.
And you mentioned the last 2 years, and you briefly mentioned COVID, so let's talk about that. What did this world look like of customer support pre-COVID versus post-COVID? How have the vectors changed, the vendors changed, the buying behavior, and of course, how customers are ultimately served?
Yeah. But I guess in this room, everybody started buying more online, I guess. Yeah. Right? Everybody was kind of buying online. And then you start buying more products online, and you're less reluctant to buy even expensive products or risky products, in a sense, that you haven't tried in person. So the whole customer relationship, this interface between brands and consumer is changing. Right? It used to be the store. You go to a store, and that's where you have all the experience. Right? This is changing towards stores being experience moments. You'll go there, kind of the Apple store concept. You'll see the products, and you'll just get an experience. You'll get the brand. You touch the brand. But then you buy somewhere else, and you do the support on different channels. And so that means that all these brands, they have to redesign the customer experience. It's not only going to be about the store. The store is going to go more premium. It's going to be about how do I provide to the customer multiple channels that are adapted. An easy chat channel for small questions. A rich voice channel to get more interactive, or if it's an urgent matter. And how do I organize that and collect all this data? So this has changed a lot, right? And that's why you look at what Facebook and Amazon are doing. They're rushing to be this interface between brands and consumers, right? They want to buy the softwares that connect the brands and the consumers, because they want to be the next online store, in a sense, right? So this is a big trend. Now, the second trend is about hybrid work, right? All the companies and a lot of them turn to us saying, okay, half of my team is now working from home. How do I monitor the quality of service we're giving? You know, before you were sitting here, I can hear how you talk to the customer. I can really physically tell you, hey, come on, Vinny, come on, you missed it. Now I can't. You're at home. How do I control that? So you need to set up all the monitoring, all the analytics, all the insights. And this you can do on-prem, by the way. That's where you turn to a software like Aircall or other softwares that give you a lot of visibility on, okay, what's happening now, what has been happening, how do I train, coach my agents wherever they are. So there's two factors, consumer side and as well on our own, the team side, the support team side.
Fascinating. So let's keep looking into the future. It's not a secret that when I go to resolve a customer issue, a company is first asking me to look at their frequently asked questions. Then they're pushing me to a chatbot. Then maybe I get to chat with a human. And then if I find the phone number of the CEO, someone will hop on the phone with me. So companies are pushing and pushing and pushing to actually have more touch points, but perhaps lower cost touch points. In 10 years, how does this evolve?
Yes, that's interesting. And the fact is, we're in a business as Aircall that is getting cannibalized by messaging. That's clear, right? Myself, I really enjoy having messaging. Now, what we see in our customers is a much stronger polarization. And if you look at 5-10 years out, it's going to be the same. So you won't want to talk to someone to solve a simple problem that can be solved via a bot, via a chat, or even an email or a FAQ. Right? And this we do a lot, and fine, it solves the problem. Now, as well, customers, they want to get a better experience from the brands. And did you get any memorable moment with the chatbot? I don't think so.
Probably not.
No, it's hard, right? You do get memorable moments when you talk to a human and you have a complex problem and you say, okay, I need this, whatever, right? I set that up for my wife and it's actually not arrived. How can you, yes, I can do something for you. I can. And you're like, yes, thanks. And so voice, this live interaction gives you that possibility. Now, what will evolve, what's happening even already now and what will evolve is you really want to have a clear different strategy, distinct strategies. And so your voice interactions will be probably less in quantity, but they have to be much more in quality, which means you really want to get advice. When we look at our customers, the best performing customers are the ones who invest a lot in two things. One, technology, so they get all the data right. They're able to get the full 360 view of the customers. And two, training. They train the teams, the support teams, so that they're not here to read FAQs. Customers can do that. They're here to be consultative, to be proactive, and that's where you perform best, and especially on voice. You won't get that as well on a bot or AI or chat.
Now, one thing that we didn't touch on, what about voice powered by robots, right? Powered by AI?
Yeah, this is what we believe in that at Aircall, right? So we believe in human-to-human, in conversations, like the one we're having now. We want that to continue. But we want to enrich the conversation. So what we're typically doing in our own products and for our own customers is, get proactive, get a bot to proactively guide me and say, hey, it seems like Vinny has this and this kind of problem. You could just find a sharper answer by telling him this, or try this. And so we see bots more as enablers of a better customer service than just replacing entirely the human touch, right?
Yep, that makes sense. Customer support is obviously seen traditionally as a cost center, and sales is naturally seen as a revenue center. But those two are overlapping, especially for more consumer companies that are hoping to have touch points with their customers to retain them and to sell them more product, obviously. How do you position as a company when you think about not being a cost center, but instead being a revenue driver? And how does that relate to ultimately how you think about, pricing your service, but also how your end customers price their service while offering support?
I think that's interesting. I'll tell you, it's a funny, timely story I had last week. So with HP, right? So I just moved, and so my HP printer can't work. The only way, because it's not in the same region, same country. So you have to call the HP call center.
I didn't know that HP printers have ever worked.
Yeah, well, mine worked for my needs. Fair point. And so I get in touch with them. I call them, okay? And just give me the code I can put in my computer. First thing, I had to call 3 times. They transfer me, cut, whatever, painful. And every time I had to repeat my first name, last name, passport number, and the serial number of my printer, which is a very, very long number that I obviously don't have with me. So that was very painful. And that's about connecting the dots and saying, gosh, please, why don't you know that I just called 6 hours before, right? And finally, I got my problem solved. But they had a huge opportunity to sell me something. They have a product called Instant Ink, which is, you know, as you update your printer, they can just sell you instantly ink cartridge that you get delivered every time you need it. And they didn't do that. And that's where there's a missing link. So I don't know what software they're using or what cloud phone system, whatever they're using, but it's obviously, there's a missing link, right? Because I would have paid for that, and I might actually pay for it, but why don't you had a unique opportunity? You talked to me about an hour. So the more and more support calls, interactions with customers are an opportunity to cross-sell, and actually we see our customers having not so much support and sales disconnected, but actually you have support and experienced support agents are able to initiate the sales and drive the caller, the customer, towards the salesperson. And so there's a lot more communications, and it's very important that you have tools that are integrated and talk to each other, right? Too often, sales and support are 2 different teams, and so support is seen as a cost center, and sales are the only responsible for the growth. Well, more and more, if you just connect the data, and you connect the softwares, then you can have the customer flow saying, hey, solve your HP now. Do you want to subscribe to Instant Ink? Let me pass you to someone. With all the information, oh, okay, you're based here in Europe, cool, da-da-da. So there's actually more and more opportunities, thanks to technology, to transform support from a cost center to a profit center or a revenue center.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Some customers are impatient, let's say, but they're actually high spenders. They're high LTV customers. They are the, you know, Uber Diamond, the whatever loyalty group you want to pick. And traditionally speaking, this has been solved in a clunky way, addressing these customers' needs. They create a separate team, right? A separate phone number. They have to staff that team and train that team, et cetera. But you just outlined a future where that could potentially be done dynamically. Certain customers might actually buy more every time they get on the phone, whereas other customers just want to complain and they have no interest in buying more. When we think about how pricing and packaging evolves over time, we actually look back in time. So for example, with a consumer subscription company, something on a mobile app on your phone, when we think about how do we expand LTV, cross-sell potential, increase retention, we actually look back in time and we look at cable companies. Okay, how did cable companies handle churn? How did they introduce pay-per-view, et cetera? When I look at a lot of older industries, I look at, frankly, one of the most painful industries, the most low-margin industries, I look at the airline industry. And I see premium airlines who have business class only, all your food is included, fantastic customer service for everyone who comes there. And then I see budget airlines, which serve a really important segment of the market. And anything you want, if you sneeze, it's $1. If you cough, it's $2, right? If you want a blanket, it's $5. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I think that those are both great solutions. How does that apply to customer support, given the overlay that you just put out of, you know, sometimes it's a cost center, but maybe it could be a revenue center?
Yeah, there's, it's something we're seeing for our own needs and for our customers that, again, the market gets polarized. I think the whole world gets more and more polarized for the better or for the worse. And so some customers will look for the cheapest solution that fits their needs. Like, I want to fly there, or I want whatever. I want a phone number with a simple phone system. Okay. Some others will value at the other extreme really the customer experience more than anything. And we see more and more of our customers taking the more expensive plan, not so much for the features that we provide, but because they know if there's a problem, if they need to make changes, they will get solution engineer, professional services, immediate support, like platinum support. And the world is getting very uncertain, right? And I think many companies have had to adapt to fast-changing, like COVID conditions. And you open and you close and you reopen and you don't know your business is booming, finally not booming. And so a part of the market values the fact that when they're buying people and advice as much as they're buying a product or solution. And another part is buying just the solution, and that's it. And so there's more polarization. And I think as a company, if you can drive, I mean, the messaging you can have is very important. So you really want to articulate clear your messaging within your brand that you can find two things with me. You can find the low cost, but it does the job, that's pretty cool. Or you can find really the platinum thing that will help you solve the problems you will have in the future if you think you will have these kind of problems. And so working this messaging is very, very important for a company so that you don't get into the budget airline category, you try to have both, right? I think as a software company, specifically, you can do that. You sell online, it's not asset intensive. You don't have to get new planes, no.
Yeah.
So, but all the working, the packaging, the messaging is becoming very important.
Interesting. I see a lot of testing happening at companies like Amazon or the airlines, any really large company. And Amazon now tells me, okay, if you're more patient, we'll give you something, right? Do you, just to put a point on what we were just discussing, do you see a future where you will give me a 10% off code if I don't pick up the phone and I instead only use chat?
Yeah. To my earlier example of HP, to locate the phone number of HP, took me about 20, 25 minutes. And I ate that, no, because this is my business. This is my blood. I'm living out of that. Yeah. And so, and it's obvious. I mean, the cost is crazy, and it gets even crazier because the cost of a human doesn't scale. The cost of AI goes down all the time. And FAQ goes down all the time. So I think we may get to a system like this. I don't think it will be that direct. I don't think people are ready to pay or say, okay, for $2, I want to talk to a human. For $1, I want to talk to a bot. I think people will say, come on, you know? But I think it will be embedded in the price of the product you're buying. So you're buying the Nike Plus or the Nike Normal.
Right.
Nike Normal, then you'll have to live with it. And Nike Plus, you will have access to more personalized service.
Right. So packaged and tiered, so that it doesn't feel so petty.
I see that more as packaged and tiered, more than options that you pay or variable pricing.
Got it. And I think we're coming up on time, but maybe as one last question, for companies now making these decisions about how do I meet my customers, how do I turn touch points from cost centers into revenue centers, and how do I modernize my stack? Who's the person that they should be hiring to quarterback all of this, to integrate all of these companies? I mean, this is a real effort. Has this become a job? Is there now an expert who helps you scale these things and a person who you typically sell into? Or is it just generally the technology team?
Yeah, historically it's the technology team, and they can do part of the work. But what we see more and more is customer operations, customer ops. And that's a very interesting role. It's a mix of IT and data and some business knowledge as well. So it's everybody, it's a team that connects all the dots, connects all the data, and drives new processes. Say now the customer journey should change this way and this way. So if you want to look up customer operations job and roles, that's an interesting new trend we're seeing to harmonize and improve the customer experience.
Got it. Well, Oli, fascinating conversation. Strategically helpful, tactically helpful, and thought-provoking. So
thank you, Vinny.
Great speaking with
you. Yeah, likewise.
All right.
And we're on time.
Oh, it's going back up?
No, it's going up. Interesting.
I think that's us. Okay.
Great job, guys, and great job, Vinny and Olivier, and well done, you guys. You made it to the end of the first part of the first day. grab some lunch. There's a bunch of food trucks outside. Get some meetings, get some business cards, network, meet and connect. And we'll see you back here at 3:30 for a look at the Latin American ecosystem. Thanks, folks.
Just a castaway, not lost at sea. Another lonely day, no one here but me. Oh, more loneliness than any man could bear. Rescue me before I fall into despair. I'm sending SOS to the world. I'm sending SOS to the world. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets mine. Message in a bottle, yeah. Message in a bottle. A year has passed since I wrote my note. I should have known this right from the start. Only hope can keep me together. Love can break your heart, but love can mend your life. I send an SOS to the world. I send an SOS to the world. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets my message in a bottle, yeah. Message in a bottle, oh, message in a bottle, yeah. Message in a bottle. Woke up this morning, can't believe what I saw. 100 million bottles rushed up on the shore. Seems I'm not alone at being alone. 100 billion castaways looking for a home. I'm sending SOS to the world. I'm sending SOS to the world. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets my message in a bottle, yeah. Message in a bottle, oh. No, message in a bottle, yeah. Message in a bottle.
Sí, espera, estoy haciendo una cosilla con...
Oscar.
¿Hola?
Hola, hola. Hola, 1, 2, 3.
Hola.
Hola, hola.
¿Se me oye?
Sí, se te oye.
Vale, sí, te escucho y a ti también. Pues no sé, de vosotros diréis.
Está ok porque ya no tiene el retorno que no tenía que tener. Así
Vale,
que...
perfecto.
Esto es que estamos, ¿no?
No lo sé, imagino. Espérate un segundo. Pachi, ¿cómo vamos? Pachi.
Vale, venga, pues cortamos micro.
Vale, perfecto. Me dicen que estamos ok, ¿vale? Muchas gracias, chicos. Es una llamada de...
Hola, hola 1, hola micro 1,
Sí, ya te
sí y
escucho.
hola. Hola micro 1.
buenas.
Sí y hola,
buenas,
hola
Pachi.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Yo sí te
hola
oigo, falta
pruebas.
escucharme a mí en Salva.
Sí y hola micro 1.
Ahora estoy, creo. Yo os escucho micro 1 se me escucha a mí también.
take coffee, I take tea, my dear. I like my toast done on one side. And you can hear it in my accent when I talk. I'm an Englishman in New York. See me walking down Fifth Avenue, a walking cane here at my side. Take it everywhere I walk. I'm an Englishman in New York. Whoa, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Whoa, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. If manners make it man, as someone said, here's the hero of the day. It takes a man to suffer ignorance and smile. Be yourself, no matter what they say. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Takes more than combat gear to make a man. Takes more than a license of a gun. Confront your enemies, avoid them when you can. A gentleman will walk but never run.
Gracias.
All right. Good afternoon, Madrid. It's amazing that we're back after 2 years, isn't it? Well, we have an amazing lineup for you this afternoon, and we're going to start with our first, this time it's going to be a video. It's Connecting Innovation Ecosystems, Madrid, Miami, Latin America, and the Caribbean. We have two special guests, the president of the Inter-American Development Bank, Mauricio Clevet Carone, and he will be interviewed by Anabel Perez, the CEO of Nova Payments. So here we go. Connecting Innovation, Madrid and Latin America.
Anabel, it's great to see you. Great to be here with you at the South Summit this time. Last time we met was, I guess, in March now, when we launched the IDB's Tecnolatinas report, which obviously described the massive potential of the tech startup ecosystem in our region, which we're very excited about. And you got to tell people what you call the new name you've given the IDB, because I love it. But obviously, look, since then we've seen an impressive fashion just how much potential there is to realize and how much global interest has been sparked. Just in the first half of 2021, Latin America is on pace to break annual records in venture capital that's been raised in just 6 months. The region's startups have raised more than all of 2020 and more than all since pre-pandemic year 2019. So we're seeing that this pace, this historic pace, is taking place despite the fact that the pandemic continues to threaten our region, but also in part because of it. This is something we've talked a lot about, because of the massive digitalization drive that has emerged. There's not a single person in Spain, in the US, anywhere in the Western Hemisphere doesn't realize the importance of digitalization, particularly because of the pandemic. So e-commerce is booming in the region. The industry has captured by far the most startup capital this year. Obviously in this realm is fintech, which we're going to get more into. And look, no one better than Annabelle. You know this subject better than anybody, of course. Novo Payment is a fintech startup that offers digital banking, payment card solutions across the region. And so it's interesting, and what we want to know is really what it's like to be a fintech startup founder at this challenging but yet exciting time. And what I'm really interested to hear is about your thoughts on what accounts for the influx of investment, the emergence of so many startups this year, and how Novo Payment in particular is serving the region in this pandemic context. So, Annabelle, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for inviting. It's great to stay with you again. And in particular, in this amazing environment of flourishment of new startups, a lot of investment in the region, and in particular in a fintech that, as you know, I'm very passionate, that is the space of the fintechs. So we, in Novo Payment, we're an enabler of digital financial payments. We work behind the scenes, accelerating the way that banks, fintechs, acquirers, merchants create and deploy new use cases. So the pandemic put us a reality in front of us. So there's a lot of disconnecting value chains. There's a need of creating several connecting tissues to facilitate new ways of improving people's life, and in particularly accessing to financial services, credits, and new means of remote payments, for example. So everyone, it's taken a lot of attention in our space, and there's a huge population that is in need to be included, not only financially, but also technologically. And those factors are instrumental to companies like ours to be able to expand the digital economy and to create new ways to connect financially the Americas.
Well, that's great to hear, and obviously you're taking advantage fully of that opportunity. Right place at the right time. As you know, here at the IDB, or as we discussed before, what is it that you call the IDB now?
Inter-American Development FinTech.
Okay, we're going to adopt this. As you know, the IDB is increasing our support to companies like yours. So look, those that are helping develop this digital economy that our region is so hungry for, like yourself, but especially also those that are led by women, which is key. Those two factors, digitalization, women's equality, empowerment, happen to be two of the central pillars of our Vision 2025, as you know, which is our blueprint for accelerating regional recovery and growth. And that's the context, by the way, how you and I met. You participated in the pitch competition for We Exchange, which was IDB Labs' platform for supporting our region's women entrepreneurs in STEM. And what I'd love to hear now is, tell me about your experience bringing this all together. Tell me about your experience with We Exchange and its benefit to other women, or STEMpreneurs, as we call them.
Yeah, in my particular case, the experience was amazing because I think it's a platform for growth and for connection. And that's what we're all looking for, to be able to be exposed to others, people's idea, to be able to connect with mentors, with investors, and in particular with other women in STEM that you can learn from them as well. So it's a great platform. Every time I was in the mentorship session or in the pitch sessions, you learned, and as a consequence, you grow. And you are able to improve the way that you position your company, and you see how others see the opportunities that you're trying to tackle.
By the way, and I got to say, you know, both in digitalization and in regards to women, we've talked for decades about the greatest ill in the region, which is this whole concept of informality. And digitalization is the one opportunity, and I'm a very practical person. You know, we can have rhetoric forever. It's the one opportunity we're going to have to really make a dent into what this plague of informality that has affected the region in that regards. And what you're doing, fintech is going to be the key to that. It's the one opportunity that we have when these informal entrepreneurs have to go on digital payments, things of the sort. It's the one opportunity that we're really going to have to make a dent on informality in the region as well. So we're covering so many gamuts here, and I'm really proud that the IDB is able to help cultivate the region's startups and innovative businesses like yours. And that's the kind of targeted support that we want, and that has benefits that can multiply and expand into multiple development gains for the region, as we just discussed here: digitalization, women's empowerment, denting informality. So that leads me to a broader question about partnerships. Here at the IDB, we launched the largest private sector partners coalition in our history just last February, which we began with just 40 companies in February, and 6 months later, it now includes more than 120 leading international corporations who are interested in working with us on our Vision 2025 goals. And we know that with such big ambitions, obviously we can't do it alone. So Novo Payment has also strong partnerships with not only the IDB, but also companies such as Visa, Bank of America. And I'm sure that for a young startup, that forging those partnerships was essential, though obviously not easy. So from your perspective, how important are these partnerships in the development of entrepreneurial ecosystems as a whole? And are there enough of them? And what makes them successful or not?
Partnership is all about collaborations. And if you really wanted to disrupt the industry in which you are participating, you need to look for partners. I mean, partners bring not only an opportunity to learn from their own mistake and past experience, but also an opportunity to be able to jointly create new value. And today, partnerships are not just good for and founders of new companies. Partnership is good for everyone. I mean, that's why we're so enthusiastic about the partnership that we're building together. Because we can help to accelerate the adoption of emerging technologies to the financial ecosystem and the payment ecosystem across the America. Why is important partnership? Because like in our case, we have been able to build probably the largest financial ecosystem network that today facilitate many companies from multiple sectors to converge and being able to serve common clients. So it's all about processing, aggregating, distributing, and providing data to all our clients and partners as a means for them to create new products and services. And that's as a result of everyone working together, as I said, to create new value and to respect each other, sharing vision, and connecting the dots in an America that needs to be completely integrated. And I think we have the opportunity to integrate the Americas financially in novel ways than ever before. So that's why I'm so enthusiastic of this partnership.
And speaking of connecting the dots, another interesting fact about you and about Novo Payment is that while the company, your entire company serves the entire Americas, it's not based in Silicon Valley or Sao Paulo or Mexico City, but rather in my hometown of Miami, Florida. And as you know, and you were there, and we loved having you and participating, the IDB hosted our first ever Miami LAC Forum this past June, which aimed at to really help build a digital business bridge between South Florida and Latin America and the Caribbean. The business matchmaking sessions at that event led to $100 million in just 2 days that we were there in expected deals this year. So tell us why you chose Miami, and how would you describe the city's value in creating an investment ecosystem across the Americas?
Well, I'm really fortunate to be in South Florida, and in particular in the city of Miami, because there's a growing community of entrepreneurs and investors. There's access to hubs of partners and clients, and so we can see each other and speak each other and very in physical and now virtually through this type of means. There's also access to talent with global experience. Today we have here in Miami not only Latin Americans, we have people from Europe and from all over the world trying to create a very culturally rich community that it's not only facing LATAM, but also connecting the US with LATAM, and the proximity also makes a huge advantage. We're just 3 hours from Colombia or to Mexico. It's similar time to connect or fly to Boston, New York. It's 8 hours to Madrid, 8 hours to Chile. So we're in the middle. So it's great, and of course, it's tax friendly. And there's opportunity to protect your IP, and importantly, there's a strong interest, and I think honest interest from government officer to really accelerate the momentum and to really create an America's hub that I would like to say for entrepreneurship and to promote the region.
Yeah, and by the way, that entire ecosystem we see, you know, and in Miami, we're also seeing it a lot when we were recently in Madrid with the city of Madrid and the local officials there. And, you know, the dream one day is to create this like inverse triangle, this Miami, Madrid, inverse triangle with Latin America and the Caribbean. That's an ecosystem that foments each other. You know, so one of the things that we learned a lot from the entrepreneurs in Miami when we did this Miami LAC 2021 was that they wanted to have a U.S. nexus. You know, people wanted to invest in the region, but wanted to have a U.S. nexus. We're able to do that, right? And that only benefits the region, helps us have digital impact, development impact, obviously, and obviously helps your businesses foment that environment. So it's a wonderful opportunity. So finally, a question that you probably are asked often, but I'm sure our audience wants to hear about. So look, a lot of young entrepreneurs, especially women entrepreneurs, emulate what you've been doing in your career and want to do more in your leadership at Novo Payment. Obviously, we've all followed. So what would you tell them if you had to give them a piece or two of your best advice? Like, really, how can they germinate their ideas into a successful venture in Latin America and the Caribbean?
Well, I always say the same. I mean, the first asset that you need to recognize to start a business, and the first thing that you need is yourself. It's just to be very committed to the business and ensure that you are surrounded by great mentors and sponsors, to hire slowly, and to select your team, to complement talents and skills. And if you wanted to expand, if you wanted to, whatever, secure that what you're going to offer is different from others, that you're using the right technology to tackle the problems, and to ensure all the time that your customers are happy, and fix whatever it takes to continue the journey. I mean, be ready to evolve and pivot, because it's a reality. So nothing it's perfect on PowerPoint, even though it looks perfect. Then the reality confront you. So you need to be humble and be ready to learn, continually learn, and ensure that those that will join your company will join you as well. So you need to be the first one to be ready and be prepared for the evolution of your own company.
Right, Annabelle, thank you. You're great. Every time I talk to you, I learn from you as well. So it's obviously great always to share and be able to exchange insights for us as an institution. Thanks again for the conversation today. As you know, you have a partner in the Inter-American Development FinTech. And thanks to everyone who joined. And I hope you have a really successful summit. So thank you so much. By the way, that's talking about protecting intellectual property. We're protecting your, I say it here for the record, Annabelle came up with that. We're protecting her intellectual property rights on that regard. So the trademark is yours.
Thank you so much. I really enjoy, as always, the conversation. We're fully committed to this partnership. We wanted to learn from you as well. I mean, we have been working with an amazing team that surprised not only me, but the rest of my team. We're learning through the ways that they are challenging us, and the way that we will be impacting our customers, and as a consequence, the consumers across the Americas. And as you said, we all need to work to connect the Americas. Just one America, and more than ever, it's the need to connect the dots and create a new financial ecosystem for our people.
Thank you. Look, the reason we're seeing this record year in VC investment on fintechs in regards to this digital space in Latin America and the Caribbean is because of the human capital, the talented people, entrepreneurs like yourself. So thank you for being a model in that regard.
Thanks so much. See you soon in Miami. Bye.
Look forward to it. Need it.
Yeah.
All right, moving right along. Well, our next event is not online. It's going to be mostly face-to-face. We're going to talk about blessed amongst unicorns, the challenge of getting to unicorn status. Now, you can imagine if your company is growing, there are a lot of options, to get out, exit, make a lot of money before it becomes a unicorn. So that's exactly what we're going to talk about right now. And we have 4 amazing guests to tell us how they actually do this. We're going to start with the moderator, Laura Gaviria, and she is the head of operations in Latin America for SoftBank. Then we've got Jose Renato, who's the CEO of For All Technologies. and Martín Umarán, who is the co-founder of Globant. Online, we're going to have Sergio Furio, who's the CEO of Creditas. So let's listen to how you become a unicorn. Join me in welcoming Laura, Sergio, Jose, and Martín.
Thank you, Paris.
Well.
Sure. Okay. Where do we have Sergio? Oh, this is awesome.
Hello, Sergio.
You don't see us. No, I'm super excited to be here with all of you today. As Paris mentioned, I'm Laura Gaviria. I'm part of the SoftBank Latin American Fund. Today, it's the largest fund dedicated to the region with $8 billion. We have over 50 companies in our portfolio. 15 of those are now unicorns. So more and more, I'm not only blessed with all of you who have fund-founded unicorns, but now in Latin America, it's almost a thing that you're blessed to be surrounded by unicorns and soonicorns too. So with that, I want to listen from all of you on a little bit on how you started and how you founded your first company. So Jose, let's start with you.
Well, let's talk. Sergio, how are you? From long time we talk. Well, the idea is what I started is I would like to say that what I learned with the unicorn. One thing people say about unicorn, you believe, wow, fantastic, but you have to do a good job. So I used to joke that we made a lot of mistakes, we did the good things, more good things than mistakes. That's the point. And it's the secret behind what I learned creating GetNet and now leading for all is it's three secrets. It's more important. It's innovation. You need to have a good idea with fast, but you need to have great people, great execution, and great culture. So what I learned is with GetNet, I'm using now to create for all. It's to see how to create these people, to create this team, to create this job. So. No one can create a great business alone. So you need to create a great team to create your business. So that's what I learned with GetNet. And I could say at least 100 people that participate with this with GetNet, and more than 100 people, I would say, for all. And that's the main point for me.
Cool. Martín, you're one of the earliest unicorns that we have in Latin America. How did you guys came up with the idea, and how did the ecosystem work in that time?
First, the name unicorn wasn't there when we started the company.
It didn't exist.
Yes, it was. So we started in 2003, and nobody talks about unicorn at that time. But we are four founders of the company. We're still in the company, 4 engineers in our early 30s. And from day one, we had the idea of how to transform our idea in something really big. We didn't know at that time what being big means. That's true. We didn't know. At the end of the first year, remember we made our goal, our forecast was like, okay, let's try to make $300,000 during the first year. And we made $200,000 just the last month of the year. So the next year, we made like $3 million. And from that, we start growing really very fast. The point is that when you start growing and you feel that you have something important in your hands, is what's going to be your reaction. Do you want to go for more, or are you going to transform that in a lifestyle and stay there? And that's a decision that you have to make, or at least a decision that you make almost every day. Every decision that you are taking is going to be important for that future. what Jose talked about, what people are you going to hire. You're going to hire people that are really good, that can work with you on that, or you're going to just hire what you can pay, and that's important. I remember that at that time, we hired people that made much more than us, than the founders. I remember, that's funny, going to London where we had let's say, an account manager. And when we arrived with Martin Migoya, the CEO of the company, and one of my partners, we arrived there and he received us in a very plush, I think it was a Mercedes or an Audi, and I think at that time I have like a Fiat in Buenos Aires. And Martin told me, what's wrong here? He's driving an Audi, I'm driving a Fiat. So, but when you really want to go big, that's something that doesn't matter to you, because we think that at some moment you are going to make it. I think that to have a purpose, to have a dream, is really important when you want to make something big. And that's, in few words, the history of Globant, a history of thinking big, making teams, and always be prepared for the next step.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the major shifts that we've seen in Latin America, right? That we have more and more entrepreneurs thinking big. I remember a few years ago that you talked to an entrepreneur, they wanted to conquer, I'm from Colombia, so they wanted to conquer Colombia. And now you really see all of them want to conquer the world, if not the region, just the world. So it's really impressive, that mind shift. And that's one of the main reasons we invested for sure in someone like Sergio. He had this huge vision from day one. So Sergio, why don't you tell us a little bit more about how you started Creditas?
Yeah, so thank you, Laura. Thank you for hosting. I think that at the end of the day, having like a big dream was not something that we were scared of. I remember my first Excel. It was like something like, sorry, I'm hearing myself here, so I'm just having problems. I'm gonna take this out. So in my first Excel, I was supposed to be having something like like $1 million in revenues per year in year one, and then after a year and a half, my revenues were literally at 50,000. So definitely like dreaming too big. And at that point in 2012, I was one of those guys coming from the corporate world. Met my wife when I was in New York. She was Brazilian, and then I made a connection. Okay, so what's going on in Brazil? Started looking at financial services in Latin America, and I saw a huge opportunity, and that was like a pretty obvious one in retrospect. But at that point, no one was talking about fintech. It was definitely not a theme, and but it was like I guess as an entrepreneur, at least in my case, first-time entrepreneur, I was scared to death of like failing, and the day you look backwards, and it was the obvious thing that was going to happen, failing. It was the highest probability. And going to a different country and trying to become an entrepreneur there, I think it's a bit like liberating, because if you fail, nobody's looking at you that much. I think that your friends were not around, your family was in a different country, and that was like a nice thing to do. But going back to some of the things that I think Jose spoke about, so purpose is really like something that drives you in thinking big and in really connecting the dots and trying to find out why is he that you are working sleepless night and you're like not getting like a paycheck for years while you're paying to your employees much more than that. And at the end of the day, I think that as entrepreneurs we find like two types of purposes. One, which is the maybe economic impact, social impact, and things like that. In our case, how can we deliver a better financial product for the Latin American population? But then you also have like a more like intrinsic purpose of trying to build something with your hands. It was like something that I had never experienced before. It used to be like, the guy in the corporate side, always like a nice brand logo. That was the one that was setting for me. And I was just like a piece in the machinery. I think the wonderful thing about entrepreneurship is really rediscovering yourself and building something by yourself.
Yeah, we have one of the executive members of the Opportunity Fund that says that the cool thing about technology is that you can come up with the idea and create something of value, and that's equalizer for everyone. So that's how special it is. So you all talk about the importance of having like a very big vision to start. How did you sell that initial vision to the first employee so that they would join you? Was it easy? How did it work for you,
Wow.
for example, Jose?
It's really interesting. You have to show to the employees the dream, and I would say that you have to put everybody in the island and burn the ship, not bring to the ship and let's go together. No, it's more important to go deep and have to put the employees in their dream and amplify the participation for more people you can to put everybody as partners, not just employees. That's the most important thing to create, because there is no superhero. It's you have to create complementary skills. And if you to deal with this, that's the point. If you have a good idea, you have to at least 3 or 4 or 5 people thinking together and dreaming together to build the dream.
Yeah, and I think I might have used even the wrong word, because in the beginning they're really not employees. So,
yes.
So for example, Martin, how did you manage that?
No, you must think about 2003, Buenos Aires. It's just 17 years ago, but things like totally different world, you know. I think that at the very first time when we communicate to our people what we wanted to do, I think they believed that we were crazy, totally nuts, and I don't know why they believe us. I remember that there are people that when we start distributing stock options to our people, some of them, they said, "What's that? What's this? I don't want this." "No, please, take it. It's money." "I don't think, no, you don't want to pay us." So I think that today that's easier, you know. I think that the entrepreneurial ecosystem has grown so much that today having that conversation is more than that. People say, "Hey, you're not going to give me stock options. How am I going to be part of the capital of this company?" It's a different conversation. I think that even very young professionals from university, they are thinking on doing that. I think this is very, very good. But at that time, that was completely different. But the ones that believe in us, that still believe in our view, I think are the ones that keep that entrepreneurial spirit in the company. It's so important.
Yeah, no, and that's super important. I think now it's easier because you've seen a lot of more tech startups. In your case, Sergio, what has been like some of the key things that have been significantly different of being an entrepreneur from when you started or where others are starting today?
Well, I think it's completely different. Yeah, so today you have like a bunch of companies doing like very cool things. The competitive environment today in Brazil is huge. Everyone has humongous visions about how they're going to be reshaping the world, and they just have like a PowerPoint at this point, which is astonishing. I mean, I remember back in those days, like almost 10 years ago. I mean, if I had come with, "Hey, we're going to be reshaping the banking industry," everyone would have said, "This is like a crazy guy." And actually, that's what everyone was saying. So we ended up like adjusting ourselves and saying, "Let's go like one step at a time." And I think it's even like quite important. It was quite important in those days because we really didn't know exactly what the vision was. And just now that nobody's like listening to us, we didn't have like a very clear view of how we were going to be reshaping things. We were looking. I think that this is important. I mean, most of the times you don't have the answer, and we need to be humble as entrepreneurs. We just need to share some ideas with our teams, making sure that they contribute to the building of that vision. I think that's very cool as well. So at that point, what we had was a huge market, but just that. And then we had like some theses, so why don't we try this and why don't we try that? And then you were trying those things and none of them were working. And I think that if you become like a guy that is like, "Hey, I know exactly what we're going to be heading towards, I have the crystal ball, the world is going to be working like this," then probably you're going to be failing. And it's something that I feel that we need to teach the teams. And that was definitely valid at that point, but it's also valid today. It's say, you know what, the entrepreneur is just like a normal person. We really don't know everything, and we're just fine with that. Back in those days, I remember telling to the guys, the developers, "Hey, why do we really want to invest in mobile?" That was 2012, the early innings of mobile in Latin America. Why do we really want to invest in mobile? We do home equity loans. Those are like huge loans, right? So it's like, $200,000. Nobody's gonna, literally, nobody's gonna close a loan with us in a mobile device. It just doesn't make like any sense. Thanks God the team was empowered so that they could like actually invest and do things, because today is 95% of our business coming from mobile devices. And that's the result of teams experimenting and not really taking care that much about what the founder is saying. So somehow I feel that what we need to be is like people in terms of like creating like a culture, really sharing the aggressiveness, the way that we think, the fact that we actually can empower them and make change happen, but not necessarily saying exactly what they need to. I think that's definitely a mistake.
Yeah, and definitely the mobile penetration in our countries is one of the most important forces behind all this growth. And as you were mentioning, Martin, a lot of things have changed since you started in 2003. People are much willing to take a job in a startup, start a new company, things like that in the beginning, people would definitely think they should be doctors or bankers or something super traditional. So definitely all of those things have changed. There's more capital that is coming to the region. But what are those still very complicated things that are happening in the ecosystem that we would need to solve in Latin America to continue seeing this growth? Let's start with you, Martin.
I think that one thing that should be more developed is the capital markets in our region, I think that companies still must go like Globant being public in New York instead of being public in your country. I think that's there's a lot of history around that, but I think a more vibrant capital market is important. Today, there are a lot of VCs, private equity, people investing there, but this is one thing. The second one is, I think that even when all these activities have been promoted a lot, there is still some reluctancy about people making themselves, let's say, very wealthy, say, oh, what's happening with them? There is something wrong. I think that cultural thing must be removed. It's going, if your company's value has a high valuation and you are making a lot of money out of that, that's very good for everybody. Not just for you, for sure. It's good for you, but it's not the reason because you are doing that, because there are a lot of ways to make money, but I think to change that vision is important. And I think that's the truth. The third is that we need to continue fostering entrepreneurial spirit and also more people studying careers that are related to IT, to marketing, to the digital things that are all around. That's the third thing.
Yeah, and definitely the capital markets is something that needs to evolve. And as we were saying, maybe a lot of the population is seeing others getting kind of wealthy because of that. So I think we also need a lot of like local capital going into venture capital so that they can experience all this growth. And I think that's part of one of the key things that we're missing. Jose, you moved from GetNext to now having For All, which is at the end of the day like a hub to incubate companies, right? Or invest in different type of companies. What has been like some of the key things that you focus on supporting those companies that you believe are important?
Well, when we start For All 5 years ago, the knowledge about digital and the platform ecosystem, all these words, it's weird to say, but 5 years ago, it seems to be like a strange words for almost for everybody. And that's why we decided to create For All, to help people, especially a real economy, to go digital. And because when I start For All, we look into the born digital big techs in the US, and all of them, they had to create their own platforms. So if we create a platform to help enterprise companies to go digital, so data-driven solutions, marketplace solutions, fintech solutions, so we create this platform, and through this platform, we are helping companies from the beginning, creating from the discover. In fact, everybody would like to go digital, but they don't know how. So the first thing that we are doing is to creating the first phase is discovery to help them. And in some cases, we are repeating what we learned with the partnership with Santander, with GetNet. We are creating vertical business together with a real economy. So in entertainment, food service, this kind of business. So we are doing just two things: creating platforms for our clients, or creating vertical business together with clients. That's the idea, because it's completely different. Because 2 years ago, 3 years ago, the Latin American market started to understand the movement. So it's becoming really much better now than it was 5 years ago. It was completely difficult to explain what is the platform, what ecosystem. Now I believe that market's really better to do this job.
Cool. So one of the things that I'm more passionate about in Latin America is the people, right? So we see amazing founders, super resourceful. How do you see it, for example, Sergio, from a startup perspective? How incredible is the talent or not? What are we missing? Like, how do you see the talent aspect in LATAM?
Yeah, well, I mean, we build companies that at the end of the day are more and not less than putting together people and making sure that those guys actually take care of our customers and reinvent certain aspects of our daily lives. And talent is the essence of corporations and more importantly of startups. I think the biggest difficulty that we face in Latin America is not about the quality of the talent, it's about like the experience that they have had in really ramping up companies very fast. If you go back to Silicon Valley, New York, maybe London, Israel, there are hubs that have had like maybe some decades of a track record in starting up and building and scaling, which is the most important factor, I would say. Scaling companies to make it to like 1,000 people, like 10,000 people. How to do that, it's not that easy. And I guess that today one of the biggest challenges that we face is finding a woman, finding a man that know how to grow from 1,000 employees to 2,000 employees to 5,000 employees in just a couple of years. And making sure that they preserve certain traits of the culture, but they just adapt that culture as well. And that they have a mentality of I mean, everyone is talking about you, you are in the newspapers, but still they keep themselves humble and their teams humble as well. Obviously, that is a difficulty that we face in Latin America. It's not about like, okay, I'm gonna hire a bank executive, which has been like having direct reports of, 10 guys supervising an organization of 10,000 people. That doesn't work, because those organizations, they grow 10% per year, and we grow 15% per month, and that's a different dynamic. And finding that talent is critical. On the other side, the fact that you have some scarcity, it makes it possible to actually create competitive advantage. So if you crack the code on how to find guys and teach them and train them and adapt them to an ever-changing environment, that actually can differentiate you vis-a-vis competitors. So that's also the reason why when you look at Latin America and you go to a specific sector, you don't see 20 players attacking the same problem. You see 2 or 3. There are 2 reasons for that. One is you don't have like enough talent. So really, there's like a concentration of talent around like certain companies. And 2, you don't have still enough capital. Yes, it has grown massively, but we are still in the early innings. So the concentration of capital and talent really makes like an amazing opportunity if you are able to attract the capital and attract the talent and just reinvent those. So I think I always have like mixed feeling with this. I would love to have the same pool of talent that you could find in the US or Europe, but if I had that, my competitor also would have that, so that makes my life a bit complicated.
Yeah, and the talent that startups need to find, it's a unicorn in itself, no? So it's super entrepreneurial, ambitious, humble, and in addition, that fits your particular culture. So it's a challenge on itself, and as you say, a moat. But I think no one knows better than Globant on how the talent piece works in LATAM. How have you seen that, and what are we still missing to have enough talent with the right experience in our region?
Okay, the region is still young on this, but at the same time, that's an opportunity and an advantage. because we are creating quality jobs in the region, a lot of that. You know? We have 20,000 people in the world, I don't know, but let's say north of 10,000 in Latin America. And we didn't steal any project or business for anyone. All what we are doing is going to Europe or to America and to work with the largest customers in the world, and recruiting, training people in Latin America to perform that job. So I think we have a big opportunity to keep on that and to go on training more and more people, bring it to here in a region that there are not so many opportunities. So this is the challenge and the opportunity that we have there, you know. And Globant is clearly an example of that. And I hope that much more companies want to do the same, because there are a lot of space in the world for talent Latin American people.
How many people do you currently have in LATAM?
Maybe 14,000, around that.
That's incredible.
Yes, it is. No, we started in Colombia just 5 years ago, I think, or 5 or 6 or 8 maybe, but it doesn't matter. And today we have like 5,000 people there, and not just in Bogota, Medellin, in Cali, in a lot of different cities of the country.
Yeah, I might be biased, but Colombian talent is the best.
It's very good.
But Jose, now let's go to you guys personally. So now, for example, what do you personally do to support the startup ecosystem? Because that's one of the coolest things about being in this world, is it's all about paying it forward. So what do you do personally to support the new founders, the new startups?
It's important to share what happened, and I'm a part of Endeavor in Brazil. So around 30, 40 companies, I talk to them and to understand what's the challenges that they need to face, and to help to do the best decisions, because especially when the startup is young, some decisions could be really, really, really important. So I'm doing that every year. Around 30 startups I help, and now I'm helping the government of the state of the government of the state of Rio Grande do Sul and this Porto Alegre city to connect with the global economy, and we're talking with South Summit to help them. That's why we are here too. To connect the global ecosystem, and South Summit, we believe that is really important to do that, and to put our state in the global innovation ecosystem, and to bring a part of this ecosystem to the south of Brazil too. That's the point that I'm doing that now.
Cool. Sergio, in addition to you giving your time, for example, for the SoftBank Operator School, where you share your knowledge with amazing people that want to start companies, what else are you doing personally to support entrepreneurship in LATAM?
Yeah, many things. Laura, I think that when I came to Brazil, the ecosystem was like it was desert. I mean, there was like really not that many things, not that many opportunities. But I remember going back to the Endeavor thing. I remember Endeavor opening up the doors for me. That was back in 2013 when I had a team of 5 people. You know, they really supported me like a lot. And since then, I became like a huge fan of them. I'm in the board of Endeavor in Brazil, in the board of Scale Up Ventures, which is the Endeavor fund for early stage companies that we are supporting, like a new type of fund for those early stage entrepreneurs. I'm in the board of another 3 companies that I support together with the HBS Angel Group as well. And I personally been doing like a lot of angel investing. It's like now it's 95 investments. Some are good, some are great, some are bad, some are terrible. But I think that at the end of the day, we don't really make angel investments because we want to make money. This is just like an accident. You do it because you really can contribute to those guys. And I think that even more important, I really learn much more than what I actually teach in those cases, in those occasions. The ability of like taking ideas from certain sectors and reapplying them into your own business. even if it has nothing to do. I think it's wonderful. And some of the best ideas that we actually came up with internally come from those type of mentorships that I've been doing to other people. Obviously, I love to contribute there to the Operators Academy and many other things. But I think that the important thing that is going on in Latin America, and this is happening like most of the countries in the world, is that entrepreneurs, they love to talk to each other. They love to support each other. It's a lonely profession. It's just like you're just there and you just want someone to understand you, and it's sort of like therapy among entrepreneurs, which is super important. And it's amazing how you really can build something just putting together interesting minds.
Yeah, I was talking with one of the companies that our Opportunity Fund just invested, and this company has already been invested by Tiger, by us. And the thing that we're most passionate about sharing with me is that in the initial seed round, they have 25 different founders from Latin American companies that had invested in them small checks. So for them, that's what was pride and what was making them excited and really pushing them to move forward. So that's really good. So we're running out of time, so let me close it with Martin. What have you done personally to support entrepreneurs, and maybe just to close with some advice for everyone who wants to invest in venture capital in Latin America?
Okay, I have invested in some companies, but I don't know if this is... But I do a lot of mentorship. I like a lot the one-to-one, when you are in startup, at the very beginning of your business, to discuss about your ideas. Sometimes you feel very alone in that process. I like doing that a lot. Other thing that I did a lot is in education. We have invested a lot in, I think that online education is a fantastic way to let a lot of people learn, about this business. And these are the two main. Also, I'm part of Endeavor, but I think that the mentorship part is very important. It's to have that very honest, with no second intention about what are you doing, how you feel. That happens to me at the same moment that you are living today. I think that's very important. I think that if I can share a word about being entrepreneurial, is that today, if there is a problem that you would like to fix, doing a startup is an amazing way to make that happen. I'm feeling that years ago, every smart guy wanted to be in the financial sector. Yeah. But today, I think that a lot of that smart boys or girls, of course, want to be an entrepreneur. And I think we can make a lot of interesting things out of that. And we can fix a lot of things. We can put together all that smart people, trying to fix the problems that we're living today, like sustainability, inclusion, diversity, Hungary. Name it, no matter what you name, I think that's the opportunity that we're in front of.
No, absolutely, and that part that you mentioned about mentorship is key, and I think we now forget that everyone is accessible, right? So either you can tweet at them, send them an email through LinkedIn, but everybody's accessible, and everybody who has already gone through this process wants to give back, and wants to give back a lot of it through mentorship, so just make sure that everybody takes advantage of that. And definitely in the region, the opportunities are immense, and one of the things that one of our managing partners says is Latin America is not only about disruption, it's about inclusion. And I think that's one of the key things that we want to leave everyone with. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. Our next segment is called Shattering Glass Ceilings, Making an Impact on the World. Well, actually, these ladies wanted to change the name of this segment because it's not really about women shattering glass ceilings. These are three women that have essentially kicked ass. I mean, they've done amazing stuff where, they've taken to the next level what they're doing, and they're making a very, very big impact. We have Laura Gonzalez Estefani, who's the CEO of Venture City. Venture City are product people. They're looking to help the next generation, and they're doing incredible stuff, as you're going to hear pretty soon. We have Carolina Brochado, who's a partner at EQT Growth. They're very bullish on Europe, and they're looking to help the next generation of entrepreneurs that want to be disruptive. And connecting online, we have Adriana Cisneros, the CEO of the Cisneros Group. Now, the Cisneros Group has done amazing stuff out of Miami, and right now, she is responsible for doing the first IPO, a woman doing the first IPO of a satellite company. So join me in welcoming Laura, Carolina, and Adriana.
Thank you. Okay, so we were just talking in the back end that we wanted to make something very spontaneous. We understand it's already 4:30 in the afternoon. Adri is in Miami, which is around, what time is it there? 10:30 in the morning. So you have a Venezuelan, a Brazilian, and a Spaniard women on the panel, and we really want to make something fun today. So before we go into the details of what we wanted to talk today, I think that the first thing that we wanted to say is that we wanted to change the title. We were discussing about changing the title a little bit because if we're tired of women breaking ceilings and stuff like that, we really wanted to show you, and based on the experiences that we have, how you can make it happen and how hopefully we will see more women in the future doing crazy things just like the ones that you will hear next. So let's hear first about Adriana. A little bit about her experience and the multiple hats that she wears for a couple of minutes.
Good morning. I couldn't agree more with you, Laura, and I think we should challenge the South Summit Conference to have this be the last panel that's made up of only women. I like to think that the reason that we're here has very little to do with us having vaginas and everything to do with us being super smart and badass ladies. The way I like to define what we do is that I run a company that's been around for about 100 years. We're an old company that does a lot of new things. I think we break the mold in many ways. I like to show, first of all, that leadership in family businesses in the hands of women is a very good idea in terms of diverse thinking. And that also the third generation is not going to be the one that makes it all disappear. So I think we're well on our way.
Thank you, Adri. So Carolina, tell us a little bit about you, your experience all over the world as well, and anything else you want to share?
Of course. No, and thank you for the South Summit for having me as well. I'm super excited to be here, although we were giving people a hard time about the title in the back. I'm Carolina. I'm a partner at EQT, at a part of EQT called EQT Growth, which we founded last year. Our thesis and our vision is to find the most ambitious founders in Europe at scale-up stage and have a fit-for-purpose team to help those founders scale and take over Europe, the world, space, whatever it is they want to do. We believe that there are going to be more companies getting to growth in Europe and that those companies are going to get larger and larger. Prior to being at EQT, I was a partner at the Vision Fund. Prior to that, I was a partner early stage at a venture capital firm called Atomico, which was founded by one of the co-founders of Skype. And I really believe both in the European opportunity, but also in being involved in businesses and helping entrepreneurs with the lots of things that happen along the way in what is often not a linear journey. And then, of course, I'm Brazilian, as you mentioned in the beginning.
Yes, I think the fact that we are here with people that have been founding companies and investing in companies in Europe when you are originally from Latin America, both of you. I think it's fascinating. I have been following both of your careers very close, and it always, it's easier to see people from Europe going into Latin America or people from Europe going into other geographies, but it's harder to see people from the Americas looking into Europe. And I think that this year we are seeing more and more investors and entrepreneurs coming from North and South America into Europe and really making impact in those teams and building companies that are going beyond Europe. So going into Super Adri, she mentioned about her 100 years company, which you can imagine what a responsibility. But she has been a tremendous supporter of the Endeavor Network. She's like the hada madrina of Endeavor in many ways, and she was supporting Miami. But at the same time, she is investing in companies all over the world. And she has as well launched with a company that, by the way, STS Space Mobile has presence in Spain and in some other European countries. So tell us a little bit about, based on all the experiences that you have, all the crazy things that you've done. She says that the sky is never the limit, obviously.
The sky is definitely not the limit anymore.
Exactly.
I was very lucky to meet this incredible Venezuelan serial entrepreneur who's always been focused on connectivity called Abel Avellan. Abel is the guy who figured out how to put Wi-Fi on an airplane for the first time. He had a successful exit. He thought he was going to retire, but he had an itch. And the itch was that he thought he would be the one that would be able to figure out how to connect satellites to cell phones directly without the need of any physical infrastructure on Earth. So he set out to set up a company that's now called AST & Science. The product is called Space Mobile. And I was able to come in as a Series A. I also took over as head of strategy for a while when we were a very slim team of mostly engineers and PhDs, minus me. And I helped him, craft a very successful B round where we really brought in strategic partners. We brought in Vodafone, Rakuten, Samsung, American Towers. I mean, really a dream team. And fast forward about a year after that, just when COVID had began, in April when COVID had began, and he calls me and he says, I now need you to raise the C round. And I said, are you reading the newspapers? People think that we're living in the apocalypse. There's no one that's going to want to fund a giant, extremely risky startup that's dealing with satellites in space. And he said, well, we need to build a satellite, so we need to raise the money. So long story short, that's how we ended up deciding that at the time, our only option and our best option to be able to raise the money that we needed in a timely fashion was to go through a SPAC. And we did. It was extremely successful. It was an incredible project on it to itself. And we listed. And the company has stayed on track with no delays. Because of COVID, which in itself shows the power of working with a lot of engineers, is that they can really have a knack for figuring out how to not have bottlenecks. So we're very proud. We're launching one satellite in March with SpaceX in Cape Canaveral, and after that, we'll be launching 120 satellites. Wow. And we're going to be able to connect every single person in the world that has a normal phone. So half of the world's population doesn't have access to broadband, and we're going to solve for that. And I'm convinced that this is by far the most important thing I will ever be able to do in my professional career, and I am extremely grateful that I can be part of something so seismic.
Wow, so there's a little bit of inspiration over there for everybody here. You know how Adriana was supporting our entrepreneur from Venezuela and took it and built part of that story from Spain and from other countries in the European soil. So Carolina, your story is fascinating in many ways. So you're originally from Brazil, you start working, or you move to Europe, you start working with one of the most well-respected and fascinating funds, Atomico. So what's the transition from you from Brazil to London, Atomico, and then growing up and now thinking about building a growth fund based in Europe?
Yeah, so the story is a little bit longer in that I moved from Brazil to the US.
Oh, wow.
I was super lucky to get a scholarship to study in the US, which really sort of opened a lot of the world up to me in many ways. And was able through that to work first with very mature businesses, and then through working with a very mature business that wasn't very tech-enabled, but that was trying to acquire very tech-enabled businesses, I realized that the puck was really going towards technology, and that I really wanted to work with really early-stage companies, or companies that were being very ambitious in the technology that they were trying to build to change the world in ways that might seem crazy at first, but were really powerful. And then I just kind of shifted my entire focus and eventually ended up in London, and was very lucky because the ecosystem was starting to bustle, and it's just been super fun to watch that over the past 10 years.
Wow. And now, so when you said that you're bullish on Europe, that you believe that the next big thing may be, well, there are very many already in Europe, we have to say, but potentially will be funded by you, which I think is fascinating. So what are you most excited about? Is it countries in the north of Europe, southern Europe, Spain, Portugal? Is there anything specific? There's many entrepreneurs here listening to you. Is there anything in specific that you would say, if you're working on this, talk to me?
So we are actually very thematic in the way that we invest, and so we really spend a lot of time thinking about the big trends in the big sectors, right? Like fintech, software, marketplaces. We organize ourselves by sector so that we can, be a little bit dangerous about how much we know about anything, and not be very generalist. And so what we love about Europe is that you can really be global from day one. You can start a company in Spain and Portugal and export that to other markets, and of course easier said than done. But you do have that possibility, and you also have the possibility to leverage teams in different markets as well and sort of build something that's then best of breed. So for us, we're hugely bullish on Europe. I'm very bullish in Iberia. I think I've come to South Summit for 5 years, maybe more.
Yes, you're one of the ones that have been coming every year.
I've invested in Spanish company, as has EQT. Over the last year, EQT on the private equity and infrastructure side have made many investments, including Idealista, which is one of the big ones.
Yes.
Yeah. And so, we are here. We want to meet the most ambitious entrepreneurs. We can back entrepreneurs actually from seed through our ventures fund all the way through growth, which is where I sit, and beyond, because we have a public value fund as well as a private equity fund. And we really want to back these success stories.
So it's very interesting because you both touch on something that I think is key right now, which is the talent, right? So even before the world went remote for the pandemic situation, you were already investing, both of you, in companies in both sides of the Atlantic. So now that this is coming like the most common thing, right? Where do you see, because you're sitting in London, you're sitting in Miami, you have companies all over the world, you too. So what would be your main learning or your main focus? Or for example, one of the things that I always say is that talent doesn't have a zip code, because based on my career, I've always been able to work with people from all over the world in different areas, and it has been always tremendously, fulfilling. So that past of investing in those entrepreneurs that were in Sand Hill Road a bike ride away, I think it's over. So how are you thinking about that? Are you comfortable? How do you envision those relationships with those founders that you will be investing on, despite they won't be a bike ride away from you?
Yeah, I'm happy to go first, and then I think that COVID, in a way, has been very positive for that, because now even management teams and founders are much more comfortable having remote teams, I felt, than before, so that people can actually either be home more often or be in a different country, and it doesn't make a difference, and people are increasingly finding a groove. And I think that's a huge competitive advantage for Europe, because Europe has lots of tech pockets, especially, right? Technical talent and also commercial talent as well, that may not want to be in London or in Berlin or wherever it is.
In the
may
cold.
want to,
No,
exactly.
yeah.
May want to stay in lovely Madrid.
I would add to that I feel, as Thomas Friedman famously said about 20 years ago, the world has become flat again. If you think it's been advantageous for Europe to enter this sort of new type of working dynamic, put yourself on the feet of Latin American entrepreneurs. It's amazing. It's amazing first of all, there was sort of a digital leapfrogging, and there's also been a evening of the playing field where Latin Americans more than ever feel that they can be competitive at a global scale. And the moment that you don't feel that you need to have that operational anchor in any one country, it actually kind of frees you and really allows you to think much more pan-regionally or globally. Suddenly, launching a business that's going to be in 5, 6, 10, 20 markets at the same time is not as difficult because you don't have that physical anchor that perhaps before was sort of an operational headache.
I agree with that. You've mentioned two things that are very interesting. The dynamics have changed so much in the last year that you can build something in Europe and launch it in the US. You have founders that are in the US that are launching somewhere else. You have people distributed so that when Europe sleeps, the US builds. When the US sleeps, Europe builds. Latin American talent is one of the biggest pools in software engineer in the world, which is one of the most sought after kind of roles right now. We're all crazy looking for software engineers. Brazil, Venezuela, Colombia, Mexico, everywhere. So I think we're lucky to be here in this moment where kind of like we are defining the next dynamics in years to come. And so before we go, I wanted to...
And can I add just one more thing
Yes,
as well?
of course.
Because I think talent has become flatter and more accessible, but so has capital.
Yeah.
Because 10 years ago, you used to hear a lot, you have to move to the valley or you have to travel to the valley, and entrepreneurs had to do a tour, take 2 weeks off their business to go meet everyone. And I think now everyone can get on a Zoom. And I think that's been a huge competitive advantage, especially in places like Latin America, to go back to Adriana's point, where there was historically a liquidity issue, especially in later rounds. And now more
Everybody
people-
wants to invest in Latin
Exactly.
America. It's
Exactly.
like
That's been huge.
Great. So before we go, what are the advices? So we have a lot of entrepreneurs here, a lot of investors as well. So based in your experience, what are kind of like the key learnings that you have over your career that you would love to share, or the pieces of advice, if we can call it that way, so that people can take with them after this fun panel? So who wants to go first? Adri, do you want to go first?
I'm happy to go. I think a few things. I think if I'm wearing my investor hat, I would say what has become most and most important is to sort of figure out where you are in your investing career. If you wake up and you realize that you're now a grown-up, you have to have grown-up responsibilities in terms of how you're investing. And that usually has a lot to do with transparency and expectations, right? So there's a conversation that you can have where if it's just a friend that you're trying to support, just say, listen, I'm gonna invest with you in the seed round, but I'm really not going to be your partner going forward. I just want to help you. Fine. There's the other type that's obviously more meaningful where you say, this is very interesting. I'm going to give you this amount because my intention is to be able to follow you in the second and third round. And I think if you have those conversations up front, it really manages expectations for the entrepreneurs that are really, if they're raising money, it's because they need it and they want thinking partners. So I would just say, if you decide that you're no longer in the friends and family bucket of investors, just try to be responsible and thoughtful. And if you commit to an investment, think of it as the next following years of your life, and not just the moment. And in terms of advice, I would say to everybody out there, we have to always insist. We have to check our biases. We have to not take no for an answer, and we have to always insist if we have the conviction that what we're working on is great. So always insist.
Thank you, Adri. Carolina.
I'll give one advice for sort of everything, which is, going to be very generic, but really, when it comes down to it, when I think, especially at growth stage, why don't companies or even investors meet their plans? It's all about people. Either you can't hire people fast enough, or you don't hire the right people, they're the wrong people, and that delays you. Or you take too long to hire people and scale up and hire people that are better than you than in other areas because it's too expensive or whatever it is. And so, to me, it's really all about people. Invest in people before you ever think you need to invest in people. Capital is cheap, but people are really hard to find and to train. And so always over-index on that.
That's great. So thank you both, ladies. Hopefully next year we will have a panel with a lot more people here. And I hope that you understand the messages from these rock stars. And we hope to celebrate next year many more adventurous stories from founders, European, Latin American, and American here at South Summit. Thank you, everyone. Adios,
All right, let's move right along. Like I said, we have an amazing lineup right up until 7 o'clock tonight. So this next segment is about how becoming an entrepreneur helped me make a better VC fund. And it's going to be an interview with Brendan Wallace, who's the CEO of the Fifth Wall. It's one of the largest prop tech funds in the world. And we have Iñaki Berenger, who is the former CEO of CoverWallet and a serial entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Brendan and Iñaki.
What is it? Well, Brendan is...
Thanks, guys.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Iñaki Berenguer. I'm the CEO and co-founder of CoverWallet, InsurTech that is using technology to simplify how small businesses buy and manage insurance. We are currently the global leaders in online business insurance. We are based in New York. We have about 500 employees, and last year we got acquired by Aon. Aon is the largest or second largest insurance company in the world. And today I have the pleasure to have a conversation with a good friend of mine, Brendan Wallace. He's the founder and managing partner of Fifth Wall. He's probably like one of the most successful new fund managers globally. He's investing in prop tech or tech real estate. He's going to tell us more about this. And what we're going to be talking about today is how his experience as a tech entrepreneur made him a better investor and building a fund in prop tech when prop tech was not even a category 5 years ago. So welcome to Madrid, Brendan. And I would like to know a little bit more about how was your transition from finance to a tech entrepreneur in Silicon Valley and then starting a fund that doesn't resemble any other fund in the world and still be so successful.
So yeah, I had kind of a pretty eclectic background in the sense that I started my career actually in half of kind of what Fifth Wall does, which is actually in real estate finance and real estate capital markets. So I worked at Goldman Sachs, I did investment banking, covering real estate actually, and then I was at Blackstone in real estate private equity. And then I went to business school. The global financial crisis hit. It seemed like a good time to get out of real estate capital markets. So I went to business school at Stanford, and like many people, I caught the tech bug. So launched a company totally outside of real estate. So launched a company in data and analytics, actually with a Spanish entrepreneur, Adiemi, who both of us know, and sold that company to Workday. And so relatively early in my career, I had this kind of hybrid experience of both having worked in traditional real estate finance and capital markets, but then also having worked in tech. And I'd actually say from that uniqueness came the spark, the light bulb moment for Fifth Wall.
Yeah. And Fifth Wall, if you can tell us a little bit more about this, because it's tech, real estate, prop tech. When you started, probably nobody was calling that prop tech. That category didn't exist. You were a pioneer there. But if you can share a little bit more about what that is, because some people think even that it is a construction fund, right? So can you share with us a little bit more of what it is?
Yeah, so I'll actually give you the original idea, because the original idea has actually been the same since we started. The idea was that if you look at, just take the US economy, about 13% of the US economy is real estate. So it's a shockingly large percentage, right? It's actually larger than healthcare, it's larger than financial services. Like 13% of the economy is people and businesses paying their rent. And I think everyone knows that the real estate industry is one of the slowest and latest adopting industries with respect to tech. I mean, you could almost characterize it as like the real estate industry slept through 2 decades worth of innovation, woke up in 2015, looked around and said, we need to begin to adopt tech. So my view is that, when the largest industry in the United States begins to adopt tech for the very first time, an enormous amount of enterprise value is going to be created for the companies that sell into that. But there were no focused venture capital funds. Exactly as you said, prop tech, this phrase, prop tech, wasn't a phrase. It wasn't a thing back then. So we launched this fund, and I think to some extent we had the benefit of having never worked in venture. So I started Fifth Wall without ever having worked at a venture capital fund. And I built the fund a little differently in really 2 regards. One was this extreme focus on real estate tech, which was really the first fund of its kind. The second was that I architected the fund pretty uniquely from other venture funds, which is we brought in some of the largest owners and operators and developers of real estate, who are in turn the largest customers and end users of the technologies we were investing in as LPs. And that was a very different model. And I think it was almost like by virtue of being an outsider, of not having worked in venture, I was able to some extent reimagine the construct of a venture fund from the ground up to serve this unique opportunity in what is today prop tech.
So this looks like a little bit like starting a company, right? Because you are starting with a new opportunities that you identify, you think that you have a new approach to make that a success. So this is like being an entrepreneur, right? And so now that you are an investor, what are the attributes that you look into an entrepreneur, right? Are they attributes that you had as an entrepreneur yourself, and now that you are an entrepreneur as well, or what are you looking into an entrepreneur?
So it's totally true. I would say my experience of starting Fifth Wall has been a near replica of my experience in starting Identified. You wanted to identify a very unique pain point and then solve it and build competitive advantages for your business. Now, the way I think about all businesses, whether it's a venture capital fund or a startup, is they're solving problems, right? They're in the business of solving some problem the world has. Now, the thing is, there's so many problems the world has that the question is, which one do you start, and which ones are worth starting, and which ones are worth investing in? And I use kind of a framework which I actually got from business school, which is if you look at a problem, you ask yourself 3 questions. One, is the problem important? Meaning, there's lots of problems out there. Not all problems are important. Not all problems are actually worth solving. And some of them are just too small to solve. Some of them are very important, and many people are working towards solving them. And so, when I look at any opportunity, whether it was Fifth Wall or a startup that I'm looking at now, I ask myself, is this problem actually worth solving? The second is more about the entrepreneur. So it's a little bit more introspective, which is, do I uniquely care about this problem being solved? Meaning, there are lots of important problems that you just don't care about being solved, and I just don't care about being solved, but some you do. And that's really just a personal thing. And so a lot of times when I'm evaluating an entrepreneur, I'm trying to gauge, does this entrepreneur truly, deeply care about this problem being solved? And the last is, do you have a unique competitive advantage in solving that problem? And this is actually the hardest one for, I think, most entrepreneurs, most venture funds, any new business to answer. So I'll give how I looked at it at Fifth Wall. I said, why should I start a prop tech fund? There's tons of people out there that could start prop tech funds that have backgrounds similar to me. Why can I have a unique advantage? And in my case, I said, I'm going to engineer that by having the largest customers as LPs, this unique design, this consortium approach to strategic LPs that actually gave me and gave Fifth Wall a real competitive edge. But when I talk to entrepreneurs, one of the things I really look for is how they think about building true competitive advantages versus the many other people out there that want to solve similar problems and who deeply care about them. So to summarize, is the problem big? Do you truly, fundamentally, intrinsically care about this problem? And then do you have a unique advantage in solving it? And I think it's the same for starting a venture fund and starting a company.
And when you're saying that in that entrepreneur, you look whether he cares about the problem, let's talk a little bit more about the personality of that person, right? Because you have been a successful technology entrepreneur, you have been successful at building a fund that is also being an entrepreneur, so you may have a little bit of survivor bias that is like, well, entrepreneurs should look like me in terms of personality and like the character. So do you think that you look, or you try to find in them what you had as a successful entrepreneur, or you think that there are many types of successful entrepreneurs in terms of personality?
You know, I think it's a great question, because I think every investor that's been successful in their career is always biased towards identifying people and wanting to invest in people that look like them. Whether they're aware of that bias, whether it's conscious or not, I'm sure it exists. And I'm sure I am subject to it as well. I think what's important to note, though, is that advantages come in all different shapes and flavors and sizes and dimensions, meaning there are tons of ways to solve a particular problem. And the way I would solve a particular problem is one way. The way you would solve it is probably different. And many people approach problem solving differently. And being open and receptive to that is something that you do actually have to train yourself in and be cognizant of as an investor to avoid that bias. I do think there are some traits and commonalities which are consistent. Entrepreneurs always have high energy. I've never met a successful low energy entrepreneur. I haven't. It does not seem to be a leading indicator of success in the entrepreneurial world. I would also say passion, genuine passion, like a kind of an almost palpable energy about what that person's working on that you can feel with them. And then I'd say hard work, right? I know that there's so much of a culture now about working smarter and not harder. I think that's great, and I'm all for that. And I always try to work smarter, not just harder. But the reality is that to be successful as an entrepreneur, you both have to work smarter and harder. And I think that is a characteristic where when you see an entrepreneur that truly has internalized that, that's very attractive. That's very interesting from Fifth Wall and from me from an investment perspective.
Yeah. No, this is a very interesting point about working long, smart, and intense. I'm an entrepreneur. Like my last 3 companies, it has been non-stop all the time, like weekdays, weekends, no vacation. But when people think about investors, they always think as, well, someone that has the money from someone else, they wait, and people come to pitch to them, and they decide where to place their bets, right? But so can you talk a little bit about the life of a VC, a successful VC, and how that is different or similar in terms of intensity and quality of life compared to being an entrepreneur, running a company as a CEO?
It's funny, just in asking the question, it brought up one other thing about entrepreneurs, because I'll get to it, which is that I think a lot of entrepreneurs have this characteristic, which is they didn't realize how hard the problem they wanted to solve was when they started to solve it. Meaning when you start to do something, the intensity and the complexity and the sophistication and all the dimensions of the problem that are then revealed to you when you're in the business of building your business are daunting. And so I guess when I started Fifth Wall, I had no idea how difficult it would be to build a venture fund. It seemed to me, exactly as you said, that I had talked to some venture capitalists. I had met with them. I assumed that, you just kind of raise money and you play golf and you kind of throw some money at entrepreneurs, and some win and some don't, and you get involved where you want. And the reality is that it's actually not like that at all. It's very much like building a business. The difference is you have to conceptualize your product differently, meaning my finished product, like the product I am delivering, is returns. right? So the finished goods that I'm delivering ultimately is turning $1 of raw materials into $4 of finished goods, right? That is a successful product to deliver. And so you have to think about the business like that. And you have to build a supply chain like that. And you have to build, almost a manufacturing process to manufacture $4 out of $1. And so, to componentize that, I think, was a learning experience for me, because I realized how important things that are very important in operating businesses are also to venture and how much they apply. So, for example, building a brand, building a differentiated, unique brand is so important in venture. Venture is a space which is increasingly commoditized. There's more capital than ever before. Great entrepreneurs have so many funds that are pursuing them. So why are they going to take your capital? And that's where brand really matters. It also matters to LPs that are deciding who they should trust their capital with, who they should actually, make a fiduciary for their capital. So brand is one thing that really mattered. And so in some ways, I approach branding and marketing at Fifth Wall in the way one would approach it at an operating company. And I think that was very atypical, because most venture funds don't brand themselves at all. Many don't even have a website. And we are in some ways the opposite of that. I think the other thing that is important is to understand the importance of team and how important building an exceptional team is. Because, working in venture capital, your only asset is the intellectual horsepower of the people on your team, right? What they bring to the table, their drive, their competence is the asset of the firm. And so I think a lot of venture funds don't think about talent development in the same way operating companies do, which is developing younger talent, creating the right reporting lines and hierarchies and KPIs to manage people towards goals. And so the dynamic ends up being one where venture capital is inherently, and I think oftentimes feels artisanal, right? It's kind of like a small group of people that are operating at small scale, producing finished goods of $4 out of $1, but it's done artisanally. It's not done industrially. And so a lot of what I've focused on at Fifth Wall is how do I apply an industrial logic, right? An ability to scale something where one person can do it, but how do you have 5 people do it or 10 people do it? How do you do it across multiple geographies, across multiple funds? And that's something obviously I'm still working on, but in some ways it's like applying that entrepreneur's scaling lens to a new business model, which is obviously asset management in venture capital.
Yeah. So that's a very thoughtful way of starting a fund and running a fund and growing the fund and growing it into what you are today in just 5 years, that you have multiple funds operating globally, managing, I don't know, like 1 or 2 or a couple of $1 billion.
2.6.
2.6, that in 5 years, probably like, I haven't seen that anywhere in the world, right? And I know that you started in California, LA, San Francisco, New York, London, and I think somewhere else.
Singapore.
Singapore as well. And that is how you run your fund and how you grow your fund and you create a franchise or an institution. But what about investing in entrepreneurs, right? So where do you find the boundary of before you were an operator or you are still an operator of your fund and you are making decisions and you want to get very involved in the operations versus investing in a company, in an entrepreneur, and you are influencing, but you may have the temptation of willing to run the company because you know like some of the pitfalls that they should be avoided, but at the same time you are just an investor. So how do you handle that?
It's an amazing question also, because I think anyone who's been an entrepreneur knows the feeling of investors meddling sometimes in their strategy in a way that you don't want and actually isn't helpful to the business. And actually, this was one of the things that I think the experience of being an entrepreneur really helped me in thinking through how to build Fifth Wall, which, as I said, what I want Fifth Wall to be is I don't want to be focused on the best hiring venture fund, like meaning we're not the best at helping you hire engineers or a CTO, or we're not the best at product design. What we're the best at is we can deliver your product to 70 of the world's largest real estate companies instantly. That's something no venture fund can do, only Fifth Wall can do. So we're very, very specific in our value add. And the nice thing about that is it gives you clarity over what to do. It helps you engage with the entrepreneur in the right way, where we say, look, we're not here to help you redefine your product. We can, and we're happy to be thought partners in doing that, but that's not our role. Our role is to take you from 5 customers to 25 customers. We are here to help you scale. We are top-line focused. The other thing that's advantageous about that is it lets you partner as a syndicate partner with other venture funds that can do that, and frankly can do that better than Fifth Wall probably could. So while we're super focused on top line, a lot of the funds we work with, they're more generalist, and they're engaging around hiring and product design and go-to-market strategy and marketing in ways that we really are less involved. So, for Fifth Wall, it's actually, I think, been one of the most elegant features of our product, which is we are just focused on what we define as like king-making, taking a prop tech business and connecting it to the largest owners and operators and developers of real estate globally, or RLPs, which is what we do and what we try to industrialize, as we were talking about before.
So, well, Brendan, thank you so much for visiting us in Madrid. I know that you are very active in Europe and in particular in Spain as well. And thank you for being a partner. He was an investor in my first technology company back in 2011. So thank you for being here today.
Of course, thank you for having me.
All right, moving right along. So you heard about prop tech. Now we're going to talk about green finances. So do you think banks take seriously green, or is this like greenwashing? Well, hopefully after this segment, you'll be convinced, because this is one bank that takes green very seriously. Ana Ribalta is Deputy General Manager, and she's the Director of Sustainability, and she's going to talk to us about the importance of green finances in the sustainable transformation of our planet and its opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Ana Ribalta.
Hi. Hello, thank you for the opportunity of being here with you. We are going to speak about green finance for just 9 minutes. So let's go for it. Well, actually, we are facing mainly 2 challenges. Well, actually, there are a lot of them, but we are going to highlight 2. The first one is the overdependence on natural resources, mainly on non-renewable resources, which must change. Otherwise, future generations will not be able to meet their own needs. Secondly, the implications that the frequency and severity of climate-related events have for financial stability of all the world. Those have changed the principal mission of finance system, not just banks, but funds and general investors. Normally, we were talking about financing the economic growth, but now we are talking about financing sustainable economic growth, and this is a must. These trends become pressure for companies that intend to continue trading in the future, pressures to improve their competitiveness advantages through sustainability, pressure from consumers wishing to change the impact deriving from their consumption habits, and pressure also for the investors that they want to ensure that climate and transition risk are reduced in their portfolio. So, green finance addresses the 3 trends: sustainability for companies, sustainability for consumers, and sustainability for also investors. Let me go through all these 3 trends. We see that for this transformation, it's going to require 330 billion euros per year to undertake the ecological transition in Europe. Therefore, the involvement of the private sector is imperative as a supplement for the 140 billion euros until 2026 of the Next Generation funds for Spain. So hence, the importance of the financial system as a necessary lever for this to happen. What about consumers? Consumers themselves are accelerating this new paradigm. Therefore, products and services that facilitate this must be transformed and created. And it is here where sustainable finance comes into play. We are talking about new insurance products that include climate risk. We are talking about financing photovoltaic panels for self-consumption. We are talking about electrical vehicles, and so on. Clients are also asking us to accelerate the transition, just to move all our money to activities that are friendly for transition. And what they are asking us is to restrict the finance to these activities that are not friendly for the planet. So this is one of the reasons, because all the institutions and the funds, we are working together to develop a sectorial regulation that supports this trend. For last, authorities and investors focus on inclusion of climate and transition risk in the risk assessment carried out by financial institutions. On one hand, one of the things that we are seeing is that these companies that are performing with a sustainable manner, they have a better financial future. On the other hand, one of the things that we are seeing as well is that long-term viability of companies that are not at the path towards the green economy will have less finance, and the finance that they have is going to be with a higher cost, with a higher price. So take this into account. And let me talk a little bit about Banco Sabadell. Banco Sabadell, we do not want to be profitable by being part of the problem. What we want to do is by being part of the solution. Banco Sabadell, 25 years ago, we decided to do the first loan in mini hydros. That was in 1996, when we created the first venture capital company by investing capital in renewable energy. That was 20 years ago as well. And 20 years ago, we built our headquarters in Barcelona with a LEED certification and gold rating, because we were prioritizing the environmental, the physical, and the emotional health of all our people. Moreover, the 99% of the energy that we are consuming at the moment is from renewable sources. We are one of the 3 top banks, leaders as lenders of renewable energy for the last 20 years, and we have been the Spanish institution that has reduced the energy consumption the most in 2020. All these examples, what I want to say is that sustainability is part of the bank value proposition. How do we see that? We want to support our customers in the transition towards a low-emission economy, social responsibility, and a healthy governance. And how do we do that? The first thing to do is knowing what we are talking about. It's not so easy. The first thing we've done has been analyzing all the activities and policies that are considered sustainable and which ones are not. And we introduce this assessing to all the loan granting procedures. Secondly, the other thing that we are doing is advising our customers. How do we do that? First of all, we have specialized our teams, risk teams and commercial teams, in order to have the knowledge, enough knowledge to do this advice. Secondly, with proximity and getting to know our customers, with sustainable KYCs, what we do a questionnaire annually and trying to identify the needs and offer solutions to all our customers. We also try to identify opportunities for companies wishing to receive help from the European Recovery Funds and facilitating this access. It's going to be a mess. It's not going to be easy. So we have tracked a procedure within the bank to help our customers to get or to reach these funds. And finally, with training, we have company hubs with more than 65 webinars to teach our customers how to manage with all this stuff of sustainability, so important for us. We also do sustainable products, customer operations. We've done for the first 6 months of this year more than 3,600 million of sustainably financed. And moreover, we have to take into account that we have a lot of investors, particularly institutionals, that they want to contribute also to the sustainability trend. So we generate capacities with financial instruments such as green, social, or sustainable bonds for them, but also we help customers place sustainability bonds into capital markets. With various investment vehicles and programs, we are trying to promote sustainable companies like Cinia Renovables or Best Startup Health. This is why, at the beginning of that year, we launched Best Startup Green. It's a vertical to invest in technologies that facilitate several things: energy transition, smart cities, mobility, water management, industry, and circular economy. Just in these 2 or 3 months, we have received more than 136 projects, and those have been submitted. So one of the things that I would like to highlight is that green finance is not something that's going to pass through. It's something important. It's something that is going to be cross-setting all the activity of finance. In Banco Sabadell, what we want is to be profitable by being part of the problem, but by being part of the solution. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, our next segment is about investing in a better world. And we have 2 amazing people here presenting. The first person presenting is Beatriz Gonzalez. She's one of my favorites here at South Summit. She comes every year, and she's got one of the most successful venture funds here in the country, Seaya Ventures. Seaya Ventures has been investing in sustainable properties for a long time now, even before it was like in fashion. But more importantly, we have also with us the biggest sustainable investment fund in the world, 37 billion. Miguel Nogales is the CEO of Generation Investment Management, and they're both going to tell us as to why it is so important now to take so seriously sustainability, even for investors, because it makes sense and it makes money. Join me in welcoming Beatriz and Miguel.
Thank you so much for that very kind intro. And thank you, Miguel, for joining the event. I think it's your first time, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is obviously the event in Southern Europe, and we're very, very excited to have you here. So a bit of an intro on Generation. This is really the pioneering fund in sustainable investment in the world, I would say, with 37 billion under management and top quartile, top decile, I would guess, even returns. So fantastic returns while investing in sustainability as well. And also with a very strong culture. We'll talk about that later. We have a team of 100 people, I think, and 13 out of the 18 original people are still in the firm, right? So that's certainly something that we can maybe discuss later, because I guess that purpose-driven strategy also helps retention, right, in the team. But first, we'll start a bit about your background, because I know your story, obviously, but I would love it if you could share with the rest of the audience.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for having me here. And I've fulfilled a dream today, walking onto a stage with a live band. This is much better than investing. So, and I feel like I should be asking you the questions here. You're the best VC in Spain. So, I feel kind of imposter syndrome being interviewed by you here. So, yeah, so a little bit about my background. So I don't come from a traditional kind of finance background. I come from a small town in the south of Spain called Granada. My family, my dad is an academic, my mother is a doctor and a kind of impact person. She set up schools and charities. And what was cool at our dinner table when we were growing up was really social issues, geopolitics, what's happening in the world, healthcare, the environment. So that's what we grew up with. And so I guess when I was older, I really wanted to have an impact position. So I went off to university to study economics. I wanted to go and work for the World Bank. Before that, I spent a year running around Australia with long hair, collecting seeds, planting trees. You know, that was the year after the Rio Earth Summit, 1992. And everybody was just so excited about sustainable development. It was like a kind of boom time. And so I just thought I'd spend a year, you know, doing that. So finished university, and my plan was to go and work at an investment firm for a few years so I could then go on to the World Bank or something like that. And I just got hooked on investing and on analyzing companies. So understanding, you know, what do the founders do, what's the competitive environment, what makes a great business, you know, so I just love that. And to this day, the cycles of greed and fear in the stock market, they're just fascinating things to me. So after about 2 or 3 years, I came across a company called Novo Nordisk. It's a Danish pharmaceutical company. They're one of the pioneers in sustainability. They had this idea called the triple bottom line, which is very similar. This is in the late 90s. It's a very similar idea to stakeholder capitalism, but just phrased in a different way. And there was a woman there called Lisa Kingo, who to this day I consider my mentor, and she really taught me about sustainable business. So fast forward a few years later, and a few kind of failures, and a few learning experiences, and so we set up Generation in 2004, 17 years ago, with the goal being, you know, can we find a portfolio of companies like Novo Nordisk and try and make, you know, a good return for our clients and drive sustainability.
And how easy or difficult was it to find investors for that first
At the start, it was
venture?
really hard.
Because 2004, I mean, now we're all talking about sustainability and ESG, and it's pretty much on everybody's heads. But back in 2004,
yeah, it was super uncool.
a bit nerdy, maybe.
People looked at us with a mixture of pity and sort of delusion.
Yeah.
So it's interesting because the first wave of people that invested in us were the kind of faith-based organizations. There were there was already an existing ethical investing world. You know, actually going back to the 60s, when the Vietnam War was around, there was a kind of war. People were not investing in companies making armaments. Or during the apartheid, people didn't invest in companies that were involved in South Africa. So there was like a really small niche ethical investing world that was very kind of values-based. So we had a lot of people like church groups, certain foundations. They were the only clients that really believed in us at the start. So the first couple of years, we almost really didn't make it. And then after year 3 or 4, it began to build up, particularly because we started showing good returns, because our idea was always, you know, convince the people that are doubters by showing good returns.
Exactly, because I guess that's a really important factor, right? That you can make investments in companies that fall into the sustainable space while at the same time getting the best returns. And I think that's something that is changing, right, in the last few years, because it always seems that you can't do both.
Yeah.
And your idea and your investment strategy from day one was to get both. No?
That's right. And maybe it's kind of worth defining
exactly
what we think is sustainable. So again, as I said, there's been many definitions, and we make it terrible for people in our world because we have like all these acronyms like ESG or sustainable or triple bottom line. But it boils down to a really simple idea, which is that the value that the business generates for society is greater than it generates for its shareholders. So, you know, the traditional financial analyst will look at a company and they'll just do a discounted cash flow, they'll discount the dividends, they'll figure out what it's worth. So that's kind of one element of value. Another completely different element of value is what does it add to society? Right? What does it add to the environment or otherwise? Health, you know, equality. And this is something that can be measured, but it's typically measured by economists or by social policy people. never by investors. Well, I mean, at least it used to be never, now not so much the case. So let's take an example. So let's say you've got a tobacco company, it's making a product which kills its clients, it's creating a lot of issues for the healthcare system. The typical financial analyst will just discount the cash flows and value it at that. But obviously it has a massively negative externality, right? The same is the other way around. So let's say you're doing analysis of Moderna right now, or I don't know, any company that's inventing new stuff in healthcare. They've got a massive positive externality to society in form of, just as we all know during the last year in COVID. So we're looking for a big gap between societal value and company value. And this is really important because you're not doing it just to kind of go home and feel nice about yourself. That's not the goal. Society and stock markets are just a giant machine for moving capital in the long term to where society needs it. So if you have a company with this gap, what's going to happen over time, now sometimes it takes years, but society makes capital move to where it's more needed. So those companies that generate the positive externality are therefore going to grow faster than the others and hopefully going to be more profitable. So I think it just creates a kind of massive opportunity, and that's something that we have done and we continue to be focused on.
Great. And what sectors or in your strategy, what are you most excited about at the moment?
Yeah, so I'm excited about a lot, and because we have probably about 50 investment professionals. We look across different types of private equity, public equity. We have a fund in Asia. So I'll share some of the stuff that gets me excited. Okay. So it's not necessarily
how much
the whole
is
picture.
Public, how much is private? Is that public or?
About 33 billion is public.
Public.
And we have about 5 or 6 in private.
In private.
Yeah.
And it's worldwide, right?
Worldwide. So we invest, across the board in all countries.
Okay.
And we're now setting up a sister company, which is called Just Climate, which is going to focus purely on the really hard to abate climate sectors, but we haven't really talked too much about that. We'll talk more about that later on in the year. So sectors, first of all, maybe start with the environment, which is my personal passion and lots of people in Generation.
Okay.
And here, we've been investing in this for years. I think there's the kind of typical things that everybody knows about. There's trillions of dollars that need to be mobilized for a sustainable world. I mean, some people say 3 trillion, others say 5 trillion. It's a lot of money that needs to move. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities to move that money. Things like renewables, it's still going on. It's a bit more commoditized these days. Things like transition to electric vehicle, it's more predictable now. It's definitely happening. And it's going to come much faster than people think. And we're seeing that in the numbers right now. Things like energy efficiency of buildings, that's a big area for us. Buildings are really hard because, as Brendan was saying earlier, every building is different. So solutions change. So whether it's the lighting, the lifts, the heating system, we need to retrofit pretty much the entire stock of buildings. So if you look at the European Green New Deal, we renovate about 1% of our real estate every year. We need to renovate like 3, 4, 5% to get to net zero. So there's huge opportunities in that. So in addition, maybe other areas that are maybe a little bit less obvious. So I think hydrogen is really interesting, particularly for a country like Spain, which I think with hydrogen it can be an energy exporter for the first time in its history, because if you make green hydrogen with a good renewable resource, that can be exported to the rest of Europe. So that's a really exciting, difficult, capital-intensive area, but with some interesting points in the value chain. The grid is another big area. So basically, to become sustainable, you need to electrify everything. Everything. I mean, there's almost nothing that won't be electrified. So I think you probably need about 3 times, some people say 3 times, some people say 5 times, but many more times the capacity to move electrons around the system. And again, that opens up investments in the grid, and it also opens up investment in things related to the grid. Final one, which I think sometimes people find surprising, is sort of agriculture and nature.
Yeah.
So, agriculture and nature feels like renewables fell 20 years ago. It's complex, it's messy, nobody really knows what the solution is, but it's super impactful. So, we lose, deforestation is responsible for about more than between 10 and 20% of our emissions. We lose 1% of our topsoil every year by intensive agriculture practices. We have to completely change the way we farm, what we farm, where we put it. And there's some incredible companies in this area. More on the non-profit side, I think there's going to be an explosion in basically nature-based solutions. And this is something that we deal with as on a more personal basis at a foundation level. But there is going to have to be, to get to net zero, we need a gigantic investment in nature-based solutions, and that's just at the beginning. So those are kind of some of the areas that I'm interested in climate. Healthcare is a big area for us, and it's always been a big area for us because I think anything that makes the world healthier is positive. There's a lot to talk about, but maybe I'll focus on two things. One is the move, personalized medicine, genomics. I guess, I'm sure that you've talked about it at the summit here, but there's something incredible has happened in the last couple of years. So we've been able to read the gene sequence through gene sequencing machines, Illumina and others, but we can now write with synthetic biology, and we can edit with CRISPR. So if you can read, write, and edit, the applications are mind-blowing. So from therapeutics to diagnostics to, we met a company the other day that's making leather out of mushrooms, using genetically modified mushrooms. And how cool is that? The other thing in healthcare that's really interesting is data. Basically, it seems that every other sector in the world has used data, apart from healthcare. You still get the paper scan. You never log into your. It's so. Healthcare is really a data problem, and we're just getting started in using data. So there's a whole lot of investments that are really interesting in that regard. Final one, an area I know that you've been very active in, software. So, software is all about doing more with less. It's about dematerializing. So, if you take the processes that you can do with software compared to what you can do with people, paper, other processes, it's just incredible. And so we've made a number of investments in this area. A couple of weeks ago, we announced an investment in a company called Octopus Energy. They're a big reseller of energy, of driving clean energy, but they have this incredible asset, which is a software business, which makes basically the productivity of energy generation from renewables to be significantly greater. So there's a great opportunity in software in strange areas like utilities, but also lots of other areas. So that's kind of like a quick fire hose treatment of things that we're looking at.
Yeah, well, you could go on for hours, right?
It's a lot.
And I guess it hasn't changed much from where you started. It's environment, it's healthcare, it's probably software is more present today, but they're very big sectors.
Yeah, it's very similar, but there's also, we invested in areas that I never thought we were going to invest in. So, we invested in the car industry. I always thought the car industry was going to be too tough to invest in, capital-intensive business, but we found some great investments there recently. We recently invested in a company in the fashion and apparel area. I never thought we were going to invest in apparel and fashion, but it's incredible how much the footprint of that industry is, and the company we've invested in, we're working with them to drive kind of circular economy. So, their concept is that when you get clothes delivered to your house, you can put your used clothes in the same box that you got the delivery from. They wash it, they merchandise it, put it on their website, and they sell it. And that's kind of one of the things they do. But we are very open to new areas, always. But I would say the bulk of it has always been climate, healthcare, software. We've also done a bunch of stuff in financial inclusion. So how to get more people into the financial system. That's something we've been investing in for 15 years, particularly in developing countries.
In
so things like banks in developing countries. remittances, things like this.
And so we have a minute and a half left. So just to finish off, maybe with all the recent boom in ESG and all the talk about greenwashing, what's your take on that?
Yeah, so the industry has boomed. So we moved from 17 years ago, it was, who are these hippies? To now it's 50% of the flows that are going into the stock market are following some kind of ESG mandate. And for sure, there has been some abuse of ESG. To some people, it has been a marketing thing. The fund industry is under pressure. It's under pressure from fees, and ESG is kind of a bit of a lifeline to the industry, so it's been used for that. We speak to people a lot about how to make it good ESG versus bad ESG. I'll say a very quick summary would be that, first of all, it needs to be genuine, so it needs to be core to your mission, not some kind of marketing thing. Second, it needs to be impactful. You need to be investing in companies that are having an impact, which you can measure and report. And then thirdly, you need to drive engagement with the companies. So you need to push whatever companies you own, you need to push them to do better, and you need to set them really specific goals and guidelines. And I think once you do those three things, it doesn't become greenwashing.
Okay, great. Well, perfect, on time. Thank you so much, Miguel, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we got 4 segments to go, and this one is a very special one. It's called Mission Driven, Making a Difference. You probably don't know, some of you might not know, that there are 2 types of companies in the world: Incs, for-profit, and non-profits. But there's also a third one called the B Corp, and these people make money, but they do good. And the B Lab is the foundation that is pushing this around the world. You may recognize companies like Patagonia, that's a B Corp. And 3 out of the 4 companies today are B Corps. They're trying to make a difference because they're trying to monetize this whole trend that's happening today in our world, which is about looking for more meaning in our lives, making a difference and making money, but by doing good. So I've got with me the champion ambassador of B Corp for Europe, Daniel Truran, who will be the moderator. And then we've got 4 companies. We have Carlota P. from Ola Luz. We have Mark Oshima from Arrow Farms. We have Sasha Michaud, a co-founder of Glovo. And we have Brendan Wallace, a founder of Fifth Wall. As I said, most of these companies are B Corps. So take a look at what it means when you make money to make a difference.
Thank you very much. This is going to be one exciting panel. Thank you, thank you. Sorry. Here are the protagonists, the people that really are making a change. They're making the change happen. I'm just an ambassador, just looking good and making them look good. So fantastic to have these 4 people. So how are we going to convince this crowd about how difficult and how easy it is to create meaningful, driven, impactful companies? Looks like it can be done. I'm surrounded by B Corps, by the way. Most of the people here are B Corps, so that's a great thing to have. So without further ado, I'll ask Sasha. So you've been at it for a while. It's not as if Glovo has been successful today. There's a whole trajectory. People here would love to know, what was a moment or a number of moments that says, that's not the direction, that's a direction of my company, and that really made the difference possible? Can you identify moments? Are there different moments?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. First of all, thanks for the invitation. I feel I've gate crashed the party. I'm the only non-B Corp sitting down here.
Not yet.
So I've got lots to learn from you guys. Yeah, we're starting the process. There isn't a B Corp gig economy company yet. I know they're doing the requirements, and we want to be part of that. So we're definitely, it's going to be a game changer for us. To answer your question, I think probably maybe 2.5 years into building Glovo, we sat down with Oscar and we said, this is really getting big. And the projections were it's going to get very big very soon, double, triple. And then from what we built, we didn't really consider the impact in what we were building. And we got to the conclusion that the stuff that we need, any decision we made, any tech change, anything we did was have an impact in thousands of people. And I'll give you 3 highlights which are really core in our business. I think that's important. They're not just add-ons. One, obviously, is the couriers. When we built Glovo, we thought, well, it'd be a great way for them to have a little bit of extra income, be a nice add-on to their daily lives. And the reality is, although that's part of some of the couriers, many of them, they're really dependent on the income. Many of them, it's their only source of income. And from then, you really have to have a lot more responsibility, I think. And you really have to start thinking about guarantees and that this person can't, 1 week, have a certain amount of income in the next. So we changed the way we started measuring the economic impact to have decent earnings per hour. We started valuing that in every single country, every single city where we operated. So I have to make sure that and also guarantee them a certain amount of hours. So if they had a certain amount of hours 1 week, they could have the same. That's just one simple example, really core. Another one is packaging. Packaging, I think it's fair to say, companies like Glovo are not having a positive impact on single-use packaging. I think it's fair to say we have a very negative. The more we grow, the more. And we have a responsibility then to make our partners, and at the end of the day, it's the stores and restaurants who actually use that packaging to actually think about how they're damaging the planet and how we can do. And it's difficult because they've got their own KPIs, they've got their own numbers. So we've started doing that. We built our own sustainable packaging store where we try and incentivize them. We subsidize it. And we'll still be doing more and more things. I mean, we want to demonstrate to them that customers really, it does matter, so they'll order more, so it's good business. And that's the best way of doing that. And then finally, with our partners, which are stores or restaurants, there's 90% of them are SMEs, small. And retail SMEs are probably the last group to join this digital economy that we've all been part of for a long time. And to a certain extent, we're helping them. And we've got a responsibility there to help them compete against much larger corporations who have technology and who are growing much quicker. And I think those are the 3 areas that we really focused on. And I think more or less 2.5 years in the company, we just sat down and we started changing a few things in the company.
And congratulations for your growth. Amazing. So I'm hearing measuring and KPIs, really saying what's important in this company, this is what we measure, and this is really highlighted. Thank you very much, Sasha. Mark, you elevate farming. Look at that. Can you see behind Mark? You can see what he does. Farming literally on many levels. So how did you decide to become a purpose-driving, purpose-driven company? Was there a pivotal moment? Is there a key element that you can share with the people here?
Yeah, thank you, and excited to be joining you, and excited to be able to share our story, and excited to learn and hear about the others as well. For us, the journey was really from day one, reimagining agriculture and thinking about where we could put farms, how we enable this local production. So we've been one of the pioneers and leaders for indoor vertical farming. The idea that we can grow indoors all year round is really fundamentally changing this equation about where we think about our food, but a sustainable approach, a more environmental approach. This is a way of growing that has up to 390 times more productivity per square foot than the field on an annual basis. This is a way of growing that uses up to 95% less water. And fresh water is our most precious resource. And how do we think differently about that usage? It's a way of growing that uses 0 pesticides. And so when we started the company, it was thinking about all these key stakeholders, and that's been really key and critical for the success for the organization. We talk about the environment, we talk about the community. We were just hearing before about, thinking about the whole value chain. We think about our selling partners. We think about ultimately the consumer. This is a product that they're looking for, sustainably grown, indoors, the idea of no pesticides ever, locally grown. And so for us, the pivotal moments, though, was the B Corp certification, because it was a way for us to codify and formalize this act of measurement, right? We have a transparent scorecard on how we're doing. And it's not only for the environmental factors, but it's also for the societal factors. And this was really key for us when we think about the world of farming. Organic, this does not go far enough, does not factor in these externalities. So for us, it's much, these farms are by the community, for the community. We're creating year-round employment, fair wages, benefits. We're addressing food deserts. And it's allowing us to think holistically about how we can touch the community and have that impact. And so for us, it's exciting to be able to think about this mission as integrated into our DNA as an organization.
So you're really living, they all talk about moving from shareholder to stakeholder capitalism. You're really driving that forward, keeping very clear what the elements are. Now you can provide benefit to each one of them. amazing. Bear in mind, all these 4 individuals founded the organization. These are founders, these are their babies. They started as babies, and now they're really where they are now. So to me, it's like a dream. How do you do it? How do you make it? Brendan, I just recently saw, he gives money, basically. He's a good man. He just allows people to get to the money and do it wisely. I was reading recently, you were writing about the culture at Fifth Wall. Is the culture a key element that you said, what is really important for us to pivot and to be a driven, meaningful company? Is it culture? What is it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a number of things. Culture is absolutely a part of it. And I think culture, our culture has always been one of kind of being very kind of science-based and fact-driven. And I think in some ways that would be my answer to your question of like, what was that moment where we kind of shifted the organization. And since I just spoke about 30 minutes ago, I won't give you the whole history of Fifth Wall, but when we started Fifth Wall, the vision was very straightforward. It was 13% of the US economy is real estate, it's people paying their rent. The industry has never adopted technology. It's about to, it's starting to. As it does, lots of value and tech is going to be created in this space. Very, very simple, very kind of almost macroeconomic top-down. It was actually in the process of being in that position and now having 70 strategic LPs, and we had 2.6 billion under management, that I started to talk to more of these corporates, and they were like, we need help around decarbonization and sustainability. And I was like, okay, let me understand this problem a bit more. And the stats are actually even more shocking. So real estate is 13% of US GDP. It's 40% of US CO2 emissions, 40% of electricity consumption, 40% of raw materials consumption, the real estate and the construction sector combined. And so I was kind of shocked by this reality. I was like, oh, well, where's the Tesla, in the real estate industry? Where's the company that's massively investing in CapEx and kind of new ways of doing things? And it actually didn't exist. And, the real estate industry has probably in large part been plagued by this collective action problem. I saw Fifth Wall in its unique position of having convened the real estate industry in a platform to invest in tech. And I said, well, what if I just simply took that and applied that to now investing into climate tech, right? Investing into decarbonizing this industry. And so it was in some ways realizing that I had built the rails to do something really special if I just looked at the numbers slightly differently. And that was an amazing moment for me. That was about 1.5 years ago. And that's actually how we started our climate tech fund.
Fantastic. So I think that's really a key element, to be observing the trends out there. You build the rails. Those rails could lead a different way, really much more impactful. But it's that dialogue, this understanding, oh, I'm aware there's a real issue there. 40%, you say, of emissions? Wow, big numbers. So that's a great pivot. Special relationship here with Carlotta.
Yes, we
because
do.
my house is powered by your energy.
Yes,
so
thank you so much.
Hola Luz, and you founded this, and there are IPOs. Anybody wants to become an IPO or go IPO? You do, secretly you do, I know you do. So Carlotta, is that the pivotal moment, is deciding let's make it an IPO? What was a moment in your career, not very long at Hola Luz, that said, this is where we're going to tap to, this is what gives us clarity, this is what gives us mission?
It was not our IPO moment, even though IPOing was a crucial moment in our lives. But raising money at the end of the day for a company like ours is just a tool. It's not a goal in itself. A critical moment that transformed our company forever is when we decided to launch the rooftop revolution. So we started the company 10 years ago with the aim of connect people to green energy, with the purpose of being a 100% green planet. And we did that buying directly from producers, from independent and green producers, renting the wire and supplying to almost 400,000 customers in Spain. But then, all of a sudden, so we made a regulation change. So we made disappear the sun tax, something that was called the sun tax in Spain. So in Spain, just to give you a sense, so there are less solar panels for residential use than in the city of Brussels. Brussels is a very small and rainy city. So all of a sudden, so it was in the middle of pandemic. So it was, let's say, mid-March 2020. All of a sudden, we realized that we had the clients, we had the brand, and we had the technology to start doing something else, which is like same thing, connect people to green energy, but more ambitious and more transformational, which is transforming buildings, transforming square meters of rooftop into production of green electricity. And not only green, but also decentralized electricity, electricity that's been produced right exactly on the spot where this electricity is going to be used, not only by the family that is living underneath that roof, but also by their neighbors. And this transformation is so huge. It will reshape the way that we are consuming and producing electricity, not only in Spain, but in every country on the earth. No? As an example, in Vietnam. So Vietnam, it's not, let's say, the #1 tech country in the world. So they decided to go solar a few months ago, and they installed the equivalent to seven nuclear power plants only in 6 months by transforming rooftops into green energy production. That was like our biggest aha moment ever. So all of a sudden, the last 10 years of wild execution and tough operations at Holaluz, all of a sudden everything, let's say, was put together. Everything was, let's say, clicked, no? And we realized that that was exactly what we came for doing this transformation.
And was it La Guerra de los Tejados? No,
La Revolución.
La Revolución de los Tejados. These are
rooftop
revolutionaries.
revolution, you can join it anytime.
Revolutionaries. Sasha, if you had to give some advice to these great entrepreneurs about, Glovo, major success from nothing to boom, skyrocketing, is there something you can say, you guys, this you should think about, this works, especially when driving mission and impact? Is there one thing that you would say, think about this as you progress?
The first thing I say is listen to these guys. They know a lot more about it than me. Secondly, I think there's two things. I think any modern company, probably any company, but let's focus on, there's basics, right, that are just the good practices. And I think sometimes they're bundled into impact. Being sustainable, carbon neutral. We've committed to be carbon neutral at the end of this year. Paying our couriers decent earnings per hour. Diversity and inclusion. There's a lot of these, right? Sometimes they're mixed into this impact concept, and this, to me, these are must-haves, and they should be in all companies' KPIs, and they are. What for us is going to be more difficult, and we're beginning that process, is to be an impact-driven company, to have an impact culture within the organization. We're out there pretty much in every market where we operate. We're in 23, 24 countries now. Most of our competitors, if not all, are much bigger than us, with much more capital, with much more access to finance. It's a bit like David against Goliath, and we're going in the team and we're saying, no, actually, we have to be an impact-driven organization. Next thing, that conflicts directly with pretty much a lot of our KPIs, which are, we're trying to have good unit economics, we're trying to be profitable, and we're doing so. That's the moment, and we're right at the beginning of that, and we're learning. But we've embraced it, Oscar, myself, and now the management team, and we're going there. And I think that's why the B Corp process is going to be very good for us. And it's not about the certification. It's about putting those processes in and helping us. And anyone who's been a B Corp gives us that advice, that it's not actually, it's not going about it. It's actually the process that you can put in and become an impact-driven. And we're definitely committed to that. And it's not going to be easy. And we're going to have a lot of growing pains to get there. But I think
that's the road, that's the way forward. So that's great learning for everybody there. Thank you very much, Sasha. So Mark, how long ago did you have this crazy idea and you set up the company?
Yeah, thank you. AeroFarms, we've been at this since 2004 with a couple different chapters. And so we kind of think of ourselves as the longest overnight success. The work we've been doing has really been foundational. And I think what's critical in that is think big, but act bigger. And I think what's really important around that, we talked a little bit about our mission, and it originally had been around how do we enable local production to be able to nourish the community with healthy, tasty, safe, food. But we realized that we had this capabilities, this expertise around growing plants that we could be able to extend into other categories, help address a broader agricultural supply chain, challenges. And we've actually been able to even grow a plant protein now to be able to host a vaccine. So understanding, where we can have an impact is part of what we think is a vision. And so one of the things that when we talk about think big and act bigger is really we evolved our mission. And so our mission now is how do we grow the best plants possible for the betterment of humanity. It's bold, it's audacious, but it's this idea that we can have an impact in many different sectors. And that's what's been, I think, inspiring for us internally. It's helping us be a catalyst within the broader industry and help be a problem solver here.
And how do you communicate with the rest of the team, with the rest of the group? So you have this bright idea, this is our mission. How do you keep everybody aligned to go forward with that? Do they just nod at you, say, yes, if you say so, Mark, yes? Or do you see there's a real engagement there? And how do you make the switch?
Yeah, so what we thought is that this is not top down. This is building, and it's very much, again, how do we bring everybody along? But that's what's exciting about when we think about the hiring. We have an incredible alignment around that mission and around the purpose that we have. We recently hired a general manager in the UAE. There were over 10,000 applicants for one role. And so we're very fortunate that people think about, again, how do we think about driving innovation, but how do we think about driving career opportunities? But people are now thinking about impact, what kind of impact they can have. And so we're aligned around that. And so people realize that every single role within the organization, here in the US under COVID, we are wearing the essential worker mantle, the idea that we maintain operations every single day. So people realize it's the ability, the level of accountability, and the kind of impact that they can have in every single role.
Fantastic. And mentioned there was as money is a big driver. I personally believe there's a beautiful business model which has impact and creates benefits. It's not an either or. How do you convince the rest of the investment community that that is the way forward? Because it's easy to say, yeah, but then when people need to sign the checks, how does the impact level really say this is the reason why you should invest in this company beyond being a B Corp, of course?
Well, the macro pressures, is it for someone else? I apologize.
The money man, Brendan. But if you had a short idea, please do shoot.
Go ahead. No, happy to talk more, but please, Brendan, go ahead.
I think one of the really important challenges that's incumbent on anyone who's raising money for climate tech right now is you got to be a good storyteller. You got to build a really compelling narrative. And here's why. Like, a lot of our money that we're raising, like we're probably going to raise $1.5 billion to put into climate tech. It's certainly the largest pool of capital ever, deployed into climate tech for the real estate industry by the real estate industry, which means that every real estate company that invests in our climate tech fund, it's a super unnatural, awkward act for them. So there's all this upfront friction to overcoming that, meaning the easiest thing to do is to just not invest in it, which is what you did last year and the year before and the year before. So a lot of where I actually spend my time and where I encourage my team to spend their time is in being really good storytellers, in telling a narrative that, evokes something in the counterparty, in the groups we're raising money from, where they want to help, they want to be a part of something, and they believe that in mobilizing capital and committing capital, they can be. And that's really hard, right? I mean, that's the art of fundraising, that's the art of storytelling, that's the art of, persuasion. And I think it's something that obviously Fifth Wall as a firm has been, very practiced at and good at. And I think it's exciting to have the opportunity to do that for climate tech. And I think we're having a lot of success doing it so far.
And it's quite interesting as well, because I'm not sure if you guys travel to the US, storytelling and the narrative is really powerful. You go to Europe, say, okay, ¿dónde está la chicha? Give me some real facts. The story doing becomes more important, but I think that both are really fundamental elements, and that's why I just mentioned B Corp as an example, where you're measuring what's important, and then telling the amazing story of the impact that you're having, not either or, but both going together, and you've obviously been very successful at it. Carlotta.
And related to that, let me add.
Please.
So when we were IPOing the company, so we did the roadshow all across Europe. At the beginning, our bankers, so they were kind of preventing me of explaining our story, our foundational story. So what do we are in the business for? Because we are actually a B Corp, #1 ESG company in the world for electricity companies. That's true story. And it's not because we just became, it's just because we just were, no? And then we just got certified B Corp, and then we got the certification in ESG. And then, but the bankers, they were not comfortable by letting us, explaining to potential investors who we were. But you know what? So after the third early look meeting in London and in the Nordics, so they totally realized how powerful the story is and how powerful it is to have genuinely a transcendent purpose, how powerful it is to have actually a company whose purpose is to transform the world for the better. And there is thousands of billions out there for helping these companies actually being a tool for transforming the world. And at the end of the day, so we raised more than twice the money that we needed for our IPO. 70% of the money came from investors in the City of London, so hard money believed in us, very hard money believed in us. And why? Because it's not about choosing between impact and profitability, but you make more profits out of being impactful.
And I still have a minute with you, so I want to steal, why do people that work at Hola Luz exit the company, not exit, leave the company, go home and say, hey, I work at Hola Luz? What makes it so special for people to work where you are? What's the recipe that makes them excited to go to work?
So
what have you done?
First thing, and that's one of the most powerful things about having actually a transcendent purpose. So people do want to feel connected on a value basis with what they do on an everyday basis, no? And this is a very powerful thing. So we have the belief, so we are totally positive and certain that what we are doing every day is helping the world for the better. That's first thing. And second thing, of course, as you were mentioning, and I know Glovo is as well, and Brendan mentioned it as well, is about culture, is about working hard, is about having fun, is about saying things as they are, is about working for making things possible.
You say having fun?
Having fun.
Having fun at work?
Yeah, we have a lot of fun, so we work like hell, I have to tell. So I'm running late at every meeting I have, but we work like hell, but we have a lot of fun because we do have the belief, and we feel it every day, that we are creating something unique. Even though we spend very long days, so I'm sure I'm talking for the four of us, but even though, sometimes it's tiring, sometimes it's a bit, let's say, frustrating. So we are on the right path, and we are creating a tool, which is a company to transform the world for the better. And there's nothing better than that at work.
And now I'm going to ask you the most difficult thing, is just a headline. So if you want to say, if you want to have a mission-driven company, if you really want to make a difference in your company, you should always, what's the headline that you can give me in 30 seconds? This is really tough. What should you always do? Sasha is ready. I can see Sasha is ready.
I was looking to my left.
Mark, you're on the left.
They
think that you are the first headline creator. You should always...
Yeah, sure. It's about staying true to your North Star, staying true to that mission. And when we talk about alignment, with your investors, for example, I mean, as a company, we turned down 8 figures because it wasn't the right alignment. So it's about how do you stay true, and having, the fortitude to be true to that is really critical.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Sasha.
Carlo mentioned something super important for us, and it has been from day one, and we've been able to maintain it, which is culture. And the more you grow, the more difficult it is to maintain that. I think that's one. But I just wanted to say one thing. Sometimes through Glovo or directly, I see a lot of startups who are starting in the impact space from the environment. And a lot of the projects really are not mixing a decent business aligned with that. They're almost going against the grain, building great ideas, something that might be ready in 10 years' time, but they're going to have so many difficulties to make that profitable in the short term that it's not really viable. So I think we should really focus on building really economical, sustainable businesses. Impact is great business if you get it right. There's so many companies not doing that, and there's so many companies who want to work with other companies that are doing that. So I think that should be a key focus.
Brendan, what's your headline?
Well, it's hard to add to those last two, but additively, I would say prioritize. I think any entrepreneur who wants to have impact, especially in the spaces that all of us are in, when you look at your business and you look at those opportunities, there's almost too much to address. And I think it's always important to kind of prioritize where you can maximally have impact, given there's only so much time in the day, only so much money to be spent, only so many resources to be deployed. So prioritize.
And Carlota, last but definitely not least.
I'll say create a vision that allows your potential customers to become heroes from their couch.
Making customer heroes. Thank you very much. I think these 4 founders deserve a big round of applause, and thank you very much.
We got 3 more segments, and this next segment is also about sustainability. Now, you've just heard the B Corps, but right now we've got 3 of the biggest companies in Spain, and they're going to talk about the contribution that these big, enormous companies are making to the sustainability journey in this country. We've got Ricardo Laiseca, he's the head of sustainability transition at BBVA. We have Angel Fraile, who's the head of stakeholder planning and global engagement at Endesa. And we have Catherine Bohill, who's the ESG Development and Impact Director for Telefónica. Join me in welcoming Marta del Castillo, the CEO of Spain Startup, which is going to be the moderator.
Thank you, Paris.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you very much. I want to call my co-speakers. Ricardo, please join me on the stage.
Hi.
Ricardo Laiseca, Head of Sustainability Transition. Welcome from BBVA.
Thank you.
Kathy Bohill, she's Head of Sustainability. Well, I'm not sure about the charge. She's from Telefónica. And we do have Angel Fraile. Please join us and take a seat.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm here with the real good guys. We're talking about sustainability, but we never think about how sustainability is being faced through big corporations. So today we have my speakers to see how this is going on. So I was wondering, guys, talking about the big challenges we are facing one of the biggest challenges in the world. We are talking about climate change. This is something that are really worrying us. But it's not only climate change. We do have many, many challenges, social and environmental challenges, that after the pandemic has been turning worse, and it's kind of been a very worrisome situation. And we know that we are all working together, which is a good thing. We are collaborating with the SDGs, the SDGs agenda. But then I was wondering, how is this agenda, how is the role of the corporations in this SDG agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals? So here we have some examples of how they are working. So I will start asking to Angel.
Okay.
We are curious about how does the SDGs influence in your daily decisions back in Endesa?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting us to be here with these fantastic panelists. Obviously, SDGs influences our daily operations, our daily decisions, and our strategy. Because we think that the only way to do business with success right now, and I think that not only nowadays, it's going to be more and more important in the future, is to embed environmental, social, and I think main challenges of the societies in which you are, of your stakeholders, not in a very beautiful sustainability plan, but in your industrial plan. So we think that with that vision of creating shared value
trying to get profits by getting positive impact in the societies in which you are, you're going to be ensuring the return for these guys from the banks and from your shareholders, and that's the only way to do things. So we did that, and 90% of our industrial plan, for instance, is all towards achieving or fighting climate change, because we think that's the most relevant challenge for our stakeholders and the place where we can do more things. And we're doing that not only strategically and not only, we set public targets whenever in the minute the agenda was out. So we set targets about SDG 13, but also SDG 7, 9, and 11, clean energy, sustainable cities, infrastructures, and innovation. And those targets are also in the retribution, the remuneration of our top managers. And the last thing is that I think that we are all invited to do something. So we are also doing raising awareness campaigns with our employees so that they know the commitment the company has and what they can do in their daily job, but also at their home. And we need also talent from outside. So here we have a lot of people that can help us to achieve those SDGs.
Mm-hmm. That was very interesting, Ankel, and I see that that's really nice that you're focusing not only, but you also focus on the stakeholders of your people, of the people inside the company, which is a really good thing that we not always are thinking of it. And what about you, Kathy? Like, can you tell us how telecoms can really change the game for the SDGs, for the achievement of the SDGs?
Yeah, okay, well, thank you, Martha, and it's great to be here. Change the game. I would like to put forward that the telcos and as part of the ICT sector will actually make the game happen. Because as the UN recognizes, more than half of the 17 SDGs, more than half of the 169 associated targets can only happen with the ICT sector. So I think it's about achieving the Agenda 2030 will be critical for our industry. Now, specifically about Telefonica, we, like yourselves at Endesa, we follow and report and carefully the impact of the SDGs. It's really important, and I invite you all to look at telefonica.com and see how we are transparent in how we are achieving these goals. But just let me focus on one, which is how we serve infrastructure and the services over the top to really make a difference as a key economic and social driver. So every year, Telefonica invests well over 5 billion euros in rolling out networks and improving the networks we have for 350 million customers. But we also have this responsibility to serve the underserved. We have to serve the people that are not connected. As an example, we have Internet for All, where in Peru we've connected with our partners, Facebook, 2 million customers in the last 2 years. So we've given 2 million people video calls, the opportunity for e-health, the opportunity for e-learning, the opportunity for business, the opportunity for Zoom calls during the confinement. So I think this is what it is, digitalization, and that's what we give. It's progress, and we really believe at Telefonica by boosting digitalization, we will achieve the 2030 agenda.
Completely. I can see that technology and digitalization is a tool, but it's not a tool that is accessible to everybody. So you're just making that tool being a catalyzer to everybody, not the only ones that we can pay for it. So that's amazing. And Ricardo, as for BBVA, let us know, how can a financial institution can approach the Sustainable Development Goals, which is like your approach for sustainability programs? Do you have product or services that you are developing to enhance these goals?
Of course. Thank you, Marta, and thank you, Angel and Kathy. Sustainability is a multidimensional concept. It means a lot of things. But for us at BBVA, it means, first, a major part of our strategy should be included in your core, what you do every day. Additionally, it means a transversal effort. The responsibility belongs to everybody, And finally, it's about opportunities, business. It's about to create new opportunities for our clients. And this is what we are doing right now at BBVA. We are a purpose-driven organization to bring the age of opportunities to everybody, and supporting them in the transition to a sustainable future. We have been working for a long time around all these concepts and topics. We are present at the major sustainability index right now, as second bank in the world. We are leading the capital markets with green bonds, green loans, and so on. We are also promoting international cooperation and international agreements like the principle of responsible banking. But what is important is banks and BBVA, we understand our role, which is to finance the future. It's about to mobilize more capital into the real economy, and also acting as channels of the public funds we are seeing right now in Europe. So we are working pretty well on those topics, and maybe the major finding at this moment is that we are also not just a simple tool for large corporations, but also we can serve our small clients and medium-sized clients to transition to this sustainable future.
I really like that thing about transition and how you three are enablers of other smaller players to doing a positive impact, not only corporations by itself, but you also make possible, facilitate other smaller players to be key players in the sustainability race. So now I'm going to do like uncomfortable question. You know, there's a lot of prejudice against corporations that they say, okay, yes, they do have the sustainability programs, but they believe, many people believe that they're just cosmetic programs or this greenwashing, and that is not for real what they are talking about. So I wanted to know from your own words, starting for Kathy, like, how is sustainability in Telefónica? How is it engaged with your business model?
Okay, I think we can sum up sustainability at Telefónica with 3 words, and that's commitment, commitment, and commitment. Commitment because of the time. I mean, literally, there has been people working on this. There's been a sustainability team for 20 years, into the last millennium. Some of you weren't even born. We're really committed to this, and it's not just something we've woken up to. It's something that's been in the pipeline for years. We've been on the A list of the Carbon Disclosure Project for 7 years. We were the first to, in the sector, to raise a green bond and a social bond. So it's time, it's commitment and time. The second commitment is commitment in terms of leadership. Right from our board, our independent director leads sustainability, and our president, our mission is to make the world more human, connecting lives. And our strategic plan, it's all got sustainability at the core. We don't have a corporate responsibility plan and a strategic plan. We have one plan, and sustainability is at the core. And the third commitment is pay, because basically that's how we're paid. Every employee in Telefónica is paid part of their bonus based on achieving ESG objectives. So if there's not a believer, and there's lots of believers, but if there isn't a believer amongst our 111,000 strong team, well, the pay will get them in the end. And I mean, if I can just take a moment, I don't know whether anybody saw the front page of The Guardian today, a prominent UK businessman announced Greta is right, and he announced that their company, their carbon emission promise, and that executives now would be paid based on realising the reductions in carbon emissions. And I just, like to say Telefónica have been doing this for years. And I think if Greta was there, I don't think she'd shout blah, blah, blah at me, but hopefully she might shout commitment, commitment, commitment with us.
That's amazing. I don't know if Greta, I don't know.
Get her next
Can be
year.
uncertain, but of course I can see the real commitment, and that's also embedded in your own salary. So that says a lot about Telefónica. And Endesa, because I don't know if everybody knows, but I know that Endesa has been transitioning to clean energy for many years. So how are you working on it? How is that going on, Angel?
Well, actually, I was listening to her, and basically it may sound the same, because I think that there are elements that have to be in all the companies. So, for instance, when we talk about governance, it's important that you have a sustainability committee and that the board supervises all the things that you're doing on sustainability, that you embed that in the business so that you have an structure that is not a very big unit of sustainability, but is spread all through the company, and that you apply the sustainability, this thing of knowing what your stakeholders need at global but also at local level, not only from a strategic point of view, but also from a local point of view. So I think that there are a lot of common points. And we also have in the retribution of the people linked to ESGs and things like that, but I think they are essential. Coming back to our business, I think that we have challenges that are general. We have challenges like diversity or like supply chain, sustainable supply chain. But I'd like to focus a little bit on what is more our business, which is energy transition. And there, what we've seen is that as she was saying, our business plan is a sustainable business plan. We are saying, okay, we have to fight against climate change, so we are setting the target of being totally decarbonized at 2050, but we set a roadmap that is each year increasing its expectations. So now we're talking about a reduction of 80% of specific emissions in 2030. That means a lot. That means getting out of fossil fuels, deploying renewables. So we have also targets very aggressive about deployment of renewables, and lead the transition without leaving people behind. Managing how you do the closure of your carbon plants and so on. And also understanding that you can play a role on fighting against climate change by decarbonizing your sector, but also helping other sectors. So if we set more than 50,000 charging points, if we talk about SDGs 9 and 11, sustainable cities, if we talk about electric transport, if we talk about 1,500 million euros invested in digitalization, which is essential, and you put the customer in the center, you could go to that business model. I was listening, I don't want to go long, but I was listening to a speaker and I like very much. Everything has to be electric, based on renewables, and setting the customer in the center. That means a lot of data, that means helping the customer with products and services, that means being able to manage a lot of information so that they can produce their energy. You can help them to put their photovoltaic panels. You can help them to use the electricity in their cars when they need it, but to give it back to the system. And that means that the network has to be intelligent. So you have to do a lot of things, okay?
I think actually it's not easy to go that way, but I think you've been working a long, long time. And Ricardo, how is it in BBVA? Like, how is sustainability attached to your decision making? How strong is it?
Yeah. Well, to be honest, this is a colossal task, super complex, a long-term thought. At BBVA, we feel that we are facing different challenges. We are facing a knowledge gap because we are learning. We don't know too much about that. We are facing an organizational chart. Organizational large corporations are organized by silos, and this is super transversal. And finally, we also have a data gap. I mean, we don't know what our clients are doing right now, and which is their positioning in this learning curve as well. We took in order to address those gaps, we took a very holistic approach, a very pragmatic one. We are organized by work streams, different work streams around 4 goals. The promotion of business, the risk management, the incorporation of our stakeholder demands in our activities, and finally, we are also trying to develop more capabilities. We are working there, and what I can say here is that from today, from this year, 100% of all the employees at BBVA Group have a KPI linked to our sustainability performance in their own compensation. This is a super good start.
I see that you, the three of you, do have this compensation linked to sustainability. That's amazing. So listening to you and thinking about this panel, about the bottom line of taking the right choices, there's a contradiction. I think it's not so easy to make the right choices, and there's always like a strong contradiction, and because there's always a drawback, and you have to choose between one choice or the other, or the impact that you're going to do. So I have one question is, where are these contradictions, Lara, and how difficult it is and day by day? And an additional question there, how do you include innovation to go through these choices and to overcome these contradictions? Because I believe that you are, the three of you, you are entrepreneurs in your daily day. So I think that you can show us like how to go ahead to make the right choices, but also being innovative and being creative. I'm going to start with Kathy. Tell me about it.
Okay, well, I think, as you said, in BBVA, there is kind of a work of converting the unconverted, you know, because it is a very transversal topic. And, you know, if I was to think of one challenge, it would probably be our story when we went to market for the green bond, and that was in 2018. And as first in the sector, you know, both internally and externally, people were like looking at us going, what are you thinking? This is something for energy and for utilities. It's not for telcos. So we had this need to convert and tell people that, you know, telcos, there's lots to do, you know, to reduce carbon also from a telco we have. And so we went to trying, and what the team did was they did what all of you startuppers and all of you innovators do. They just don't sleep for a few months, do 1,000 presentations and take a few road trips and explain to the market that that the need that, like in our particular case, replacing copper with fibre is 7 times more energy efficient. So in the end, it all worked out, and I think we were able to convert the converted because the results were cheaper financing. Our bond in that particular case was, you know, 5 times over, I suppose. So, and in the end, we've within the group, we've raised 3 bonds since then, and it's a bit of a success story. But I think you need that energy, you know. And as you say, we probably need a few like young, motivated people from you to help us with those efforts.
You can see that we have entrepreneurs in Telefónica and for sustainability. And what about you, Ricardo? How you are innovative in facing those challenges?
Well, I think that there are 2 ingredients to succeed here. The first one is to know more about your clients, their problems, their concerns. That's the reason we at BBVA, we are trying to develop a new tool, a transition risk indicator, to assess our clients, where they are, what do they need, and so on. This is important because the challenge is huge. And the second one is, as you mentioned, innovation. But let me define this is a new innovation. To me, it's much more about imagination. No? Reimagine, like in the John Lennon's song, the future, because we are talking about what is going to be in the world in 50 years' time, in 100 years' time. So how is it going to become the new world in the future? So we need a much more creativeness in business, and we need as well to position ourselves, a large corporation, as a partner with our clients.
So imagination and creativity and power. And what about you, Angel? How are you being innovative, creative?
Well, let me tell you that I think that, first of all, I think that it may look a little bit contradictory, but I think that you have to be systematic too. So you have to integrate, for instance, when we do a new project, we integrate a creating shared value plan. That means that you have to go there, understand what the stakeholders need, build a creating shared value plan with them, and that goes with the investment. So when businesses see that this helps them, because then you get better acceptance of the project, then everything goes better, and you're ensuring that the project goes on, that's perfect. Obviously, if you're doing such a big change, you're going to have challenges. We are closing plants, then we need to think what we can do with those areas if we want to manage that responsibly. So we have to go there, build plans, train people, increase their employability, even look for new activities for that area. But I'd like to bring also the example of renewables, because I think it's quite interesting, because everyone is in favor of renewables, but then we have the problem that we start to deploy a lot of renewables. Then you have a lot of reluctancy from local people. Then what we've been thinking is, okay, the problem here many times comes because you need the land that can't be used for primary use. So why don't we, instead of compete, share the land? So what we're doing is deploying agriculture, apiculture programs in our facilities for producing with photovoltaic plants. Then we are getting a positive impact locally, but also having the returns. That's something new, probably you haven't done before. And just to end with that, because it has to do with apps, you may find that finally Endesa is working with some startup that is giving you technology for improving the productivity of a bee panel, which you could think, what has this to do with a utility? Well, you have to think a little bit out of the box and understanding, well, what are the needs of the local population.
That's true, because you're just facing the challenges, but also knowing from the people what do they need, and designing from people, which I think it's amazing, and using innovation for that. So, final words. We are here in South Summit, shaping the future. Our call is that we all together, we have to be key stakeholders in shaping the future we're going to leave as a legacy to our kids, to the new generations. So in one phrase, in few words, what is the future you're working for? Ricardo?
A better future for our people, the communities where we are, but in particular as a banker, a financial institution, a future where we provide a sustainable alternative to any financial decision.
Nice. Kathy?
I think it's all about building green digitalization as a way for social progress, as a way to help other sectors be less carbon intensive. And that's really our mission. And I think to make everybody's lives better by connecting people. And I think we can do this. Definitely a lot of know-how within Telefonica, but without that, it's very important to work with you guys. And I would like to take this time to encourage you to think about sustainability by design, because basically I see that all the startups and where we're going, where the finance market, debt, equity, it's all going towards sustainability. We have to think sustainability from the beginning. So call to action for you guys.
And Ángel?
Well, a little bit you took my words, because I was going to say that what we see is the future is, I'd take the SDG 7, affordable and clean energy that allows a clean economic business model. And that means a lot of transformation, that requires a lot of innovation, and we are absolutely believers that we are not so clever. We need an intelligence that comes from outside. So we invite everyone to help us to do that journey.
Let's do it together. So thank you very much, Ángel, Kathy, and Ricardo. Thank you for helping us shaping the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marta.
great. We got 2 more segments to go, and really exciting ones. Imagine if when you had gone to school as a child, you would have had someone to help you when you were having so much trouble with math and all those other subjects. Well, here is a startup that has become the first EdTech unicorn in Europe. And they have about 30,000 students that they've been helping over the last few years, and they have over 10,000 teachers. Join me in welcoming Felix Oswald, the founder of GoStudent.
Hello, guys. I'm Felix. I'm one of the founders of GoStudent. GoStudent is today one of the largest privately valued education companies in the world. And I want to share with you some insights over the last 6 years, what kind of roller coaster journey it has been, and show you what I mean when talking about building a global school. I actually looked up 2 pictures the other night. On the left-hand side, you see me, I was like 4 or 5 years old, together with my grandfather and my grandmother. And then on the right-hand side, you see a picture of me with my high school class and our head teacher in the red circle, Wolfgang. Why do I show you these pictures? Well, both my grandfather on my left-hand side, but also Wolfgang on the other side, they were super influential teachers in my childhood. My grandfather on the left-hand side, he was passionate about science, about mathematics, and he was able to teach me that in a way where he created the bridge between abstract mathematics and the real-world applications. Where can you make use of these things and inspire me? I also later on actually studied mathematics, so this really influenced me. And on the right-hand side, Wolfgang, we were by far not an easy class. I mean, on the picture, we all try to look like super sharp and be smart asses all of the time. But Wolfgang was able, when he teaches history and also Latin, he really influenced us and he created an impact. And also, if you close your eyes and if you think back of your own childhood, if you think back of the teachers that you experienced at school, I bet with you that you can also remember 1 or 2 teachers, maybe from the family, maybe from the school, who really created a long-standing impact on you. It's today one of the biggest problems we see in education, lack of access to great teachers. Lack of access to great teachers, but also lack of individualism in classroom. And where does this lead us? It leads us to a situation where only in Europe, up to every 2nd child in the age of 6 to 19 currently needs additional support in the afternoon. It can be kids who are already good in something, it can be kids who are maybe not performing well in a subject. I was very bad in Italian language, for example, but I was fortunate, my mother, she was able to speak it fluently, so she was able to help me. So it's a situation every one of us know from school. 6 years ago, we said, okay, we need to solve that problem. We need to solve that problem and find great teachers for all the children that are out there. And you see my brother on the left-hand side, he was 15 at the time when he came to me and he said, Felix, all of the kids in class, they actually use WhatsApp. Why not using WhatsApp to connect the kids with world-class teachers that we select and that we identify? And that was the birth, that was the start, that was the real beginning of the company GoStudent and our mission in building a #1 global school. It took us 3 to almost 4 years to really crack the business model, because that service connecting kids and teachers in a WhatsApp chat was completely for free. And in these 3 to 4 years, we realized 3 major learnings. First and foremost, if you want to build a sustainable education business, you need to sell to the parents directly. because the parents are the decision makers, and especially if you want to build up lifetime value, you need to touch the kids and address the kids when they're still at a very early age and help them and support them in a long term. Second of all of the learnings that we got, we actually need to call the parents. You might think, well, you're a tech company, you are calling the parents. Actually, yes. Education is such an emotional topic. It's about trust. So we have 40% of our workforce today. We have around 1,000 employees in 22 countries. Almost 40% of these people, they are calling each and every parent that signs up. And by calling them, we build trust, and we can also sell them then into a long-term package and build this long-term relationship. And third of all, when it comes to investors, we always had investors telling us in the beginning, education, this is always so local, there's no education company out there that can really scale on a truly global level. So we said, okay, we need to scale quickly to other markets to build up this addressable market and to build up and make it possible to also raise a significant amount of money and build a truly global company. Today, the way we make money is we connect children and teachers in a one-on-one live online learning environment, and we support them on their long-term journey. Finding and bringing innovation into the educational field is super important. For example, if you think of attending a Harvard lecture 20 years ago, you actually had to study in Harvard to attend the lecture. Today, you can go on YouTube and you can watch the best professors in the world completely for free. This is true innovation. It lowers the cost for the family, it brings high quality into the households, and you can provide a brighter future and a brighter foundation for the children of tomorrow. In our case, we are also bringing high quality services to the families by delivering it online. We lower the price point to make it affordable for the masses, and we want to scale it in several countries around the world. So when talking about building a #1 global school, what do I mean with that? It means building an ecosystem. Just recently, we acquired the second largest school communication platform in the German-speaking countries. So it's a tool that helps teachers to communicate with the parents. Back in the days, the kids write it on a piece of paper, bring it at home, the parents then sign it, or the kid signs it directly for himself. And this is something that brings a great value, a great product into the schools. It helps us to build out an ecosystem. More than 1.5 million parents are using that, for example, and it creates more touch points to the target group. And also in the next phase, we are looking into not only growing the company organically into more markets, building up ownership into the market, building up the brand, but also in building out that ecosystem, building out different products that we can offer to the families. And by building out these products, again, lowering acquisition costs, increasing lifetime value, and provide a better value for the kids, the teachers, and also the parents. Just yesterday, I had a call with a guy from the UK, and I think he said something very nice. He said, there are two things that he's very interested in when investing in more like philanthropical projects. One is healthcare, providing good healthcare to young children. And the other thing is providing good education to children. Because when you combine these two things, you provide good healthcare to young kids and you provide good education to kids, you give them actually the foundation that they deserve to describe their own journey and build out their life. In that sense, I wish you lots of fun at the South Summit the next couple of days, and happy to catch up later on. Thank you.
Okay, yes, this is our last segment for today. It's sad, but you know what? Tomorrow we got a bunch more segments. But for the last segment today, we've got something truly special. The reality is that we've heard a lot about sustainability, a lot about green, a lot about all those things. But one of the things that really we need to do is save the planet. And that's why this last segment is called Saving the Planet. And with me today is Santi Mier, who's the CEO of Ocean 52, a company that gives 52% of its profit to save the oceans. And we also have Julie Anderson, CEO of Plastics Oceans International, a nonprofit also dedicated to saving the oceans. So today we're going to learn about what people are doing to save our beautiful oceans and maybe what we can do as well. Join me in welcoming Santi Mier.
Thank you. So I guess that saving the oceans is like a big theme, but as you see in a fireside chat, I'm not alone. I'm connected because the ocean is connecting us. In fact, it's the only thing that is connecting the whole humanity. So today I'm really glad to join this chat with Julie. Hi, Julie. I guess you are in front of the waves in Malibu.
I am. I feel very lucky here. Great to be connected with you.
So we were talking yesterday, preparing this conversation, and one of the points here basically to address is why the ocean is so important, why we have chosen this sentence of saving the ocean. And I guess that's one of the one of the questions that maybe you can guide us through. Why, Julie, you have chosen to devote your life to ocean protection, to raising ocean awareness. Why is so important?
I think, following what Felix, the presentation right before here, is really, it's about education. And I became aware of the importance of the ocean. It makes up our planet, 70% of our planet. It provides more than half of our oxygen. And with the world facing climate change and global warming, it's important to recognize that the ocean plays such a huge role in temperature control of our planet. It also absorbs half of the carbon dioxide 50 times more carbon dioxide than our atmosphere. It absorbs a lot of the heat. It transports heat around the world, and it provides a huge livelihood for our economy, from fishing industry, tourism, activities, and it also has an incredible amount of biodiversity that we are aware of, and there's plenty of biodiversity that we don't fully know, and how it protects our planet. And really, so it is awareness that made me so connected to the ocean, to wanting to protect it, and then to see how the more I'm into it, it is not just the ocean, it's how the ocean also protects the land. So there really is this huge interconnection. It's not just the ocean, it's our land, the humanity, our economy, is all really stems to the wellness of our oceans.
You have mentioned several challenges and threats that are, let's say, challenging the ocean and the ocean balance. You have talked about CO2 absorption, you have talked about biodiversity, pH balance that affects how biodiversity and everything stays in its perfect state as it was in the past. But your NGO is called Plastic Oceans International. Why plastic? Why is so important to be aware of what's the risk of plastic? Because plastic is known as a fantastic material to many uses, and suddenly it appears as this is the battlefront of saving the ocean. It starts with fighting against plastic pollution. Why is so important?
I think for me, plastic is an amazing material. I think it's globalized the world in unbelievable ways. And I think for this conference, South Summit, innovation, it really was innovation that brought us plastic and helped us with water security, in terms of sanitation and food preservation and reducing the weight of material and transporting of goods. But it's with science that we're starting to recognize that plastic is also contributing to chemical waste and chemical absorption of other chemicals. It's polluting our waters, and it really comes down to waste management problems. Why is it the materials that we're creating are getting into our environment, causing pollution, causing us to use produce carbon emissions in its process of these goods? And so it is a material that we use on a day-to-day basis that is fantastic, and innovation brought it to us. But it is exactly now that we know some of its problems that it's causing, we can use innovation to improve upon it, to improve both the waste management, how new materials are designed, certain materials are designed, and find ways to solve the problems of pollution.
So you have mentioned innovation, and this is explaining why we are here. So we are connecting Madrid. We are connecting Madrid to the Pacific Ocean in Malibu. But the thing is, this is a wake-up call. We are calling innovation, we are calling technology just to provide a toolkit of different solutions, because the huge challenge that we have in front of us cannot be solved by just one solution. So we need technology, biotechnology, we need data analysis, we need to reduce and improve waste management, but we are against time. So in many people, in many scientific publications, they are saying that we are less than 15 years to change the way we consume, the way we produce, in terms of CO2 balance, because if not, the atmosphere and the role of the ocean will be unbalanced, and there is no way to go back. So it's kind of the no turning point. So this is why we can see different people, different technologies, different NGOs, but also companies that are appearing to tackle this, because there is a lot of profit to do there. So it's a business, it can be business driven, but more importantly, it's a human need. So we are talking about unbalancing the way we live in this fantastic planet, and we don't have time to go to other planet yet, no ways to go to other planet yet. So what do you think could be the role of business and innovation in order to tackle this common challenge that we have?
I think it is, all comes down to sustainability, and sustainability is a feature of our entire system. And what it is important, that system is made up of businesses and individuals and ecosystems. And it's important that we cannot solve any one of these problems alone, but we have to fix, we can't fix any one part alone. We have to fix the entire system. And that's a huge part of that system is business. So it is not about us arguing which solution is going to be better than another, but it is about how each business and each industry can improve within itself and as it relates to others. And just as we're connected by the ocean, and we have between us right now, there are so many different ecosystems and so many different cultures and people between us right now. We are connected by the sustainable system, and that's where businesses can now improve. No person has this one solution that's going to fix the waste industry or the fashion industry, the chemical industry. It is within the experts within each of these industries thinking sustainably can improve upon their own business. And there's business opportunities there as we start to innovate and improve on the systems, the industries that we have. And I mean, this comes to you and your business, and with Ocean 52, it's incredible. What is, you are bringing solutions and business opportunities and awareness to the world. What made you develop your business?
So basically, I think that we started our business because we had two passions. So the first passion was to provide healthy food, healthy drinks to people. We strongly believe that food is a source of health. And the second passion was our passion for the ocean. We come from Spain, so we are very lucky because it's a great country surrounded by different oceans, and we live by the ocean and thanks to the ocean. And this passion led us to a desire of and a willingness to learn more. So, and this is what happened. So when we started, we didn't know that the ocean was so important. We treated the ocean as a source of leisure, as a source of enjoyment. But what happened to us is, and it's summarized by a sentence by the famous oceanographer Jacques-Yves Cousteau, that he was always saying, the more you learn, the more you love, the more you love, the more you protect. And that was exactly what happened to us. So we were working with marine biologists from the Galapagos Islands, working in a pristine seas project from National Geographic, and we learned how fragile the ocean was. And we learned that a tiny piece of plastic is not waste, it's food for seabirds, it's food for fish. And when seabirds and fish are eating plastic, their stomach is full and they do not want to eat anymore. And if they don't eat anymore, they don't grow. If they don't grow, they don't have more tiny fishes, and biodiversity is severely affected. And that day is when we came back to the office and say, it's not about creating products, it's not about making money out of a good idea. It's a time to react. That day we sit down with all the founders and we say, hey, let's turn around our business model. Let's be the first company devoting 52% of the profits to ocean protection activities to be able to protect it 52 weeks a year. That's the let's say how Ocean 52 was born. And that mission drove us to launch products like No Plastic Water. No Plastic Water that some of us, we have it here in this stage, is just a shortcut. It's a product that I hope it won't exist in the future. And it's quite weird to say this in front of a business community, but the reality is that we should avoid creating products that are not easily manageable. Today, choosing aluminum is choosing a material that is eternally recyclable, but it's not enough. So we need to go further, go for other solutions, and this is exactly what we do with the 52% of the profits. We go directly into actions like educating more than 20,000 students in Spain and France. Some of these students and schools have been transformed into plastic-free schools, and these plastic-free schools are raising kids with a total different mindset. They come back home and they transform their consumption habits into more conscious consumption habits, but also they become activists for protecting and loving the ocean. And I guess that this part of education is something that you and I, we strongly share, and because education is at the forefront of changing habits. So tell us more about the role of Ocean Plastics International. How do you use education and movies and stuff like that?
Well, as you say, it's about raising awareness. There is, as consumers, it's changing our personal consumption habits, which then also will drive business and how businesses are developed. And to what you were saying, it's not just taking away business. Say your aluminum packaging is not just taking away a business. It is providing an opportunity for new business to collect those aluminum cans, to come up with secondary products that can be made out of that material. There are along that system, along that supply chain, you're creating new opportunities as you replace certain packaging and collection opportunities. And so I never see it. Part of our education is educating along that supply chain and showing that this is not us trying to deprive our lifestyles. It is about fixing the whole system, which includes people, the economies that we survive on, and the planet. And we use film as we provide films for free to people to really engage people on the conversations that are needed to really understand the very complex supply chains within one product, as well as how they interconnect with other life or supply chains with different products.
Very good. So concerning your deployment, because you were creating your NGO in the United States. Now you are deploying activities in other countries, and you are fostering the local community's activism, which is something that I strongly believe that this is not about one company doing everything. It's about every one of us having putting its little effort on transforming this journey. How are you reaching other countries, other communities? What is your way to deploy your mission?
Well, working with local communities is key because we see real action implemented at a much faster rate than waiting for an entire country or continent to change. And as you said, we cannot be everywhere, but we can collaborate with local organizations, small businesses, to create that change. And it is through real conscious collaboration. It's hearing what the barriers that small local communities are facing, how they are overcoming those barriers, and then sharing those solutions with similar communities with the same problems. And it takes a lot of work to consciously collaborate. It doesn't always make sense, and it is that constant talking it out, finding ways to share those solutions, share those barriers, and provide that support that you're not alone. It does sometimes feel like, as an individual or a small business or as consumers, doing one thing is insignificant, but when you're as a collective, consciously collaborating, it is much more meaningful, and you start to see that movement for change.
I think that collaboration, just to finish this chat, collaboration is one of the untapped opportunities and untapped forces to create more energy even. Just as an anecdote, one of our collaborators, let's say the moment where I felt more proud about collaboration happened when we started doing a beach cleanup in the north part of Spain, and suddenly a kid, 13 years old, he was helping us, and then we offered some drinks at the end, and he took one of our products, and we were watching at him say, and he did not open the can. He said, no, I keep that one. I keep that one because I want to show it in the school. So that was on Saturday. On Monday, he went to the school. He explained this to his teacher, and his teacher gave him the opportunity to explain to the whole school. And that school became a plastic-free school. Every Sunday in spring, they are organizing their own beach cleanups. And we said, wow, that's the spark of something that can be a great movement. And thanks to him, we created one project that was called, it's kind of a scholarship. So it's a school ambassadors, and we are replicating this in several regions, in Spain and France. And that gives us hope, because it's when you act for good and for love in front of the ocean, it transforms you, but you have the power to transform many others. That day, probably we collected 10 kilos of waste, but I'm sure that collaborative changing the mindset of his whole school. He will be collecting much more plastic or even intercepting plastic to get into the ocean. So Julie, I think that's the end of our fireside chat. It's a pity that we don't see each other in front of the ocean.
I know.
But here we are in Madrid, so thank you very much for joining us from Malibu. I think that we will be collaborating in the future, and this is an invitation for the whole community of South Summit to join us and collaborate with us in fighting and finding opportunities on this big challenge, which is climate change and especially on protecting the oceans. So thank you very much, Julie.
Thank you so much, Santiago. It's a pleasure to be here. Enjoy the rest of South Summit.
All right. Well, that brings to a close today's segments. But tomorrow we have an amazing day as well. And don't forget that tomorrow here in the arena, we got the finals of all the best startups of South Summit. So with that, I want to thank everybody for joining us today. And we look forward to seeing you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let her into your heart. Then you can start to make it better. Hey Jude, don't be afraid. You were made to go and get it. The minute you Hey Jude, refrain. Don't carry the world up on your shoulders. For well you know that it's a fool who plays it cool, or making his world a little colder. Oh, Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song